Hey, YouTube. How you doing? It is Metal Madness Jeff here. We've got a super long in gestation deep dive that we've been talking about doing. We're finally getting around to it. I've procured the best experts on the planet for this episode tonight. True story, really, for the band The Cure. And let me introduce my panel tonight. Oh, we're on gas masks and hand grenades, guys. That's the new title of the YouTube channel. I keep thinking in my head, Metal Madness 66. We dropped that moniker and we're going with gas masks for the future. And so I want to introduce my panel real quick. Then I got some announcements. Then we're going to get into this thing because we got a lot to talk about, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Joining me tonight, as often he does, Mr. Serge is with me. Serge from Black Room Secrets, Black Room Photo. Serge has been, I think, my number one guest throughout this process, or close. You and Jimmy and Nick are all kind of vying for the top position, but Serge has
Possibly
been
our
around for a
colleague.
lot of these. And every time I ask him, he goes, okay, yeah, I'll see if I can do it this day. But now he's known about this one for quite a while. We've been talking about for probably about a year. But tonight, we have a very, very special guest, and I'm gonna not mess her name up because I've already did it the first time I jumped on. I called her April instead of Angel. It is Angel from Live Life Darkly. You can find her on Instagram there, and you should. And Angel, thank you for joining me tonight. You have the dubious distinction of being the first female to join us, which is super damn cool. But you won't have that privilege for very long because my special guest is also a female, and she'll be dropping in a little bit. So it's kind of cool. We're getting a double dose of estrogen tonight. That's killer. Too much testosterone in this deep dive stuff that goes on here for the most part. So I'm super happy to have you guys. How you doing?
Excellent, excellent. I'm really, really glad to be here tonight.
You stoked for this?
Oh, totally. Uh,
Well, I
if
think
I
people
would
should
not
know
have
though. I
asked me
think
twice to talk about the Cure for 700 hours.
I think people should know something going into this right away. You are really are an expert in this band because you just told me prior to us going live. I knew that you'd seen them a lot. Serge had told me. In fact, we were going to do this episode last week, but you were unable to do that because you were in Europe seeing the Cure, which is like I'm like, wait, what? She traveled to Europe to go see the Cure, and Serge goes, "Oh, dude, like this isn't like the first time. This is like many times." I'm like, wow, that's not only is that dedication, but that's super fucking cool. And we're gonna talk about some of those experiences, and I'm really happy to have you. And Serge has even seen the band a couple of times. I am the guy who's putting this soiree on, and I've never gotten to see him. We'll talk about that.
And we'll fix that
Yeah, well, I would hope
next
so. I would
time.
hope so. See, are they coming back over here again? I would assume because they
I
got an
might
album coming out, right?
know a little something about that, but
Okay,
I
cool.
might not. I might have to kill you.
Okay, well, I don't want that to happen. I don't want any nasty letters from Robert Smith's lawyers. So please don't do that to me.
But I do
But
hear good things. I hear good
okay,
things.
awesome. Serge, glad to have you aboard. How you doing tonight, dude?
I'm good.
All right. I like the let me just blow
I
Serge up.
figure out, get a little knock
Surge went
for the
full on
stream.
Cure-ish tonight. We're gonna be careful how we use that G word, right?
I
Because
mean,
Oh,
this
go
is
ahead.
start
this is.
cough out. That's totally okay to say.
I mean, this is my own thing, right? So,
Yeah.
I that's so. If we want to skip real quick to basically our introduction to the Cure,
Well,
right?
let's hang on. Let me get some announcement out of the way, and then
Okay,
we'll do
sure,
that real quick. But I was gonna say, Serge, you pretty much lounge around the house looking like that, anyways, most days, right?
sure, yes.
Right.
Mhm.
All right, so yeah, so tonight we got Serge and we've got Angel, Angel B, Angel B. You just want me to call you Angel though, right? Is that cool?
Yeah.
Okay, great. A couple of intro things to go over real quick before we dig into this. I do want to thank Rick, Dreadful Rick, over at the Dreadful Minutes for the killer thumbnail for tonight's episode. We had it up behind us, but it was pretty busy looking, so we went with black, which kind of fits the general mood for the early albums anyways, let's put it that way. So we're gonna roll with that tonight. Some announcements, guys. Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern time here on Gas Mask, I have the legendary, and I use that word way too often, but in this case, it's 1,000,000% the truth. I have the legendary Doug Pinnick from King's X coming in to speak to me. Man, I am both stoked and nervous as hell because one of my favorite bands is King's X, and I'm really psyched to do that. On Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern time, I have Johnny Joeli coming in from Hardline, Axel Rudy Pell, Crush 40, Enemy Eyes, and his solo career. And Johnny and I went to high school, and it's funny because I reached out to him and I sent an email and I sent all this detail, and he's like, dude, I know everything that you're talking about, but I can't remember you. I'm like, oh, that makes me feel stupid. But we were in study halls together and always talked about metal. So when we get together on Tuesday, it'll be funny to see how things go because we haven't seen each other in like 35 years since high school. He's joining me, and he just told me he was finishing up his, get this, 101st album that he's putting out. 101 albums. Imagine singing on 101 albums or writing that much music, right? He's involved in the Crush 40 project, which is a Sega Genesis Sonic the Hedgehog thing. So he does a lot of work for them. Okay, lastly, on Thursday at noon Eastern time, I'm interviewing Jason Bieler of Jason Bieler and the Baron von Bielski Orchestra, and also most famously Saigon Kick was his big project. We also have, let's see, Dennis and I are working on scheduling our second episode of the 80s flashback series. We're going to be doing the bands Omen, Icon, and Fifth Angel for that, which is going to be killer. And lastly, on January 7th, we're planning to do a major live stream with all the Satyr Slay crew over on Dreadful Rick's channel, and that's going to include, we're going to be talking about gatekeeper and metal elitism. I think Serge, you're joining me for that one, I believe. We've got Rick, Brian, Serge, Jake, Jimmy from Future Ruins, Jake from Upside Down Church, Brian from Brian Arkham, Rick from Dreadful Minutes, Dennis from Analog Archives, Devin from Maze of Torment, Kellen from Killing for Company. We got Logan from Drunken Metal Musings, Nick from Thralls of Metal, Matt from Accusation Network, and Robert from Metal Meltdown joining us. Also, Lee is joining us. So we got a cast of characters for that one, man. So, all right. All right. Someone's saying sounds completely fucked. What does that mean?
I just checked and it's okay for me. So
Might be on your end, person, whoever T mine 100 is. I mean, I don't have any distortion on my end. Sounds fine. So, anyone else here distortion, let me know and I'll see if there's something I can do about it. May not be able to. I'm moving over to a laptop as of Monday, though. So, okay, real quick on this band. We're going to talk about The Cure. Let's talk about where we. Oh, I should do a quick introduction here on the history. They officially formed as The Cure in 1978, but there were incarnations of the band as back as early as 1973 when they formed in primary school, I guess it would be over in the UK. I think that's what they call it. Original incarnation had Robert Smith on piano and vocals, Lowell Tolhurst on drums and percussion, Michael Dempsey on guitars, which he then switched to bass later on, and a guy named Mark Sagano on lead guitar, and Alan Hill on bass. They originally actually had some different vocalists too. They had a guy named Peter O'Toole on vocals, which is interesting. Not that Peter O'Toole, but in 1958 or 78 rather, Crawley, West Sussex is when they kind of started to form into their very early formative unit. And it should be mentioned that Robert Smith has been the only consistent member of the band since the very beginning. There's been a lot of lineup changes, which we'll note on each album. We won't go into like that right now because it would take 25-30 minutes. Their debut album came out on Fiction, I believe, in 1979, Three Imaginary Boys. The first single, though, came out in 1978. Is that right?
yeah, 78.
78, and that was called Killing an Arab, backed with 10:15 Saturday Night. Their original name for the band was Obelisk, which is interesting, interesting and strange. But then they became Malice, and then they became Easy Cure, and then they became just The Cure. Did you want to add anything into that, Angel? Or?
Not really. I mean, I think it's funny that they changed their name from Malice because they were so terrible. They they had played a gig that was so disastrous that they needed to pick a new name so that they could play again.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah. And the way that they did that was that they all sat down and put a bunch of words on pieces of paper and threw them into a hat and reached into the hat, and they had promised that no matter what they picked was going to be it. And they pulled out Easy Cure, which was one of Lul's name of one of Lul's songs apparently, and Robert I guess kind of hated it. But
I bet.
But the promise was made.
They had made that pact,
and that's what happened. But eventually, Robert kind of got his way and shortened it to The Cure because all the cool bands had a "the" before their name.
Right. We'll touch on history as we go through each album and period, and also lineup changes and what that meant or didn't mean to the band. But let's talk about where we came into this band. Angel, I'm going to start with you because I think having the knowledge now that you've gone to nearly somewhere between 100 and 200 concerts, closer to 200 than 100, which is just mind-boggling to me. As I said, I've gone to 56 Rush concerts, and I think that's pretty pretty crazy. Where did you come in on this band, and how did you come into this band? And I'm gonna blow up your picture so you're on screen alone.
It's funny because I still think of myself as kind of a newcomer. It is because I really didn't get into them until Disintegration. So like the real fans, started well before I did. Before that, I was, and I think I'm in good company here. I was really into metal.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I was a super
Cool.
metalhead.
Awesome.
I was growing up in Maine. And Maine was really, really big on metal at the time. So as kids, we used to hang out at this, we used to kind of drive the strip at the beach, and we'd hang out at this particular arcade that had a jukebox that would play obscenely loud, usually metal, because that's what we would play. And the day before this particular day that I'm talking about, I had seen the world premiere of Fascination Street on MTV, and I was a huge MTV head. And something about it just grabbed me, and I couldn't stop staring at it. I had never seen anything like it. And that night, the local radio station had one of those like call-in things and take like two different songs, and you'd call in and say which one was your favorite, and one would go in heavy rotation and one wouldn't. And the pair up that night was Fascination Street and whatever the second single was from White Lion. Right, I specifically remember this. So I called and voted. And I voted for White Lion. I voted for White Lion, but I told the DJ, I was like, but there's something about this Cure song that I just can't get out of my head. So the next day when I went to the beach, I looked on our jukebox, and they had just put in this Fascination Street song, and I was like, damn it, this song is like following me everywhere.
Following you around.
Right. So I put it on, and we had just got there. So it was dead silent. And the first song that gets played with like me and all my metal friends is like, and the opening to Fascination Street. It's like this bass line.
Yep.
And it's deafeningly loud. And all my metal friends look at me like, what the fuck? Right? Like what is this? And for some reason it just like hit my spot. And I told my cousin, I said, take me to the record store.
Nice.
Yep.
So we're talking 89-ish, somewhere 89, early 90 or something.
Yeah, it would have been, it must have been very soon after that one, or it came out in 89 or whenever that video came out, I guess.
Yeah, well, I try. We'll get to the dates. I don't have them all memorized in my head, but I think that was May of it was either November or May. I kind of noticed something about doing the history of their albums. They put a lot of albums out in May and November, weirdly. Just that's when their cycle happened to happen. So it was just strange. I think like 4 or 5 of their catalog are out in May and like 3 are out in November, oddly. So you're an 89. Do you mind if I asked your general age range?
You can ask my age because I
Okay.
am not ashamed. I'm 48.
You're 48. Okay. So we were right, Serge, because you were like, I think she's older than me, but she's younger than you. I am an old dog. I'm going to be 57 in March. So, my story is going to be a little before yours. Not a lot, maybe 3 years, something like that. But Serge, why don't we talk about your entry first?
Well, being the young one here,
Puppy,
the
puppy.
I came in a little later. So I think in the latter part of my college years, which would be like late 90s, I had somebody take me to a golf club, which was Batcave at the bank at the time. And I was like, holy shit, that was like a whole new world opened up to me. So I was aware of The Cure in general, because, they were on MTV and, you heard the singles here and there. But once I kind of embraced the whole scene, obviously I got into it more. And, quick story of how we all ended up here, right? So Angel ran one of the legendary goth nights in the city in New York called Contempt.
Nice.
So that's how we originally met, and certainly that would have continued to be a major influence in my music journey of all the stuff I would have heard at nights like that. So
sure. Do you remember the first song? Or was it just kind of like suddenly you were aware, oh, that's The Cure?
Yeah, well, again, I would have heard the singles at the time, but
So what are we talking?
Right, I'm a Love or whatever. I would have heard that stuff before.
Is this early 90s year wise? When were you in school? I forget.
No. So college, I was late 90s, right? And then
late 90s.
Early 2000s was when I was really like, I was basically in the city every weekend,
right?
Going to golf nights. But I know Disintegration is the first album I got into.
That was the first one you got
into, yeah.
Okay. Angel, if you want to type in to David, if you want to say hello, first of all, go ahead and say hello now. But if you want to type in, you typed in the private chat, so only we can see it. You want to actually, what you need to do is you need to open a separate window in YouTube, but you need to mute the volume. If you do that, that'll allow you to put comments into. You can't do it in StreamYard. If you do it in StreamYard, only we can see it. But if you open up like a separate window that you have behind this one, you can jump over to it quick and make a comment when someone else is talking or whatever, and that'll allow you to post in the actual live chat, because the live chat is about 9 seconds behind, I think. So like you're seeing that 9 seconds after that guy posted it, to save for any kind of weirdness that might happen. So for David, we'll put that comment back up there. Hi, David. How you doing? We watched The Cure in Stockholm, and David's from Peru. Wow, man. So I'm guessing David probably traveled from Peru to Stockholm. That's dedication right there. That's killer.
Actually, David's awesome. We had a blast. We made it to the third row that day. We had so much fun. So, hey, David, it's really good to see you again.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, if you go in a separate window chat, you just got to make sure you mute that volume on that one that you open up. That's a live YouTube session out there, because then we'll get a loop. So I don't hear it, so I think we're cool. But I just wanted to let you know that. So yeah, we don't have a lot of people coming. It's Saturday night, so I think more people will filter in as we get a little bit later. But that doesn't matter to me. So yeah, for me, as I said, I'm 56, almost 57, and so I got a buffer of years ahead of you guys. And the way that I found Adam was my buddy Eric Lohr, who I haven't seen in years and years and years. We were big in heading out to the local bar scene, which for us was a club that always had really, really good bands, local bands, and even out of state bands from New York and Jersey and Maryland. In fact, I'm sure you both I'm sure as a metal chick, so to speak, Angel, you would know who Kix is back in the
Oh
80s.
God, yeah.
And they were a Maryland band. They would always come up and do shows, and we had bands like LeCompte out of Philly, and Hybrid Ice was a local band, and we would always go out partying. And one day we went out, we came home to his place, we're all hammered, and we were hanging out, and he puts on this song, and it's Killing an Arab. And I'm like, dude, what the hell is this? Because you got to remember, this is '86 now, and so and that single had come out quite a bit before that, '79, I believe it was, but it was on the comp called "Staring at the Sea," right? Or staying on the beach, or is it
Standing on the
staring
beach. Yeah.
on the beach, right? And he put that on, and one, I was kind of captivated by the artwork of it. Crazy, I don't actually own that because it's a really important comp for them. And you have it, so we'll pull that out and talk about that. But that was the first, literally the very first song. And my buddy, you got to remember at that point in time in '86, there's a lot of those type of bands. Yeah, there we go. We'll pull that up when we get to that period time wise, chronologically. But yeah, that was the first time I heard it. And so '86 would have also been right after Head on the Door came out, which was '85. And then I believe '87 was Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. And of course, that's when I became aware of stuff like Why Can't I Be You? Um, what's the other one? The big single that came out?
Hot, hot, hot.
What is it?
Hot, 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 hot.
Hot, 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 right? And so there was those singles that I was aware of. And then, of course, following Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me comes, for me, their high water mark with Disintegration. And that's when I was like, oh, man, I gotta go figure out who these guys were. I wish that I remembered things like A Forest, which came out, a couple years before that, but I don't. I'm sure I heard it, but it didn't register, which is crazy because that's one of my favorite songs. There's probably a lot of Cure fans' favorite songs, but yeah. So a very, very eclectic and interesting band. Very early on, there was the look, which became sort of synonymous with or influential into the goth ethos or goth scene. But I do contend that a lot of people, I think, in the mainstream kind of think that you know. The Cure invented goth, and they really didn't. There were quite a few other influences, I think, that were there before. I mean, you go as far back as David Bowie. You could, certainly Susie and the Banshees were very influential on that scene and predated the Cure. So we're not here to get into a battle of who was first, but I do think that the Cure was maybe possibly the most influential band on that culture or subculture, if you want to call it that. And, as you said, Angel, that now that he's not very happy. And I don't think he's ever really been happy being pigeonholed like that. And the interesting thing is that his early influences include Bowie, Hendrix, of all things. He's a big Hendrix fanatic. And other bands like, what did I write down here? I think probably Roxy Music was probably somewhere in there at some point in time. And you also have Alex Harvey band. So there were, and Susie, obviously. I mean, there was that developing uh, subculture, and certainly the punk, the late punk movement in the UK with the Pistols and the Damned and all those bands had to have been some sort of an influence on Robert. So anything you want to add, both you guys, to the history and the sort of ethos there?
In terms of influences, the people that came up most strongly in my research was with Robert, specifically Elvis Costello.
Yes.
And with Robert and Lowell both, it was Wire.
Oh, yes. And Wire and Magazine, big time. Yes. Yeah. I mean, they became the more slower, dirgy version of Wire, I think, in a lot of ways. And Wire, very, very, very. And that was some. Violet says Captain Beefheart. Yeah, I mentioned Alex Harvey, but Captain Beefheart, Trout Mask Replica, which probably one of the most difficult albums to ever try and listen to, for sure. But Yeah, so I mean that's where we all kind of came in on this band, and I think we're going to rip and tear into the discography, and I think we'll start Angel with Three Imaginary Boys, which I do not own. You have a copy of that, I assume, right?
I do, but I couldn't find that.
You couldn't
Um,
find it.
yeah, I have. Oh, I mean, I have the original, but now I only have the remaster. So
That's cool. That's cool. We don't have to be, I'm not super wired on the whole thing with regards to, having to have the original things. I mean, it's nice, but I'm not, I don't really go that deep. Why don't you talk about this album? It came out real quick, May 11th, 1979 on Fiction Records, which was an imprint that their I believe it's their manager, Chris Parry, originally. That was an imprint that he set up to record and release the Cure albums on. That was recorded in Morgan Studios, and essentially they're a three-piece at this point in time. They would become a five-piece, a four-piece, back to a three-piece, up to a. There's a lot of variations on incoming and outgoing members in this band, but originally they were a three-piece with Michael Dempsey on bass, Lal Tallhorse on drums and percussion, and you've got Robert Smith on guitars and vocals. So tell me about this album. The only one quick thing to add is um, the record company pretty much decided which songs went on this album. Robert Smith really didn't have any say in it, and that really kind of set the tone for him going forward because he determined he would never let a record company tell him how to lay out his artistic vision. And you will see going forward, Robert Smith is involved in every aspect of what the Cure do as far as art direction, A&R, recording, uh, mixing, the whole nine yards. He's in the production team always, and the should be noted that the song Foxy Lady on here is a sound check with Michael Dempsey actually on vocals. This was reissued in '04 with a second disc of unreleased material. And I think that's it. Go ahead and talk about this one, Angel.
well, I think another big side note to talking
Yep.
about Three Imaginary Boys is that when you're talking about Three Imaginary Boys, you're really talking about Boys Don't Cry in the United States. Are we going to talk about that separately, or should we talk about these
Yeah,
together?
I didn't. Yeah, no, 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 no. Actually, talk about that, please.
Okay. Because Three Imaginary Boys was never officially released in the United States. By the time it made it here in 1980, it was repackaged under the title Boys Don't Cry. And while most of the songs are the same, they're not exactly the same and they're not in the same running order. And I don't remember it being so different, but it's actually a lot more different than I thought when I was sort of comparing. Um, Foxy Lady, Meat Hook, So What, It's Not You, and the Weedy Burton from Three Imaginary Boys don't show up on Boys Don't Cry, which really shocked me because I'm so used to hearing them all the time. And it's unfortunate because that So What is actually was my favorite song on Three Imaginary Boys. I think it's hysterical. I know a lot of people think look at it as a throwaway song. So What is a song that Robert sang the lyrics to off of a bag of sugar that they found in the studio. It was an advertisement for a cake decorating set, and he grabbed that I think in one hand and a sheet of random lyrics that Lowell had written down in the other hand, and sort of combined them into a bunch of nonsense, and that was the take for So What. And there's something that I find very endearing about it. You can actually hear the paper rustling in the background when you listen to it, and there's just something I find that's very, obviously very raw, and it's very young, and it's so like when you think about sort of how far they've come at this point, I find it very fresh and like I said, endearing. So that was not on Boys Don't Cry. Jumping Someone Else's Train, on the other hand, which it is on Boys Don't Cry, was not on Three Imaginary Boys in the UK. It's another fantastic song. So I guess the UK got some great stuff that we didn't get. We got some great stuff that the UK didn't get. So in terms of specific tracks that I would want to talk about. Jumping someone else's turn would be the one that I would talk about with Boys Don't Cry. But I don't know how you guys want to break down, each, like in terms of the deep dive, how you want to approach that.
Yeah, I usually go track by track. I'll make a note on each track, or if an album has a lot of tracks I'm not interested in, I'll just pull out the ones that hit me. Generally, this one I've got a note on each one, but it's a very quick note. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm going to go into, if there's a specific track I really dig, then I'll talk more at length about it. So that's up to you. I think, Serge, you decided you wanted to kind of go highlights, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys probably have a much better handle on the Cure than I do. I'd call myself a Cure enjoyer rather than like a super fan.
Oh, you're out of here, man! I got to get rid of you. No, I'm just kidding.
Look, my biggest contribution here is bringing an angel. I'm going to be.
That's true. You did. You introduced us. You made that introduction. True.
I figure I'll just add, kind of my main thoughts. So yeah.
Cool. So yeah, go ahead, Angel. If you want to break it down track by track, by all means, go for it.
Well, I mean, still in terms of background, I mean, this is the period where they end up by chance opening for Wire, and they're exposed to them for the first time, and that really starts to shape their song. And at this point in their career, they really don't know exactly where they're going yet, obviously, because they're still so young. But Wire really starts giving them a starker sense of where they want to go. I have some information I've noticed from some of the episodes that I watched of yours that you might have some gearheads in your audience. I am not.
You may.
Sure. I am not a musician, so these are not things that I particularly pick up on. But I made some notes for your gearhead people.
Go for it.
He apparently, or Robert Smith was playing basically a dime store guitar. It was a super cheap. It was called a top 20 guitar.
Yeah, never heard of that.
Yeah. And it was apparently, it was called a top 20. It literally, you bought it from like Woolworth. And he planned on playing that all the way through the album until Chris Perry was like, we're not going to do that. And he took him out and bought him his first Jazz Master, which he's continued to play Jazz Masters throughout the rest of his career, and in addition to other things. His first setup was actually based on the setup that Elvis Costello used on one of his albums. But Robert Smith apparently buys his guitars mostly based on how they look.
A lot of us do, believe it or not. A lot of his guitarists definitely do.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Got a Jazz Master and a Jazz Chorus amp.
That's an important element. I'm glad you mentioned that. Early on, he was big into the Jazz Chorus, the Fender Jazz Chorus band, or is it Roland? It's either Roland. Can't remember whether Roland or Fender made those, but I think it's Fender. But yeah, that's a very important sound, part of the sound in the early days.
I guess he was intending to buy a Jaguar when they went to the shop, but they didn't have one, so that's how he ended up with the Jazz Master. He used a Storm overdrive pedal and Storm distortion for years. That was a setup through the Pornography album. When he was with Susie and the Banshees for the first time, this was also in 1979, so we're in the same period. He played an Ovation Breadwinner guitar, and he looked at that as being very separate. It was the way he kept his two lives really separate.
Right.
Yeah, so he would only play like certain guitars with them and certain guitars with the Cure, and then he didn't feel like there was a bleed over. So those are my gear notes.
Cool.
So, Serge, do you want to start the track stuff?
No, go ahead, Andrew. I'd like.
I think we'll basically usually just go through everybody's take on the whole album.
Yeah.
So we don't,
Oh, and the other thing, and I don't know if Serge told you this. I hope he did, but I generally rate my albums on a 10 scale. You don't have to do that, but I generally do. So that's up to you if you want to do that. Off the cuff, or you can do it however you want. If you don't want to write it, you don't have to. I do, just so you know that. That's all.
Well, I'll give Three Imaginary Boys a smiley face. Boys Don't Cry. It's a smiley face.
A smiley face?
Yes.
Okay.
These are happy albums that I enjoy. 10:15 Saturday Night, which is the first track on Three Imaginary Boys, is a classic. They still play it. In fact, they played it as their last encore on their last show on this last tour. So it lives on today, and it is as great as it was the first time. In fact, I think that's really what sold Chris Perry on signing them in the first place, was the drip, drip, drip of 10:15 Saturday Night. It's just fantastic. I don't think there's any, I mean, Grinding Halt is, it's just a lot of fun. It's really up. It's probably about as, to me, it's about as fun, like punky as, it reminds me more of punk of their day. You can see their influences really clearly coming through on Grinding Halt, more so than in a lot of other stuff. Subway Song, I think I would really like a lot more if it didn't scream at me at the end. It has this really surprising scream at the end. And it's a really, like, it's got this really creepy vibe to it. And it's really, and it's this bluesy guitar, right? So you sort of settle into it, and it's really easy to fall asleep. And then, like, it gets you all the way to a silence. And then there's this really piercing scream at the end. And it's intended to, like, unsettle you. It's like,
yeah, it's supposed to jolt
it's not
you.
supposed to be nice.
Right.
But yeah, it's like, it really, to this day, it just still freaks me out. I have to skip it before it gets there.
I think if you might agree with me, but I think that song on the album might be the song that points the way to the direction that they're going to go more than any other.
Yes, and we'll talk about confrontation going forward, and I think that that's exactly right. That's them saying, confronting you.
You just hear the elements for where they're going to go on, somewhat on 17 Seconds and a lot more on Faith. And, you know, I mean, it's kind of that thing. And hold on, I hate to interrupt here, Angel. Give me one moment, but I am going to go wide view here for a second, because joining me for the very first time is an incredibly special guest. Not that you guys aren't special, because you are, but this is my most special guest I've ever had on my show. And there she is, my daughter, Madison. Maddie.
Nice
hey,
baby,
guys.
how are you, girl?
I'm doing good. Had a long day at work, but happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. You know I'm happy to have you. I'm psyched. This has been something we've talked about for a while. You remember that guy up in the corner? Well, he kind of looks, I don't know, he looks kind of like Rasputin or something up there. You see that guy?
I love your look, Serge. Wow.
Thanks, Maddie.
Serge has
been a long time.
Yeah,
I know.
Serge knows Maddie from, good Lord, 2005, 2000. Probably 2004 or 5, somewhere around there, maybe even 2003, when I would take my kids to on various adventures to see Porcupine Tree back in the day. Their first concert. I'm going to shows, and I've got my 8-year-old, my 6-year-old that I'm taking with me, and everybody wants to go to the bar after the show, and I'm like, yeah, I gotta go home, man. I gotta take the kids home. But Maddie got to go see a bunch of cool stuff, right, babe?
Oh yeah. Definitely grateful I was raised on rock and roll and nature hikes.
That's what we did. We did a lot of those. And we're going to talk about The Cure tonight, which Maddie's about. You're fairly newbie to it, but not like yesterday.
Indeed.
You've been into them for about a year or so, right?
Yeah, during college, you recommended I check out Disintegration. I think that was your first recommendation.
Yep.
And I recall I was working at this, like, small job, and on my breaks, I would just go ride my skateboard, listen to Disintegration. I'm like, damn, I understand why people love The Cure so much. And my love for them has only grown through the years.
So it's all my fault, is what you're saying.
It's all your fault. I give you all the credit.
Actually, it's interesting. Maddie and I have these conversations now where we'll do the pleasantries. What's going on? How's your job? What's going on? And then we talk music for literally talk for hours about Jeff Buckley and The Cure and Pink Floyd and, you name it. We talk about all kinds of stuff. I haven't gotten her to jump into the death metal pool as yet, but we're working on it, right, Mads? Pretty soon I'll have you listening to mayhem. No, I'm just kidding. But
I'm
so
certainly
baby,
open to it.
so cool to have you here. We just started talking about the very first album, so you made it in pretty early on. And Maddie, I didn't charge her with the task of listening to every album. She just started a job not too long ago that's got a lot of her attention. But she is going to talk about, well, she just told you how she came into the band, but she's going to talk about some of her favorite songs, some of her favorite albums. So, Mads, and you needed to be gone. Are you going to the thing or are you hanging out?
I'm not sure yet. Kind of depends on how I'm feeling, but
okay.
I can at least hang for like an hour and a half.
Okay, cool. We'll hang for a little bit because Angel was in the middle of talking about this album. We're going to talk about this album. And I think you don't know so much about the first three Imaginary Boys, do you?
Actually, I know enough in the sense that I listened to it pretty recently and I was really digging it. I feel like it's like a different vibe for The Cure than what I'm used to hearing, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. So happy to learn more.
Okay. Boy.
It is a very different vibe. I think overall it stands out as being, as showing, their punk roots are showing here in ways that they are not so clear as they move along. But I like it for that reason. I really enjoy that aspect of them. So I know that this is not some people's favorite period for that reason, but I like it. After Subway Song, there's the Foxy Lady cover. Meat Hook, I think, it's got some really cute guitar work from Robert on there. And the lyrics are very cheeky. That one is definitely worth a listen. And again, a shame that it's not on the Boys Don't Cry release. Already talked about So What. Fire in Cairo was one of the very first songs that they recorded the very first time they went into the studio. They were not supposed to record it. They had actually got a record contract prior to signing with Fiction. They had answered an ad in the Melody Maker looking for acts. But after they got signed, it turned out that the record company was really looking for what we would today think of kind of as a boy band, right? They were just looking for some good-looking young kids that they could feed some material, and the young kids would say, okay, we'll play what you want to, and then they could put pictures out and make a lot of money. Oddly enough, The Cure was not into that. So after they spent enough money on The Cure, and The Cure turned around and made their own music and not the music that the production company was sending them, the production company finally said, no, we don't want to work with you anymore. And Robert Smith very wisely said, oh, that's too bad, but as long as you're going to kick us out, is it okay if we keep these songs that you don't like? And they said, sure, as long as you don't let the door hit your ass on the way out. And it worked out really well for everybody. But so one of those original songs was Fire in Cairo. It was 10:15 Saturday night, Killing an Arab, and the last one I think might have been Boys Don't Cry. It's Not You is next. I think that I really like the kind of super bitchy tone of that song. I've been listening to it in my car a lot lately. It makes me happy. I just think Three Imaginary Boys is a song nobody can argue with. It is a joy. It's so much fun to listen to. I think it's one of those perfectly crafted pop songs, and they still play it all the time. It still sounds perfectly fresh. It's so much fun. And then the Weedy Burton, which is just weird.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's like a reggae. It's like a reggae track. Reggae, however you want to say it. Very strange.
That did not make it onto the American version, and I am not surprised. So to just talk about the American stuff that's not on there, Jumping Someone Else's Train, like I said, is fantastic. It's got a great groove to it. It's got a great. It's Robert really being. This is where he's really starting to transmit who he is, right? And the kind of messages that he wants the Cure to be sending out into the world, I think. What he has to say in Jumping Someone Else's Train is really, it's just such a clear message. It connected with me so deeply as a kid. So that's always going to be near and dear to my heart. And then Boys Don't Cry, which was an early single. And I think it's funny that Boys Don't Cry is such an early single. It doesn't sound like, I mean, it was re-released again in 1986. And when you think of it that way, when you think of it in the constellation of singles that they were, that they were releasing around 1986, it sort of makes perfect sense there. But Boys Don't Cry for me doesn't make any sense back here. So like, I think it's really funny to think of them recording that song and playing that song in punk clubs in 1976.
Yeah, it probably would have been. I think, Angel, it might be interesting to note too that for people that aren't aware, and I'm sure the people that are watching probably are aware, but a lot of people that might run into this later might not know, is that in the late 70s, or particularly the early 80s through most of the 80s, primarily in Europe and the UK, the recording industry was big on singles. It was not, the album was kind of, it was important, but it was more an afterthought to the single. The single was the main thing that the record companies wanted to get out to the public, was to get radio play. That single, that maxi single, where they would put either 4 songs on which what we would think of as an EP or now, but I mean, it was called a maxi single back then. You'd have that big single, maybe a second possible single, and then 1 or 2 songs that were kind of superfluous to just fill out. Or it was just a single where it was just an A side and a B side. And then the big culture as the 80s moved on was to do these remixes, which we'll touch a little on, but we're not going to get deep into the remix culture because that's a whole nother. We probably have to do a separate episode for literally all the singles, B-sides, covers, which a lot of that stuff is on this box set, which we'll talk about. We could do a whole other episode on that stuff. So, but it's important to note that if you're not, for Maddie, who's 20, I'm going to screw this up, 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mads?
Yeah, 25.
Did I get it right? Okay.
Indeed.
I always forget. But yeah, back in the 80s, Mads, that was the thing, that the single was the alpha thing that the record company wanted to push. That the album almost was an afterthought to a degree, but the album was a tool to go sell a tour. And in conjunction with the tour, then you sold the album, when album sales were king. But the single was what drove the album sales. And so they always went with, and like you said, Three Imaginary Boys is very, very different from a lot of what they were doing at that time. Because a lot of what they were doing was very post-punk. And that doesn't really sound that way, right? Or Boys Don't Cry. I'm sorry. I said Three Imaginary Boys. I meant Boys Don't Cry. Go ahead, Angel.
Oh, I was catching up with the side here, and I missed the last thing that you said. I apologize.
No, I said that.
Oh, you want me to move forward?
Yeah, go ahead, move forward. Yeah.
Well, Killing an Arab, oddly enough, not on Three Imaginary Boys. I guess because it had already been put out as a signal as a single before Three Imaginary Boys was released in the UK, so it didn't need to be on the album. So it does appear here. Of course, over the years, they've gotten in a lot of trouble for Killing an Arab.
Yeah.
People don't understand that Killing an Arab was based on the Camus novel. It doesn't have anything to do with terrorism. But during the height of the post 9/11 anti-Arab sentiment, they initially had dropped it from their live set, but they ended up putting it back on, and they changed the lyric to Killing Another.
Yes.
Which people I think people in the fandom felt, had mixed feelings about. I think I personally would just rather have them keep it off the set if they didn't
drop it. Yeah, drop it entirely. Yeah.
But they have resurrected it, and they are playing it they had been playing it properly. I will admit that I left that last show early, so I didn't hear how they played it
Okay.
last whatever day it was. I saw somebody online mention something about killing another. I don't know if any of you in the comments were actually here and listened, like stayed that late. But I usually get to a point in the concert where once I know that they're going to play a bunch of pop songs, I leave and I go to the bar. So because I like the after shows and I like to talk to fans. So
that comes with going to 200 shows. you kind of know what to expect and you know what's coming, right? You've seen it all before. Yeah.
If I'd known that they were going to pull out that, the early stuff as the little bonus at the end, I might have, but I don't know. Still probably not.
Angel, did you say that that was based off of a Camus novel, like Albert Camus?
Yeah.
The Stranger, yeah.
Oh, I read that back in college, but it's been so long I didn't even think of that connotation. Wow. Okay. Might have to revisit that.
Nice.
Yeah, I think there's you'll enjoy it too, knowing once you know the words to the song, you'll see it right on the page. He does that. Charlotte sometimes also, as you're reading, you can see the lines from the song right out of the book, and it's really kind of satisfying as a fan to do that. So
very cool. I'll have to check that out. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Wait, are we close? Do we want to move on to Serge? Are you pretty wrapped up?
Yep, I'm good.
Awesome. That was great. Serge, how about we come to you and then I'll throw some thoughts up. And Maddie said she had some, so we'll go to her next.
Sure. So as an album, I think I wasn't as familiar with this one. I don't own it, so I had to kind of go back and listen to it, although I've heard songs off of it. Yeah, like you said, I mean, obviously it's very much roots. You can hear post-punk, punk, ska a little bit, much more in there. So again, from things I've already heard, right? 1015 would be a song that I've already been pretty familiar with, and I love that song. That drip part is is really ingenious. Obviously, things like Boys Don't Cry, Killing an Arab, I'd be already familiar with. And I was kind of shocked that Boys Don't Cry came from this period because, it really doesn't sound like the rest of the album. And it's a really well put together, single, but some of the things that stood out to me, one thing, The Cure, and especially in the early album, was very bass driven, which as a bass player,
yes,
I kind of appreciated. Like I love the bass riff in Subway Song. I like that walking bass line in Weedy Burton. So those are kind of things that appeal to me personally. And things like So What, when I went to listen to it for the first time, I was like, holy shit, like I kind of feel like that was an influence on the sound of the band I played in with Winston and Todd. Really very bad, but I came in to play bass on it because I feel like that. I don't know if it was a direct influence, but I recognize the sound or the feel of it in that song.
Well, Winston's a huge Cure fan, isn't he?
Yeah.
Of course.
Spoiler, we did try to get him on, but and then Accuracy was really catchy to me. I kind of really dug that song. I think those were kind of like the highlights for me. But 1015 is always going to be like my my favorite song from this album.
Cool. Yeah, real quick. Future Ruins. Jimmy, what's up, dude? It didn't show. The U.S. Postal Service sucks balls. Pardon my language, Maddie, but I think you've heard me say worse than that. Yeah, I had a laptop coming that didn't show up, Mads. So it was supposed to be here yesterday, then today, and it didn't show, which is a bummer. But Jimmy, my buddy out in Colorado, actually sent me an older work laptop that he was able to sort of hide from the people that in the IT department, and so that I was hoping to use that tonight, but we'll have to use it on Monday. But Maddie, what kind of stuff do you have to say about this album?
For Three Imaginary Boys?
Well, did you listen to the Three Imaginary Boys, which is the U.S., or or did you listen to the? Yeah, three. Yeah,
I believe it's the US, but I am listening to the deluxe edition, so I think there might be like
other tracks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Honestly, not too much to say other than like agreeing with what Angel was saying, that it's like a very fun album for me. I've only done one listen through, and it was more recently as I've been like diving deeper into the past of The Cure. And yeah, I just had a lot of fun listening to it. It was a great complimentary album to like walking through nature and skateboarding, walking around. Yeah, love Boys Don't Cry, of course. But as far as like pointing out songs, I'm not like as familiar or familiar enough. But yeah, I dig it though. Like I appreciate this album, you know, in its own right among the Cure discography for sure.
Well, and the crazy part about that is that album came out in 1979. So your dad was only 13 at that point in time. Imagine that. Your dad was like a little kid. A preteen, angsty teen at some point in time. Some would argue that I'm still a preteen, an angsty
you're still angsty.
I'm still angsty, that's for damn sure, of course, yeah. So for me, this album is one that I like the album. I don't love it. I'm the punk that I listen to generally is like the Clash, the Damned. I'm not a massive punk dude, but I did like that the UK version of what we call punk, because it's a very wide encompassing, you get into New York hardcore stuff. There's a whole bunch of delineations of it, but they sound very formative on this album, obviously. And it's very stripped down. It's very bare compared to where the Cure is going to go. Mm-hmm. Even on the next album, we start to hear they're coalescing a sound into their own thing. This has a very, and I use this term loosely, it has a clashy wire, even upbeat Joy Division sound to it. Okay. And I love Joy Division, but I can hear where they had some influence. And that's one band we forgot to mention was in the goth post punk new wave movement that, the Joy Division was very instrumental and I think very effective to other bands that were coming up in that era. And definitely you hear in Three Imaginary Breweries, I hear some Joy Division stuff. Okay. And as Serge alluded to, the bass being an important part of the song structure and the sound, I would argue that goes pretty much throughout the Cure's entire discography, that the bass is an incredibly important part. We're going to get to Simon Gallup and how important his bass playing, I think, is.
Although a couple albums, it does kind of drop and
right, it's not maybe as prevalent, but it's one of those elements of the Cure that I feel is incredibly important. And if you really want to get down to it, it was important to that entire sound, very important to Joy Division, very important to Sisters of Mercy. All those bands had very prominent driving bass lines that were snappy, and the reason being is that they wanted to put people on the dance floor. That was a big part of it. So moving was Serge as a bassist, how important the rhythm section is to getting people moving.
I think you could probably say that's one of the commonalities across that proto goth, sound. Yeah,
exactly. Susie, very prominent in Susie. So, for my real quick analysis, you got 10:15. If that was the hit single from the album. And it's a catchy song, and hard to not like that. Accuracy fairly forgettable for me personally. Grinding Halt, snappy. This is a good one, again, very catchy. Another Day, cool guitar, has a Bowie vibe to it. Very chorusy, good, great chorus. One of Smith's best vocal performances on this album, I think, and very much the song. Very much one of the two songs, I think, that points the direction to where they're going to go.
Yes.
Along with Subway's song. Mm-hmm. Object, solid, catchy, clearly clashy Joy Division track, snarling bass on that one. Subway song, brooding intro, more like The Cure That's to Come. And it's got a very dry Smith vocal, which is something that as we progress, we don't have. Smith starts to really envelope his vocals into using a lot of reverb, delay, chorus effects. I mean, this is a very dry Robert Smith performance. Foxy Lady was the Dempsey vocal, and allegedly this is a rehearsal. It's a very weird version of this song, and it's not one. It's not one I really like because I'm a Hendrix purist. So if you're gonna cover Hendrix, you better not fuck it up. And I just don't really like this version. Meat Hook, man. I'd forgotten this, man. This has a reggae vibe to it, and when you hear that song title, Meat Hook, you're expecting it to be this snarling, vicious, scary song, and it's not really that, which is very weird. So what? Okay, not really a fave. Fire and Caro, very poppy, very post-punky track. I like that one a lot. It's Not You is kind of a driving, heavy guitar. For this album, that's probably the heaviest guitar-driven song on the album, and there's very cool lyrics on that one and really cool snarling Robert Smith vocals on that too. Three Imaginary Boys, kind of a downbeat, moody track, actually. I like that song. Again, that would probably be the third song I would say on the album, kind of points slightly to the direction that they're going to go on the upcoming albums. And the Weedy Burton, just as Angel said, just very weird. And it's an instrumental track. I made the mistake of not checking out that's the international version, I believe. The one I just went through, I did not go over the US version. So a lot of those songs are on here, and as we said, we're not going to get to this because there's only about close to 60 tracks on here. We just don't have time, so we're probably going to have to do a separate episode on these, Angel, if you're willing to come back after this nightmare. So for me, there's sparse arrangements, very post-punky. Smith not yet there entirely with his songwriting. There's a healthy dose of British pop sensibilities in here as well. Smith's still experimenting vocally with vocal styles on this one, setting a template for future sound here. This is their English pop post-punk album to me. It resembles Wire Clash and at times a more upbeat Joy Division. So I give that a 6 out of 10, which is for that kind of music for me is pretty good because I'm not the biggest post-punk or punk fan. I'm, other than Clash, Joy Division, Susie, I really don't own a lot of that, and I've got a crazy collection of stuff. But anyone want to tie that one up real quick with any anecdotes, or are we good to move on to 17 Seconds?
17 Seconds is my favorite album, so
okay,
I'm very eager to.
I'll show my version. I have the I believe this was reissued in 2005. This is the double disc version that they started reissuing all the early albums, I believe in 2005, with slipcases and double or triple discs, which I have most of those. Somehow, and I don't know why, I think I got this used because it does not have the slipcase, which is kind of a bummer because as a collector, I get kind of weird about not having things like, all the things. The rest of them come like this in a slipcase. And I do not have a slipcase for this one, but I'm glad I have it because they're getting harder and harder to find these. So, do you have the album, Angel, or just the CD again, like I have?
Well, I have. Can I show off something?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole point. Let me just do one quick thing. Oh wow, check that out.
Oh no, you'll see my messy room, but I actually have Lul's silver or platinum album award for 17 Seconds.
No there. Shit. Wow. How did you get that? I know you know him.
When he was writing his book, he had an auction to raise some money. And
okay. You won.
Actually, no, it wasn't an auction. It was just a sale. And when that was still on the table, and I said, "That is mine." So,
did Serge tell you the funny little thing that happened last night? He
I
texted me
yeah.
asking me, "Well, are you going to tell me who the secret guest is?" Because I think it was bugging the shit out of him, and I guess it was
I
concerning you
was wondering
too.
if it was going to be Lowell because I was like, I was kind of thinking of writing to him myself. He's wicked nice.
Is he?
Yeah, he probably would have come if we asked him.
Well, here's the crazy part about this. Maybe we'll have him on part 2, but here's the funny part. Serge is bugging me about, well, who are you going to have on? Who are you going to have on? I'm like, dude. And I was talking to Maddie at that time. I was literally online with her. We were doing a quick beta test to make sure she knew what to do tonight. And I was literally typing. No joke. I'm typing, lol. Tell her it's lol Tolhurst. And the reason I did that was because he's like the famous member that isn't with the band any longer. And I just thought you would get that. And he writes back, right as I'm getting ready to send, he writes back, Angel said she might have been able to get Lol Tolhurst. I'm like, oh, don't send that. Then don't send it. It's not gonna I thought that was hilarious. I just thought the weird dynamic of me thinking of that joke that you would get, which would have been completely lost based on what you were actually proposing. So that's something to think about if we do a part 2. But real quick on 17 seconds, this came out April 18th, 1980, on Fiction Records, which we discussed that partnership. It was now co-produced by Smith and Michael Hedges. Can I read my own writing? Yeah, Michael Hedges. And it was recorded at, I didn't write that down, damn it. Oh, well. So be it. It came in at number 20 on the British charts, and they had their first top 40 UK single hit with the song A Forest. Let me see if I can read this here. Oh, they had, is this right? 16 days to complete. Oh, I'm sorry, 16 tracks to complete in roughly a week here. And I think that's my big notes on it until I get the end. So, yeah. So, Mike Dempsey leaves after this album. Simon, or no, wait, did he leave before this album or after?
No, he's gone, I think.
I think he is.
That was before.
He left because he didn't like the direction that Robert wanted to take the band. That's right. Simon Gallup first joins. Matthew Hartley on synths is added. Smith is moving more into. Oh, Smith. Is this the first time he joins the band? Oh no, he's moving more in a Banshees direction after touring with them. He joined them to be a touring guitarist during this period of time. That's right. This is a much gloomier, doomier, yet still spunky sort of sound for them. Darker, minimalist, and brooding, abstract, blurred, and bleak. So, Angel, why don't we let you go first on this one?
All right, just for some context, in the period right before they started, they went in to record this album. Robert's grandmother, who he was very close to, has passed away. Lul's mother is terminally ill with cancer. She will die before the tour is over for this album. So it's very, they're not the happiest blokes in the world as the process of making this album is happening. This is the point, sort of the infamous point in history where Robert begins to wear makeup on stage for the first time, although he has not started doing his big hair yet. In terms of gear, Robert's added his six-string Fender bass 6 on the Faith album. I jumped forward to Faith notes. How'd that happen? Okay, because I'm sorry, those were my notes for Faith. That did not happen for 17 seconds.
Yeah, it was on the next album.
Yeah, that's all a lie.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't sweat it.
Everything.
Don't sweat it.
So I don't have production notes about this. I only have album notes. So
that's cool. Go with the album notes. Go with the album notes. Generally, Angel, just to let you know, I try to throw out all the production note things. I did miss writing down where it was recorded. Not a huge issue, but if you have something you want to add in there, that's not a problem. Don't feel you got to carry that. But I'm like more interested in what what your impressions of the songs and the album is as a whole.
Like you said earlier, 17 seconds is where you really start to get a picture of where the Cure is going to go. I mean, I think ultimately, with their entire career, although definitely for the next 3 albums or so, A Reflection starts out with this. I mean, there's really some cool instrumental pieces on this album, which is something you don't see very much for the rest of their career. But I think this is them feeling their way through the atmospherics that they're building around themselves. So it starts out with an instrumental piece. Then it goes into a song called Play for Today, which is a huge tour staple. And I think it was an MTV single tune. I think it was a video. One of the things about seeing the Cure live, and I hope it's okay to sort of add that, some color notes about the live show, is that there are certain, because there are a lot of insane people like me who see the Cure over and over again. There's a lot of points in the show where there are audience participation aspects, right? And okay. I think they've sort of got to the point where they play these songs specifically because they know that this is where we join in,
right?
And Play for Today is one that I don't think that they would ever not play, because the whole audience just the synth part in the beginning, the synth line, da 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 da, that part. They don't even play it from the stage. It's just the audience that sings it throughout the song. Whenever that part comes up, the audience takes it over. And it, depending on the city, some cities are kind of more with it than others, but it just shakes the whole place, and it's really amazing.
Oh, I bet that's wicked.
Yeah, it's a really great experience.
Hey, Angel, let me just do one thing. I'm going to interject. Phil caught me in something. I held up Faith. I held up the wrong album. This is 17 seconds. I didn't even look. I'm like, what the hell's Phil talking? Oh shit, he got me. 17 seconds. Yes, Faith is the one that I'm missing the jacket for. Thank you, Phil. Love you, buddy. Sorry, Angel. Go ahead.
No worries. So, although Play for Today I don't think is really one of my favorite songs, it's one that's very dear to my heart for that reason. Secrets, on the other hand, I think Secrets is my favorite song on this album. There's something about it that is the echo of the lyric, or it's not exactly an echo, right? He sings the lyric on one track, and then he speaks the lyric really quietly on another track at the same time. And I like the layering of that. It gives it this really mysterious feeling. So it is, and of course the name of the song being Secrets, it does make you feel like you're being let in on something. And I love the beat to it. I love everything about Secrets. I love dancing to it. It's just a fantastic song, and I think it's super, super underrated in the Cure's catalog.
Yeah, that's one of my faves too.
It's a really good one. In Your House, another great one. It's got a great swing to it, which is interesting. M on this album as well. They both have a similar kind of swing feel that I think the Cure can get into this great swing group sometimes that is really nice. And still, like, it's weird that you can swing at the same time that you're keeping this melancholy vibe happening. And while M, I think, like, there's kind of an odd joy in M. There isn't so much a joy in Your House. So definitely the melancholy is here, and I really enjoy them both in different ways. But two also of the stronger tracks on this album, I think. 3, I always forget which one that is. I think that's another one of the shorter tracks.
Yeah, right? That's like a shorty. Yeah.
Is that the super industrial one?
Droney. It's the
Yeah.
drone
Yeah, it's
industrial.
not like experimental sounding. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah, I really like that one. I feel like that has this moment of like, yeah, like the Cure goes industrial. Like if they were an industrial band, if they like went on to be Skinny Puppy, right? It just gives me that feeling. It's their Skinny Puppy moment. The final sound, there's interesting story about the final sound in that if you listen at the end, you sort of hear like a flickering. It sounds like the flickering of a tape running out. And it actually is the flicking of a tape running out. The song was supposed to be longer, but the tape ran out while they were recording it.
That's right.
They didn't have enough money to do another take.
That's right. They ran out of 2-inch tape, which is very expensive.
And so that was just it. That was the end of the song. 52 seconds it was. But I'm glad they kept it because it's cool.
Yeah, it is.
After that is A Forest. Again, another tour staple, another one that has like really specific audience participation parts to it. It's funny, Simon has been a little moody on this tour and he like messed up the end so that the audience can't participate in it anymore. So
Oh, really?
yeah, I thought it was like it was a little cheeky.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I still am not sure if he's like playing with us or he just like doesn't want to hear from us anymore. I haven't figured that out yet.
So there's a lot of moody dudes in this band throughout their history.
Yeah,
There's a moody band.
Something going on with the end of A Forest this time around, but it's been like, I mean, literally the same for how many years since 1980? 22 years. Like we've been doing the same thing. So
now imagine being those guys. Imagine being those guys playing those songs over and over and over. I get why a lot of musicians get, where they there are signature songs, classic songs that they feel they have no choice but to play. And they don't because they're kind of, let's face it, the Cure at this point in their career are a legacy band. They've been around 40 plus years. If you go to a show and you don't play A Forest or Just Like Heaven or, trying to think here off the top of my head, like what their other real signature songs would be. Friday I'm in Love. Yeah, I mean, all those songs. But yet a lot of times imagine yourself being the band. It's like, oh, fuck, I got to play the song again, man. Like, it's I can understand that. So
I mean, I would be controversial and say that I wouldn't mind going without A Forest for some nights. I mean, I love it. It's fantastic, but like I don't have to have it. The way like Play for Today is like so like for me it's like central to the show. But I think I've had enough. I think I've been in the forest long enough. But M, like I said, I love it. At Night has this beautiful dirty groove in it that I think is so. It's really kind of sexy. Like there's something. The Cure is a lot of things, but I do not find it particularly sexy. It is not a sexy band.
Right.
But there's something about At Night that I think is very, very sexy. It's very filthy, and I really like it. And then 17 Seconds, the title track, another really great one. But this is one of those moments where the fact that Robert Smith is an admitted liar sort of came back to bite me in the butt, right? Like I thought I knew what 17 Seconds, A Measure of Life was. Like I thought I'd known that for like ever. So I went to confirm because I'm not going to try not to say anything tonight that I'm not like pretty sure.
Right.
And I can't find any history of this being true at all, like in the world. Like, so I guess
meaning what is the truth of what's the story out there? I'm sorry, I missed that.
What I had thought was that he had read somewhere that 17 Seconds, there was something to do with like emergency medicine or something. And 17 seconds was the amount of time the brain could go without oxygen or something like that. It was something like specifically medical. So, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. So I was like, oh, I'll just look that up. And there's nothing like that.
Nah, the brain, it's more in the line of 6 minutes is when your brain starts to die. So that, yeah, I don't know where that, because imagine if you went in the pool and could only hold your breath for 17 seconds, you'd be dead. a lot of people would be drowning very quickly. Yeah,
I mean, I definitely didn't make this up in my head. Like, I know I read,
No,
I know he told that story somewhere, but
I feel like I read something similar too, but yeah, but I don't think it's actual medical fact. Yeah.
no, that's definitely not medical fact. Maddie, what we'll do the ladies first, Serge. I'm sure
Yeah,
you won't
sure.
mind. Maddie, what do you think about this album? I think you dig this one a bit, right?
I do. This was a new one that you opened me up to just recently, so I only can like reverberate what has already been said by Angel. It's mostly just been like my first time like digesting it, feeling it. Definitely kind of getting like more of like a soundscape vibe from The Cure, which I really appreciate. And yeah, I really enjoyed A Forest. Beyond that, I feel like I just I don't have enough information to be able to like point out song for song.
That's cool.
Was there
any? Was that the only track that really stood out to you?
Yeah, unfortunately, just wanted to note like most of the albums that I am like more familiar with is like Head on the Door, Disintegration, a little bit of Pornography, which I have feedback for. So right now I'm just like a student.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, really enjoyed that record though. Listened to it for the first time this week. So
no issue with that. None at all.
Keep going back to it and learn more.
All right, Serge, what you got on this one?
All right. Well, probably cliche, but again, my two standout tracks are Play for Today and A Forest. It's probably not saying anything unusual. And again, as Jeff and I, have met through PT, and Steven covered A Forest, so there's a little tie in there.
He does a cool cover of it too.
Yeah, it is a pretty cool cover, and I don't know how many. I don't know. I have not seen a lot of A Forest covers, but
no, I haven't either.
But I like that, in this album, you again, the Cure sound starts to fill out, and like I love the atmospheric Cure, right? So when you start hearing bits of that in this album, I kind of really dug that. I like more, incorporation of more synths, like In Your House, like At Night is also kind of, I feel like is, also starts to build that Cure sound that I love. So this is a cool sophomore album for me.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to like give track by track because I feel like you guys covered better than I do. So
I hate to keep you. I mean, I don't want you to feel like you can't.
Oh no.
Go into anything. That's the whole point of these. Yeah, for sure. This album is where, excuse me, Smith starts to coalesce the band and Smith start to coalesce the future vision of the Cure for at least the next several albums. Although, interestingly enough, I think when you say the Cure to the novice, they're going to be like, oh, doomy, gloomy, gothy. The weird thing about the Cure is that they've kind of had these periods where they're doomy and gothy, and then they write sort of a pop album, which we're going to get to here, a couple of those coming up. And that, I mean, there's always still that overarching feeling of gloom and doom within a lot of their pop songs, even. Generally down to, Smith's vocal inflections, the way he sings.
Or just lyrically.
Or lyrically, exactly. And also, again, that often driving bass kind of has for lack of a better way of putting it, a gothy feel, an early, that new wave feel. But this one definitely is where he starts to coalesce. And then I would say over the next two albums, it really forms into its perfect union, so to speak. And then we get a weird album in the middle there, the top, and then we go back to a lot more pop, and then we go to Disintegration. So it's very schizophrenic to some extent, the way that Robert sort of goes in these spurts. But this one here, a reflection, intro, instrumental, ambient, droney, pretty in a drowsy, doomy sort of way. Play for Today, the poppiest track on the album, really great track. Secrets, I agree, Angel, that's just such a cool song. Slow Burn, the minimal guitar lines. There's only one or two 2 or 3 notes that he's picking, and he's got a lot of chorus and echo and delay on it. And you also note too, early Cure is really, as a keyboardist, man, you had like the easiest job in the band because all you had to do was like hold 1 or 2 notes. It's like beep, beep, burr, burr. You're not up there doing Rick Wakeman shit. You know what I mean? For most people, probably know who Rick Wakeman was, the keyboardist for Yes, Maddie, crazy, insane, great keyboardist. You're not doing that in the Cure. It's all for background effect. It's in the mix and the wash of the whole sound. In your house, I'm not really. Let's say there. I have the worst writing in the world. I apologize, you guys. I'm not really. That one doesn't really. No. I've got a star by it, so I must like it. What the hell does that say? Note, not for others. Note for others. All right, I'm gonna have to skip that one. I can't read my writing. 3, droney instrumental. That's really cool. The final sound.
Yeah.
That's, you said, you already pointed out that the tape ran out. I look at that as kind of an interlude or prelude to the forest that I think it was supposed to be, and they had a much grander plan for it, but they literally ran out of tape in the recording of this, and because of the expense and cost of it, they weren't some big band that could just go out and buy a reel of tape. I don't know what a reel of tape cost back then, but it was probably, fairly expensive. They don't use that stuff anymore for the most part. Now it's all digital, but that was a cost overrun back then for a band like The Cure. Was probably pretty hard to absorb. A Forest, I mean, man, I just can't say enough killer shit about this album. You guys can't hear this, I don't think, right?
We can hear it.
Can you hear it? All right. And then you get into that. Anyways, I thought I'd show off a little bit of that there. It's a terrible guitar to play, but killer line. So simple. Just like I could teach that to Maddie, who's a budding guitar player, in 10 seconds. And yet it's so effective. It's just atmospheric, and it's cool, and it's badass. I love this song. One of my top 3 favorite Cure songs. And unlike you, Angel, I've never heard it live, so I would love to see them play it for like 2 hours. It would just blow my mind, right? It's just a banger of a track. To use metal terminology, it's a banger of a track. M is a cool, washy, droney, dreamy guitar sort of thing. I really like Smith's vocals on this, and this one has a cool guitar solo in it, which he wasn't doing a lot of solos early on, but I don't think a lot of people. I think Serge and I talked about this last night. Is that Robert Smith's much better guitar player than people really have any idea. He's a really good guitar player. He's not an Yngwie or he's not a Steve Vai, but he doesn't have to be. That's not what this music calls for. At Night, fuzzed out bass, washy chorusy vocal or washy chorus, melancholy, man. That is a word that is used a lot when you talk about this kind of music, but in the next 2 albums case, and this one in particular, melancholy is a word that constantly comes to mind. Downbeat tempo, really good track. I really love that song. 17 Seconds is kind of anticlimactic end for me. It's not. When I got to it, I was like, okay, that ended kind of weak. I would have ended it with At Night, to be honest with you. Or, frankly, I would have ended it with A Farce. That would have just, kicked ass. But sequencing is a tricky thing. So the one detractor of early Cure albums and all 80s albums is drum production. They sound very thin. They sound very synthetic. They could have even been synthetic, but probably not in 1980.
I feel like that's why I couldn't get into In Your House too much, because the drums there just distract me too much.
You get that tinny, like almost like thwack. You get this thwack that you hear in 80s drum production. That is just the one. That's the nadir of the 80s sound, if you will. I feel all the what do I have here? Also, also the guitars are very 80s, but you see the guitars in the 80s sounded really cool because they used a lot of chorus, they used a lot of delay, they used a lot of compression to make those notes pop at you. And that's, you hear that on this album really fully. Like I said, I love the compressed chorusy, drony Smith sound that starts to come to life here. I mean, this is a 7.5 out of 10 for me. So we're moving up the scale here. Any last thoughts on 17 seconds, guys? Good to go?
Yep.
All right. So now I can show Faith. Did I mention I don't have the slipcase for this? Yes, I did. So here's Faith. And I'll blow myself up here. And again, these are these reissues that came out, I believe, in 05, on Fiction. Here you can see 17 seconds. There's the track listing again. These have 2 discs to them. I believe the only one that has 3, I believe, is Disintegration and Wish, I think, that just came out. Let's get into this one. And Angel, will go with you on this one. And real quick on that, Faith came out 4/17/81, out on Fiction in the UK, A&M in the US. They're back to a 3-piece at this point. Smith, Gallup, Tolhurst. It was recorded at Morgan Studios, and Smith and Hedges are the production team. Should be mentioned that Porl Thompson is added to in the studio. He does some. Of course, I can't read what he does.
I have him only on artwork for this.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. He did do the artwork. That's correct. It went to number 14 in the UK charts, and keyboardist Hartley Leaves. Anything else? Oh, and as you mentioned on the last album, Angel, this is the one where Robert Smith starts to play the 6-string bass, which becomes pretty prominent and because the bass really starts to pop on this album. So go ahead and give us your thoughts on this one.
So this is the one where the band is starting to get very sad in terms of their personal life. Robert's grandmother has suddenly passed away. Lul's mother sick with terminal cancer. But oddly enough, and if you're familiar with the Faith album, this is a particularly heavy album. Again, not surprising given what's going on in their lives. But what I thought was interesting when I was researching this, I did not know this. The tour for this was they toured the Netherlands and under a big top. It was called the Cure Circus. It was a big blue and white circus tent that they would put up in parking lots and parks around the country.
Wow.
And I just thought that the juxtaposition of the Cure Circus and this bleak album was kind of amazing. And I guess
pretty trippy.
Yeah, and it was an incredibly successful tour from what I could tell. People loved it. But that might, given the context of the circus tent, might explain why this is the album. This is the tour where Robert starts wearing makeup. So maybe that was maybe he was inspired by some, clown idea or something. He said he just liked the idea that you could be anything you wanted to be on stage, and he could wear makeup if he wanted to. But then he just started wearing it off. He started wearing it off stage as well, and that's when he started getting into even more trouble than he normally did. Worth mentioning at this point, they've made a couple of videos. They haven't liked any of them yet. Charlotte sometimes comes off of this album. This is one of the videos that most of us probably know really well. Although I think a lot of us probably like that video. The band did not at all. Robert hates it. I guess they felt like the videos up to this point all created an image of the band that for them was really flat. They were showing one side of the band, but not they sort of always saw themselves as having two sides, sort of one that was, quite heavy, and one that was really quite light. And I think if you look at their catalog,
that shows that
you can see all that really
Yeah.
clearly. But yes, when you look at those first videos, no, they're very heavy-handed, and you don't see any of their humor in them whatsoever. Although I would say that when they finally get out of their gloominess of their first videos, they then go completely into the absurdist side for a bit before they finally find, I think, a happy medium. But the Charlotte Sometimes video was filmed at Holloway Sanatorium in Surrey. And it was with, I guess, just actress that they didn't know. I saw somebody asking Coral recently if it was like a Simon's girlfriend, I guess, is in the lore somewhere. But no, it was just some actress that was hired. In terms of tracks, I mean, there's not a bad track on Faith.
No, I agree.
There isn't. Faith is a gorgeous, solid, unbelievable album, start to finish. But again, it is as heavy as they come. I think this is the Cure's bleakest album. I think a lot of people would argue that it's Pornography, but I don't agree. I think that Faith is really as heavy emotionally as they get. So the Holy Hour starts off at a very serious tone, and yet it's almost a celebration of sadness.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And I think the Funeral Party kind of is in that same vein, and I think this is really where the connection between the Cure and Goth is really the strongest, because I think that where people misunderstand Goth the most is when they think Goths are like super serious and sad. But if you know Goths and you come to a Goth club, like, Goths are actually very like celebratory, fun people. And when you come to our clubs, we're actually like celebrating and having a good time. So I think what they're doing musically here is an expression of sort of how Goths live their lives. And as I was reading a lot of things that Lull had to say, and a lot of things that Robert had to say over the years, and I feel like they both tried to say that in the same way, about the band and the band members and the fans at the same time, that there was a sense that there was a common understanding of an acceptance of the universe sort of as things are, and an ability to celebrate through whatever kind of happens. And I thought, I felt very spoken to as I was doing a lot of research for the research for today, because it was kind of cool to see that they've been on the same page kind of after all these years. So the Holy Hour, really celebratory, I think. Primary, never been one of my favorites, but I'm enjoying it more and more these days. For me, it has a surprisingly high BPM. When I went back and listened to it for a while, but then the only reason I had noticed that was because around 2000, they slowed it down on tour, and I couldn't figure out why they did that. But you can how your ear can tell something isn't right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it wasn't like one night, it was like for the whole tour. And so it was clearly a decision that they had made. And they stuck with that for a while. But now, so I guess there must be something about this song that Robert doesn't like, because he's still playing with it. But this was actually one of this was their big single. It was their only.
It was a big hit. It was a hit.
Big signal. I don't know. It was a big hit. But now they've sped it up to the usual BPM again, but they've got these they're highlighting these punchy beats at the end that like don't exist in the real song, that make it like really like much more exciting, and much more like it's very impactful. Yeah, it like, and they've been doing it for like the last, I mean, I don't want to say a couple tours because they haven't been tours really that they've been doing, but it's really, really cool. So if you have a chance to listen to any
Some live stuff,
there are bits on YouTube.
Oh yeah,
of live from the past couple of years. Check it out because it's really different and it's very cool.
Well, there's shit already up from Wembley the other night.
Yeah,
I saw. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's worth looking at what they're doing with the second half of Primary. It's totally different, and I love it. Other Voices, a big favorite. Everybody loves Other Voices. I love Other Voices. It's all the pieces are there. You know, it's everything works together really well. Lyrics are great.
I'm surprised this wasn't the single.
Yes, it is. It's that, to me, I think it's that good.
It really should have been. Yeah.
Yeah. All Cats Are Great. I love the song. I think it's beautiful. It is depressing as hell, but I love it. It's just like The Drowning Man, right? Like The Drowning Man is super, super depressing, but it's just gorgeous. Doubt, it really stands out on this album. It does. Totally different thing from everything that they're doing on the album. But I like it. And I think it really foreshadows what they're going to do on Pornography, in terms of developing this confrontational style, which we'll talk about more. But it's really trying to get, you hear his voice strengthening, right? You hear him making demands. And that draws me to this song. It's really cool, I think. I don't think I ever really noticed it. For some reason, it never really stood out to me. It was something that I sort of listened past for a long time, until I heard it at the Reflection show. And all of a sudden it just sort of punched me in the face.
So you have that added, you kind of have the added bonus that most of us don't. With so many shows, you're able to, in your memory and mind's eye, compare and contrast various ways they're playing it live, maybe, and then also comparatively to the album. Because for me, this is my least favorite track on the album. It just doesn't do much for me, and in fact, I think it's the odd. It really sticks out like a sore thumb on this album as the song that's which one is not like the others sort of song. But one thing I wanted to point out, you mentioned that Charlotte Sometimes is on this album. It is not on this album. It was a single, but it was in these sessions, I think is probably what you meant.
Yep.
I wanted to note that because I don't want people to go, oh, but it's not on the album. Oh, you said you're wrong. I hate when, I doubt that will happen, but it does happen. So go ahead.
It will not be the last time.
That's cool. No problem.
Sorry, guys.
So we're at Drowning Man.
And then, how can I forget? Faith, of course. The title track on the end is one of the greatest songs ever written. Faith is unbelievable. It is so bleakly emotional. It's the song that you need when everything goes to shit.
Just to reinforce it.
No, like, actually, I don't feel that way.
It's uplifting for you.
Yeah, or like it gives me that. Yeah, I wouldn't call it uplifting, but it is that. Like, I feel like it's talking about that one little piece of light that's showing through the black scrim.
That's a good way of putting it. I would put it more like it's like taking a Xanax when you're having a anxiety attack. Just, letting it go.
Yes, it gives me the calming feeling that I need, and then it lets me focus on the little light in the blackness. So like Faith is my go-to when mostly
Killer
when
track.
happen in the world. Not so
Killer
much
track.
personally, but when the big world has gone to shit, things happen. That's for me.
So I haven't been holding you to the grindstone, but I assume this is a very high ranking album for you.
Yes, yeah. It's a hard call between this and 17 Seconds. It's a really hard one, but I think the minimalism of 17 Seconds is what draws me to it.
Maddie, do you have any thoughts on this one, or is this a new one for you too? I thought you mentioned you kind of checked this one out a little bit.
It is also a new one. It was the same week, this past week, that I checked out 17 Seconds and then Faith back to back. So I do have a note, which is just that it felt vaguely, what did I say? Oh yeah, just like it felt like a natural flow from 17 Seconds into Faith, like sonically speaking. I suppose like thematically as well, like the kind of they're definitely like diving deeper into, I suppose, like the emotionality of it all. I really resonated with what you said, Angel, just about it being a celebration of sadness. Just the past couple weeks, I've really been acknowledging how The Cure is becoming like an essential part of my music discography, purely
Nice.
for that reason. To be able to be like validated in my sadness and to say like it is okay to feel that way, and it not only that, but it is encouraged, and to be able to explore that realm in like a music sense it's just really awesome. So those are my main thoughts about that.
So when it's all said and done, your dad did good on the music front, right? On the
You did
influence
very
front.
good. Like just being a student, hearing all this, I'm only like furthered into.
You're a sponge. You're a
Yep.
sponge.
I'm soaking it all up. Very excited to continue deep diving into this band.
I'm not gonna call you Maddie anymore. I'm gonna call you SpongeBob Maddie Pants. Oh,
Sure.
You're like, God, Dad, thanks a lot. You fucking weirdo. Don't say shit like that.
Honestly,
anyway.
I was a SpongeBob nerd growing up. I still
were.
make like, SpongeBob references. So
Oh yeah, you guys,
fitting.
you and your sister were like insanely into SpongeBob. Serge, give us some of your thoughts quick on it here.
Sure. So this chronologically, this was the first Cure album that I fully loved. You know, I mean, you know me, like you can probably guess that I
this is in
I
your
just want to
wheelhouse.
wrap myself in like that melancholy Cure.
Yep.
You know, and that this, I mean, it's so good. I mean, like Angel said, there's really no bad tracks here.
Agree.
If I have to say, like, primary standouts again, just because it is like that faster BPM and a little bit different from the rest of the album, I feel like sound wise. But yeah, I mean, I love the bass sound in Holy Hour. Other Voices has that really catchy guitar that I love. All Cats Are Great in Funeral Party. I've always like, again, it's that slower, sad Cure. I don't know. I can't get enough of it personally. So, Drowning Man is probably my favorite track on here, and Faith also has that really like good, really cool development as the track progresses. Yeah, I mean this is again, for me personally, Cure has a lot of different sides and facets, I think, to their sound, to their feel. It's not, it's not a band that just sounds one way,
right?
But this has a lot of what I love about Cure. So yeah, this one is is up there for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you just kind of echo what I'm going to say on these track by tracks. Holy Hour, super droney, jangly. Smith's vocals are more pained. The backing vocals, what do I have here? The backing vocals, very prominent bass. Again, this is where the bass starts to ramp up even more into the sound, and we're using that 6-string bass, so there's a poppy snappiness to it that sets the tone throughout a lot of these songs. Primary was the big single, was the single release, very Cure-like, and I use the words, you were talking about higher BPM. I use the descriptive term snappy. There's a snappiness to it, a poppiness. Pop, not as in pop music, but as in popping, driving. That Gallup bass, Simon Gallup bass, which he's one of those guys from that scene that was just he just has a sound. It's him. Mick Karn from Japan, very similar poppy snappiness to their bass playing that is driving a lot of these songs. It's the basis for these songs to be propelled along, is that snappy, bouncy, intense bass line. Other voices, super catchy chorus. That chorus is so good. And again, that I'm surprised this wasn't the single. It's just to me, listening to this album, that was the song that I immediately would have been like, well, that's the single. But it wasn't. All Cats Are Great, dreary, ambient, no guitar, cool synth textures, very chilled, very atmospheric piano-led piece. Love it. Funeral Party, swirling, lush synths, and oh god, I need to start. This is why I need my laptop, so I can put my notes on my phone and read them off my phone instead of trying to read my writing. This is my writing.
That's better than mine. So
it's fucked.
It gets worse as the years go by, I find.
This is why
it's definitely getting worse because I'm lazy. I just do shit that's real, and I mix. What do they call it when you write? What do you call it when you write like a block like E as opposed to a cursive E? What do they?
Print, just print.
Yeah, print. When you print the letters, I mix print and cursive.
I do that
in my writing. It's bizarre. Like my F's all have the big loop on the bottom, and the G's are real super. And it's like I'm the sloppiest. Oh, it pisses me off. Anyway, Plaintive Smith vocals on this one. Love the Funeral Party. Doubt, upbeat, very prominent bass. Probably my least favorite track on this album, to be honest with you. It's kind of the one that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb for me on this album. Drowning Man, dense, precursor of what's to come. Lots of atmosphere. I fucking love that song. I love the last two songs because that's the Cure I love right there. Dreary and Forlorn for Faith. And I say, this is the Cure that I love. The bass is always setting the tone. This album is an 8.5 for me out of 10. The lyrics on this album are super crushing. By that I mean emotionally crushing. They're just intense. I don't listen these days as an older guy. I don't pay as much attention to the lyrics. I hear them, but I don't often internalize them like I did as someone that was Maddie's age, where I hung on every word that Geddy Lee was singing in a Rush song or Rick Emmett was singing in a Triumph song. I don't pay attention. Now I look at vocals a lot more, probably because I listen to a lot of death and black metal where you can't understand what they're saying most of the time.
Yeah,
anyways.
that might have something to do.
I think that has a lot to do with it. Yeah, I become lazy. I become a lazy listener. 8.5 out of 10. We got to talk about one EP though that's connected with this. We got to talk about Carnage Visors, which is a pretty important thing. It's about a 28-minute track that's just one musical piece, and it's music to accompany Rick Gallups, who is Simon Gallup's brother. Film that would play instead of an opening band. Cool. You have the tape.
It came out as a double album for a little while, like a double cassette. And that's the only way I think that's the only way it was available for a while.
It was. You're right. They had just re-released it in 2021 as a standalone CD, but it is on here. It's on this. Yeah.
Yes,
so
finally.
If you want to get it, you get this 2005 reissue. It's got, just real quick, we didn't really talk about this, but I'll blast this out fast. But on the second disc, you got the album remastered, or not remixed, just remastered. But on the second disc, 80 to 81, you've got Faith. A lot of these are home instrumental demos. Doubt, Drowning, The Holy Hour, Primary. There's a song here called Going Home Time from Morgan Studio guide vocal outtake, the violin song, a normal story. Those are 3 tracks that never came out before. Other voices, which is live, Faith live, a bunch of live stuff, and then Forever is a song from this period, which was a live track, and then the Charlotte Sometimes single is on this as well as the Carnage visors. So, Carnage visors are really cool, man. That's, to me, that's kind of like the template for Pornography. It's just got that drony, dreary, doomy. This is kind of like Funeral Doom before Funeral Doom was a thing, It's just this kind of like washy guitar, bass, drum, synth thing, all instrumental. And again, it was something, it's very hypnotic, very dirgy. It's something you could put on the headphones, close your eyes, lay back, and just, sink into the music.
I used to put it on to go to sleep when I was
Did you really?
Yeah, it was like before New Age became a thing, right?
Yeah, it's forlornly haunting.
Like ASMR in 1990.
Yeah, ASMR, exactly. Yeah, it's
Yes.
it's forlornly haunting, weirdly serene, but still ominous. It has an ominous overtone, but it's not threatening. It's not like, you don't feel like you're listening to a horror movie soundtrack. You just feel like you're kind of drifting in space listening to this. But yet it's not Hawkwind. It's The Cure doing this long jam, essentially, is what it is. So if you want to find that, you can find it on here. You can find it, I believe, in 21. It was reissued alone, or you can try to find one of those tapes like Angel has. That's probably worth some money, I would imagine. I don't know if that was easily come by or not.
It was easy back then, but
back
I
then,
don't
sure.
know anymore. I'm sure most of them are broken by now.
Yeah, that's
Because
why I hate
they
tape.
don't last very long.
Maddie, you didn't listen to this, right?
Actually, I think I did. So with Spotify, I typically go to the deluxe version so I can get like demos and like the whole shebang. So yeah, that's the like 27-minute track.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So
Yeah.
you did listen to it. Okay, cool.
Like a long jam, sort of, as you were.
Yeah, it's a long sort of swirling, textural sort of thing that, it's pretty cool. But did you listen to that, Serge, or do you have any
Yeah, I
thoughts?
did. Only today, but that's actually I was getting ready. But yeah, it has that like, it's one of those where it's like very subtly developing.
Yeah.
Where you don't notice it at the time as it changes, but then, so yeah, it's pretty cool piece of music.
Yeah, it's a building atmospheric track, and
And I can see how it fits with with that album.
It's kind of dark. It's kind of dark ambient goth style, if you will. But yeah, that's one to look at. That's pretty important in the pantheon there. So, all right, we're gonna move on to Pornography. I'm gonna show you my copy here. Again, one of the fiction reissues with the slipcase. Real quick on this one, you've got boy, I can barely read that. Break, Demise. These are studio demos, by the way. Break, Demise, Temptation, The Figurehead, The Hanging Garden, 100 Years. Those are all studio demos. Airlock, the soundtrack. Cold Live, A Strange Day Live, Pornography Live, All Mine Live, A Short-Term Effect Live. There's some good shit on here. Siamese Twins Live, and Temptation. Boy, I can't read that. Something with something guitars studio demo. I can't, the writing is almost impossible to read, particularly when you're old like me. So, the album came out May 3rd, 1982 on Fiction. It was produced by Phil Thornley, I think it is. Thornley. Recorded at Robert Smith. Recorded at RAK Studios. Let's see. Lal Tolhurst switches to the synths and keyboards for this album. Simon Gallup. What do I read here? Boy, I cannot read my writing. God damn it. Well, I can't. But between this and and the prior album, Charlotte Sometimes, comes out, backed with Splinter in Her Head, points to the direction The Cure and Smith were headed in. Apparently during this period of time, and Angel, I might be stealing your thunder a tiny little bit, but you can speak more to it. Smith was pretty depressed between 81 and 82, felt like suicide, and he decided to write about this. He decided to write this album instead as a personal statement about where his head was at the time. I got a note here about Simon Gallup becomes. I can't read it. I'm sorry. That's terrible. Something to do with Simon Gallup. Maybe you know what was going on there. So go ahead. Give me your thoughts on this album.
All right. So you covered the Robert end, but so I'll cover the Lull end in terms of where his head is at right now.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said before, right at the end of the circus tour, his mother dies, and Lull has never really had a relationship with his father. His father is an abusive alcoholic, so even though they've lived in the same home, things have never really been good. So his mother is really the only family positive family he's ever had. So he's lost. Robert's lost. I don't know much about where Simon's head is, but he's in this band now with two people that are pretty miserable. And from what I know about Simon has always been a pretty big drinker. I'm sure they were at this point, all three of them, I know, doing a lot of drinking and drugs in the studio.
Cocaine.
Yeah, and I'm sure whatever it was. Mm-hmm. So they weren't really in a great headspace. They've just toured with this super heavy album, and now they're going to record this album that Robert wrote about not committing suicide, I guess. They are in Rack Studios. There was an interesting bit of trivia, I thought, for your gear people. The owner of the studio, Mickey Most, would bring little random gifts down to the band to amuse them. And at one point, he brought down the guitar that Jimmy Page used on Stairway to Heaven, which I looked up, and it was either a Harmony Sovereign H1260 acoustic guitar or a Fender Electric 12 string.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I thought that was a really cool piece of trivia. I looked all over to see whether there was any evidence, whether it was used on any of the songs on this album, and I could not find any. Okay. But I'd love to know. That would be a really cool thing. I also thought that you mentioned earlier not being crazy about the way the drums sounded on some of the early stuff.
Yeah.
And I wrote down, I copied down actually a couple of quotes from Lull about specifically how the drums were recorded on this album, and I thought you might be interested in hearing about that. So he says the drum sound was obtained by putting the kit in the large recording room, and this is like in a house type right. Removing all the acoustic shields, so there was an immense natural reverb. I had my own sticks made to my own specifications, so they were basically thicker in the middle and thinner in each end, giving them a great throw or power, whichever way I chose to use them. For most of the album, I turned the sticks over and used the thicker end to play the snare, which I had bought from John Bradbury of the Specials. It was a military snare 10 inches deep, as opposed to the usual 4 or 6 inch deep snare drum. The combined effect of all this was to make a huge crack with every snare beat. And if you think of the beginning of Cold, this makes perfect sense. Like the drum beat at the beginning of Cold that opens like with the cello, you can hear the cracking of that he's describing. He says many of the cymbal crashes I overdubbed later in a separate room of the studio that had just been built. It didn't have any acoustic padding or finished walls built in it and was just a bare concrete box. He used his Ray Manchinese cymbal, and he blames that session for the start of his hearing loss.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I liked the detail on that because every bit of that you can hear on this album. So
yeah, well, especially the lead off track right away. It's in your face. And I mean, I do like the recording on this album in particular. It's not just the Cure's drums of this era that I'm not crazy about. It's kind of that's the 80s. You know, I mean, you were either using that super tinny reverby drum sound or you were using a drum machine, and I hate drum machines, so for the most part. But yeah, go ahead and get into a track by track there on that.
Okay, 100 Years, a classic. This is a fantastic, in your face. This is the album of confrontation. They intended for this album to confront the audience. It was Robert Smith calls this album a fuck you. He meant it that way, and you can hear it that way. I think there was part of them that kind of intended to provoke the audience to throw things at them if they wanted to. I think that's how they felt about themselves, right? Mm-hmm. You know, people do weird things when they feel like crap, so they'll provoke audience to throw things at them. 100 Years is definitely that kind of in your face. And to this day, when they perform it in a very confrontational way. They have screens behind them that show images of genocide and just violent war scenes. And
oh wow,
yeah, and it's been the same for years and years and years and years.
Right.
And you know, it's just to sort of make people look at ugly things, and that's what this song is still about for them. A Short-Term Effect, I think, is still carrying that same torch. I think it's almost an extension of the same song. The Hanging Garden is about a real place, and Robert's experience visiting this place. I think he was just responding to that. I used to love that song, but it's not really one of my favorites. Siamese Twins is a beautiful song. It's a desperate song. There's something about Siamese Twins that is stark, and like the pain in Siamese Twins is palpable.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to me that of all the non-singles in their catalog, this is one that actually turns up in their sets still.
Okay.
Now and again. And this and The Figurehead as well. The Figurehead more, well, actually, no, I guess I would go maybe 50-50. Because it just seems like such a vulnerable song. And I remember they played this at the very first Cure show I ever went to.
Oh wow, cool.
Yeah, and
which was when? What was your first show?
It wasn't until '93 on the Wish.
Okay.
And you know, by then I was dying because I had, you know, I discovered them in '89 and I dove into them. And, you know, at that age, you know, I was like, what, 14, 15. And, you know, every day is like, it really important, you know, and by 93, I had devoured their whole catalog and couldn't wait.
Yeah.
But I had missed the prayer tour because I was too young to travel to Boston from Maine.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
By the time they got back to shooting distance for me, I couldn't stand it anymore. And I remember a friend of mine from my school who had a car and was not older than me still, drove me down. She was not a fan, but she did it because she was a friend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Drove me down to Boston to see them. And she still jokes about having claw marks in her arm from me holding on to her,
grabbing her during the show.
No, from the beginning, because they had this long. They always do like. There's like before they come out, they'll play like some music and whatever.
Right.
And it felt like 6 hours.
Oh, right. Okay.
Like, I guess I just kept telling her. I remember telling her, "Make them come out, Cindy. Make them come out."
Well, I mean, it's kind of you said they had this long intro sort of thing. That's started with Carnage visors. So,
yes,
I mean, that's kind of been their MO, is to do this sort of introductory mood setting, sort of thing. But so
I was in no mood for setting.
Yeah, you just wanted to see him play. What? So how old were you when you first saw them? 93?
90, yeah, so 74, like 19.
19?
No, I couldn't have been. Because maybe I was. It must have been the first summer I came home from college. Yeah, so 19.
That's cool, man. That's so cool. And you saw him at the garden? Where at? The garden?
Well, it would have been, I think, no, it was called Great Woods then. No, it was indoors. So maybe it was what they used to call the Boston Garden.
Boston Gardens. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, that would be what would have been the big arena there.
Or no, what's the city with the weird name? And they used to have another big civic center type place
in Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Everybody pronounces the name of it wrong.
Worcester.
Yes, it was the Worcester Centrum.
Nice. Hey, I just need to interject real quick. Mads, are you still good on time for a little bit yet?
You're muted.
I can't hear you. You're muted.
I do have to leave soon, like next 10-15 minutes.
Oh, that's
here,
quick.
Maddie, can you take over from here for Pornography? And I'll pick it up after. I'm going to go grab the drink.
Yeah, we'll come back to you to finish up. Mads, why don't you talk about these couple of albums that you really put a lot of time into, and then we'll let you get out of here.
So
go ahead.
Pornography is a favorite of mine. I did not get around to making too many like album notes, but I appreciate 100 Years. Beside it, I just have drums. So as someone who's not like grown up during the era of like 80s drums and feeling sort of a lack thereof in music today, I have like a really fond appreciation and affinity for like that
cool.
sort of,
That's awesome.
drum track sound. As much as I love acoustic drum sounds, I really appreciate the Cure's drum sounds.
Nice.
And then just the song Cold, like the first thing that like immediately took over me was like the haunting cello in the beginning. I really appreciate cello in any song, but especially in a Cure song, it just feels that much more, I don't know, like emphasized, if you will.
Awesome.
Yeah, so my notes are mostly on Disintegration and Head on the Door. Do you guys want me to just
go for it? Why don't you just talk about those albums, and we'll, you just give your observations on the things that you liked and pulled you in about this, and then we'll let you get out of here because I know you had plans for a little bit later. So
I appreciate it, and thank you guys for letting me sit in and absorb, as we said. So I will go with Head on the Door first. So in between days, I have synth harmonies. So I really appreciate the synth harmonies on that song. The song Blood, I have this sort of like flamenco-esque guitar on that song. I really appreciated. It was sort of something I've never heard from The Cure before. So
yeah, you did it before then. Yeah.
Right. It felt sort of out of place, but yet like so like, pertinent to that song. So I appreciated the flamenco-esque guitar with the classic 80s drum hit and how they complement each other really well. Let's see. Oh, and I really appreciated the lyrical elements of Blood. I feel like it was very potent with what they were addressing, sort of perhaps like religious and non-religious matters. Let's see here. What else do I have? 6 Different Ways. I said probably one of my favorite Cure songs ever. I just think it's such I just think it's such a fun song. So many cool rhythmic elements that like seem like they would be like counterproductive to each other, but actually work like so well because of the way that the Cure, like, you know, is so talented at what they do.
You want to get pissed at your dad?
Please.
That's like my least favorite track on
No,
that album.
hey, that's awesome. I appreciate that.
Here's the thing: we all hear music different, right? So,
of course,
what affects one person may not affect another person. So, yeah. But hey, go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
Oh yeah, for sure. I said like on 6 different ways specifically. I appreciated like the drums being overlaid with like a steady beat. Like there's like sort of like bongos that come in, I think after the chorus or around the chorus. That again, like it's like seems like a counterproductive rhythm, but I actually really appreciate the complexity of these like sort of combating rhythms that somehow mesh really well together. Let's see, what else do I have? Close to Me. Yeah, it kind of has the same vibe of 6 different ways, which I appreciated. A Night Like This.
So good.
Yeah. I said I loved the lyrical, angsty honesty of that song. So I'm at the point now where it's like I've listened to The Cure enough where sonically I've come to really appreciate them, but lyrically I'm like now like I suppose like paying closer attention, kind of like what you were mentioning before, Dad. I think like upon first impressions, when I'm like really getting into a band, it's like, can I sonically appreciate them? And then, you know, diving into that lyrical appreciation as well. This was one of those songs that really caught my attention. And I said, for A Night Like This, loved the saxophone at the end of the song. I'm a sucker for saxophone. Yep. So yeah, that was such like sugar on top. And let's see. Sinking is the last song on The Head on the Door, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. Yeah. Sinking, the bass line really sets the vibe of the song. This was one of those moments actually today when I was revisiting this album where I realized just like how essential, as you guys have said before, the bass is in The Cure, just with like establishing not only like the sonic like tone, but like the vibration, if you know what I mean, like of the song. And I really enjoyed the sort of plucked piano tone at the end, if you know what I'm talking about. It almost sounds like they're playing on like an old rusty piano. Yeah, super cool. Would you care to hear my notes on Disintegration as well?
Or? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So Head on the Door, definitely a big favorite of mine. And as I mentioned before, Disintegration was like the album that got me into The Cure. So let's see. To start, I said I love the fantastical elements in Plainsong. I never heard chimes in such a curious way. So there's like a lot of like chimes and I suppose like bells within this song. And I really appreciate this sort of soundscape that it creates. Let's see. I said I love the drums in Close Down. Builds this beautiful soundscape to play and like dance upon, which I feel like a lot of Cure songs do. They sort of create this like landscape that then, you know, Smith is the main singer, correct?
He's the only singer, yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
I mean, he's the lead vocalist, yeah.
The lead vocalist, yes. Yeah, like I feel like they create these scapes where he can sort of just, you know, dance around and dance within as far as like vocalizing goes. For Love Song, let's see what I said. Loved the overlaid melodies after the section that is I will always love you. The repetitions really captures, let's see. Oh yeah, this is sort of like an emotional aspect of the song, but I really appreciated how the repetition, like the lyrical repetition in this song, I don't know, I feel like sometimes in expressing love to somebody, the only way that you can like really express what you're meaning through words is just by saying it over and over again. And I really felt that. Let's see. With Lullaby, I really enjoyed like the groovy, funky, synthy beat.
Oh yeah.
Enjoy the sort of singing that Smith does in that song as well.
Yeah, he's
a fan of like Jim Morrison's like poetry singing, like talk singing stuff. So this kind of like reminded me of that a little bit.
Yep.
And let's see, Fascination Street.
Oh yeah.
I said, feels like the bass line in this one stole the show.
Well, of course it did.
Yeah, of course it did. As I'm learning throughout this, it seems like the bass line is this sort of, driving factor of the Cure for sure. The Same Deep Water.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I said, like, I really appreciated the sort of white noise and the sort of storm like scape that I'm not sure if it goes throughout the song, but especially at the end, it becomes this sort of thing that like, overtakes the ending. And for me, that really felt like you were almost like being like enveloped within the song, which I do a lot of times with the Cure, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially this,
like it's like a big Cure blanket I'm putting over me.
Yeah, and especially on this album, this album in particular, which we're gonna talk a lot about later.
Totally. Well, those are all my general thoughts. Yeah, appreciate you guys having me, and sorry for like the short fleeting time here, but
no, well, listen, I got homework for you, girl.
Please give it to me. I'm ready.
We're gonna do this, you and I. We're gonna do this band.
Okay, I'm here for it.
Okay, so that means you got to listen to all their albums. You got to take notes on all their albums deep. Okay, so start your homework. And I think Serge and I were talking about, we're kind of like, why didn't we ever do Pink Floyd? But the reason we didn't is primarily because I try to pick bands that nobody else does a lot of stuff on. But I think we got to do Floyd because that's Serge's favorite band, Chuck's favorite band, one of my favorite bands. I know it's one of your favorite bands. So would love to have you join us for The Cure. And, your sister's probably going to join me to do Nick Drake, which you'd be welcome to join too.
Oh, yes.
So we're, again, your
crack
dad
my heart right open. Why don't you?
What's that?
For Nick Drake, I said, crack my heart wide open. Why don't you?
Yeah. Now I just want to point out real quick before you go. Mm-hmm. Madison is living down in North Carolina. We won't say where exact, but she's down in North Carolina. She just got a really killer job that she really enjoys. She's doing really well with that. Super happy because I was very worried about that. Both my kids are doing very well, which is makes my heart swell. But Maddie is a killer musician. She's writing her own songs now. She's really starting to put together some absolutely amazing stuff. Serge has heard some of it. She sent me something else recently, Serge, I got to send you that is just fucking amazing. And the reason I'm not saying this because it's my daughter, I swear to God, because if she sucked, I would never bring it up. I just wouldn't say anything. But my daughter has the voice of an angel, but she can do so many cool things. Think Kate Bush. Think Liz Fraser from Cocteau Twins. This girl's got it. We're trying, because of my medical situation and health, I can't do what I'd like to do financially for her, but I got to get her somewhere to get her some real demos made because she's fucking amazing. And I'm not going to put you on the spot here, Serge, but you've heard some of what she does.
Maddie, your voice is beautiful. That's all I can tell you. So I definitely look forward to you, doing more of it. And
we got to get her a recording contract somewhere and get her, even if it's, we're not talking like, what's her name? Who's the Taylor? Is that her name? Taylor Swift?
That is one of
you can tell I don't
musician that exists.
Yeah,
yes.
You can tell I don't, but you can tell I don't listen to modern pop music at all. But we're not talking Taylor Swift, level stuff. But if she got there, I think it'd be cool. I don't know if that's really what you want though, to become like mega, stadium chick. You really are into your niche of doing singer-songwriter stuff with the piano and the guitar, and she's pretty much sort of taught herself guitar. I mean, I'm a guitar player, and I say this, and I think people think I'm being an arrogant prick. I am actually a pretty good guitar player. The problem is that unfortunately, I had to sell pretty much all my guitars. The one you saw is the only thing I have left, and it's beat to shit. This is a 1989 Ovation, and can you see that? See how it's cracked? So it's cracked. It needs a neck reset, and it's beat to fuck. So unfortunately, I can't, because of my medical issues, I can't really afford to get another one. but I would love to be able to help Maddie do stuff. So we're working on that. She has a fickle love-hate relationship with social media, but unfortunately this now the reality of it is that hey man, it's my show. It's my show. I talk about what I want on my show. We'll get back to the cure. Chill out. We're gonna.
Oh no, I was answering somebody's question. They were.
Oh, that's you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, that's you. I didn't know that was you. I thought it was somebody. I thought it was somebody. Every now and again, I'll get somebody to pop into the chat that bitches at me about going off on a tangent, which is.
Yeah, James asked what band we were talking about.
Oh, cool.
Just telling.
I didn't know that was you because
No
it said a
rush,
homesick.
no rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like my screen name.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Maddie back more in the future when her schedule allows.
A bit more prepared, I hope. But
no, that was fine. I didn't expect you. I knew there was no way with your new job and everything you had going on that you were going to be able to. We only kind of decided to do this a couple days ago. I knew you weren't going to be able to do it all. So I
really appreciate the space though to be here and like receive like not only the knowledge but like the way that Angel that you described like I suppose specifically it might have been 17 seconds or faith, but a celebration of sadness. I've been really like tapping into that with listening to The Cure, and it's been such a like a graceful happening in my life to be able to like dance with that, with where I'm at in my life, accepting sadness and celebrating it in my own way. So I appreciate talking music with fellow music aficionados. It was lovely talking with both of you guys. Yes, nerdos.
Music nerds.
Whatever your preferred title.
I just got one thing to say. I love this kid with all my heart. She knows it, and she's my baby. She's my baby girl, and she's my soul connection, man. When it comes to music, we're very in tune a lot of the time, and we talk tunes for hours sometimes. Literally, we'll get on the phone and we'll get into the regular shit of the day and spend 5 minutes on. Then we're like, hey, did you check out Love Forever Changes? How about that? Remember that one?
Iconic record in my 23rd year on Earth. Very grateful for that record.
So she's gotten to do a lot of cool stuff, and we'll see what the future holds. But not kidding, I really hope there's a day I can unleash some of her demos and music on my music nerd friends, because a few of them have been lucky enough to hear it, like Serge, and it's pretty impressive stuff. So love you, baby.
Love you too, Angel. Lovely to meet you. Serge, good to see you again.
I look forward to hearing some of your music.
Yes, me as well. Hopefully soon. We'll see what that means, but maybe next couple of years. Bye, guys.
All right, sweetie. Love you, baby.
See ya.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, there you go. That was freaking so cool. Thank you for bearing with me on that. So, Andrew, did you want to go back to lock down pornography quick?
The only one I really want to point out is, well, I talked a little bit about Cold already, but that it is it shows the coming use of a lot of different instruments, right? So they've been pretty tight in terms of the number of people in the band. Band is going to get bigger, but then not just the band itself, but also they're going to start using more and more instruments in the mix. Robert himself threw that cello line in the beginning, in the opening of Cold, that I think is just such an iconic opening, and I love that. I love that song. Pornography is just a really angry song. Probably one of the ugliest lyrics out there. I think if you were singing that song on the street, somebody might call a hospital for you. It's some pretty mean stuff, but it's an intense song, and I love it. I think that again, this is an album that I think doesn't have any turds on it. They're all good. It's just levels of good. So that's it for me. No, I don't hear you.
Jeff, you're muted, maybe. Or what's going on with my camera?
I can't hear you.
Nope, still muted. Nope.
He's leaving and coming back.
All right. I assume he means for me to jump in there for now.
Yeah, throw in your 2 cents about pornography.
So it's funny because you kind of took what I basically wrote. I literally wrote this album was confrontation. So, and I guess that's that's not a unique point of view there. You know, basically the other words I had is, you know, you're challenging the you know, the audience and making them uncomfortable in places, and that's kind of how I felt of this. But in a, you know, in an interesting and you know, I think.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
you're.
I don't know what happened. I bounced out a quick to check something. When I came back, I couldn't connect. So go ahead, Serge. Sorry.
Yeah. So in terms of highlights for me, you know, again, starting off right off the bat, 100 years. It again, you said in your face, and you know, the all the things I kind of had written down, but that's, you know, a standout track for me. The figurehead, love the bass on that, is another one. Strange Day, and you know, my favorite track by far is Cold. I mean, Cold is so good. Again, you kind of covered most of the things I want to say, but yeah, I think it's a challenging album, but in a good way. And dark, you know.
So you rank this one pretty high up the catalog.
Yeah, it's definitely in, you know, an upper half. I don't necessarily turn to it because it's not easy listening. You know what I mean? So you have to be, I think, in the right headspace for it.
Yeah,
unless it's Cold, because I can listen to Cold at any time. But you know,
this is so bizarre. Again, lending itself to the statement that we all hear things differently. Cold is my least favorite track on here, like by a lot. I hadn't listened to this in a while. Man, the minute 100 Years kicks in, it's just wow, 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 wow. You're just like, it drags you in, man. And it's got that, you know, it's got that driving, pounding sort of rhythm to it, almost an industrial vibe to the song in a lot of ways. You've got the Sisters of Mercy vibe to it, you know, that kind of, again, that thumping sort of bass, haunting, kind of chaotic, kind of scary in a weird way. That song is. It has almost this ominous. This whole album has this omnipresent feeling of claustrophobia to it. You just feel like you walked into a haunted house that you can't escape from in a weird way. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Creepy Anonymous, glorious top 5 track for me for 100 Years. A short-term effect, trippy, psychedelic, swirling, but that drum beat drives you to a feeling of claustrophobia. Hanging Garden. Was this a single?
I think so. Yeah, there was a video for it.
The single makes, let's just say, bass driven. Oh, the synth and bass interplay on this is super cool. Love this song, man. I mean, I love that song, Hanging Garden. This is so good. Again, a top probably 10 track for me. Siamese Twins, stellar. Yeah, God, man, this is my worst one, guys. I was taking so many notes while I was listening, and I'm laying down as I'm taking notes because I have issues with being upright a lot because of dysautonomia. And man, my writing is just pure shit on this. I apologize for this. The guitar figure at the end of this song is super cool on Siamese Twins. Very very something about darkness. So it's a fave. This is a favorite track of mine. Figurehead feels like this Figurehead feels like a Disintegration track. There's something about that song that just has a Disintegration track, but especially with the craziness in the production, um, that cool guitar figure after the verse is really, really, I love that. Strange Day, love this tune. That's another great one there. Considered their dreariest along with this album considered their dreariest, doomiest along with Distortion and the Goth classics. This is also where they started. I think this is where they started teasing their hair up a lot. Prior to this, right? I mean, this is when they started doing the smeared makeup and the, like almost like they just rolled out of bed, 5 seconds before they jumped on stage. Cold, probably my least favorite track. It's kind of repetitive. That's probably why. Dark, ominous foreboding on a strange day. And the Pornography, that's another fade. That slide guitar on it, man, where he starts going crazy with the slide guitars, wicked. Otherworldly, haunting, unsettling feeling. Tribal drums on Pornography. It's got that real, just that driving rhythm. Here's what I think I was trying to get at. I have a different note down here. Tensions between Gallup and Smith led to a fist fight in France. They both left. They both literally left the tour. And Smith's father's like, "Hey, you got people out there bought tickets for this tour. Get the fuck back out there. You can't walk away from this." Okay. I believe then they talked Gallup into coming back to finishing the tour, although the tensions were really bad. And I believe he leaves after this. We'll get to that in a minute. Dave Hill from NME is the music publicator calls the sound of Pornography Phil Spector in hell. If you know who Phil Spector is, he did that giant sound like that you hear on like All Things Must Pass. That massive wall of sound is Phil Spector. Dave Hill calls it Phil Spector in hell. That makes a lot of sense. I love that quote because it does sound like that. It's like a wall of sound, but it's from hell. It's not from heaven. It's not a pleasant sound in a lot of ways. This album's a 9.75 for me. I love this album. It's
specific.
What's that?
So specific.
Well, I didn't want to go full 10 because I got one that's coming up that is a 10. Okay. So actually, it's 11. Can you do 11? This one goes to 11. All right. So next up, we've got any final thoughts on Pornography? We're good. All right. We're at the top, which I do not have. Do you have that one, Angel?
I do. I have that one. I know, actually.
Cool.
Let me see.
Why don't you show that one? I'm going to give a little historical data, and you can rip into it. Cool. The top came out May 4th. Remember that May is one of their favorite album times to drop out. May 4th, 1984, on Fiction and Sire Records. Production is Chris Perry, David Allen, and Robert Smith. Recorded at Genetic Garden Studios and Trident Studios. Cure as a band basically come to an end after Pornography. Only Smith and Tolhurst was left because Gallup did split. This is the start of a major transitional phase in their writing and their sound. They go from this dark, ominous, quote-unquote gothy, industrial sort of vibe to a much more pop-sounding sound. This one went to number 10 in the UK charts. And Angel, go ahead and real quick. Smith recorded Blue Sunshine with a collab with Stephen. I'm not going to be able to pronounce his last. Severin, I think it is, of Susie and the Banshees. I think it was the bass player and main songwriter. So they did that album Blue Sunshine. I'd never heard it. Do you have that? Do you know that one, Angel?
Oh yeah, the glove is fantastic.
Is it? Okay. Or it's called The Glove. That's right. They were called Blue Sunshine. There you go. Oh, nice. I'm going to have to get that. It should be noted that Hyena from Susie's plus the top. This is a trio. I'm sorry. Is this the time that he joined Susie, like before this?
I don't know. I never really got a handle on that.
I believe that he played as a touring guitar player with them prior to this album, and then at this point it's a trio of Smith Tolhurst and Andy Anderson on drums comes in. Tolhurst is playing the keys, Andy Anderson is playing drums, Smith is playing keyboards, guitars, bass, and doing vocals. So go ahead, talk about the top.
Well, before we talk about the top, there's that handful of singles.
Oh
that
yeah.
are really significant.
Yeah, go into those.
They end up collecting them into I call it an extended EP, but it's really an album in its own called Japanese Whispers.
Yes. I don't have that. Show that and talk about it. I did not review that, so I'm not going to talk about it, but I know about it. I think some of the stuff is on Connect the Dots. Oh, nice.
Well,
yeah, I don't have that. I need to get
from
that.
my purse when I was a kid. So the band fell apart after Pornography. Robert Smith disappeared with Mary and had a little vacation. They all went their separate ways. Lol had a girlfriend. They went off and did their own vacation, and Simon was out of the band. So Robert goes into the studio and calls Lol and says, "Do you want to come in and just work on some stuff?" The drum machine and keyboards at the time are evolving really quickly. There's new models coming out all the time. And like the big thing right now at this time in the 80s is like using all these new sounds, like experimenting with them, finding out what they can do, pushing them to new limits. And the one thing I guess that Lowell got from his father was this interest in technology, new technologies. So he's been kind of up on that. So he invests in a New England digital synclavier, which is a what Vintage Synth Explorer website describes as a, quote, wildly expensive digital sampling synthesizer reserved for the most successful musicians, commercial studios, and sound designers. So basically, he just throws caution to the wind. His band has completely fallen apart, and he says, "You know what? I'm going top of the line, and I'm going to invest in a whole new future for this band." So, did I pronounce something wrong?
No, I think he's talking about something up
okay.
the in this. There's people talking amongst themselves.
Oh, okay. But if you listen to the next set of singles, you can see it ends up being a really great investment, because he takes a basic synthesizing class. He takes some keyboarding lessons. Robert asks him, "Hey, can you just focus on that?" You know, probably doesn't say out loud, "You've never been the best drummer anyway. Why don't we think about getting a different drummer in the future? And for right now, you just do synths." So they start coming up with this really synth forward sound. At the same time, Chris Perry has sort of thrown down the gauntlet and say, "I dare you to write a pop song." Because frankly, he hasn't been super excited about the fact that they haven't had any really big hits. Forrest did well.
Right. That was the big one.
But it wasn't, that last album wasn't packed with singles.
No.
Before, on Faith, they had only gotten Primary, and that peaked at 43 in the UK. So he really would like to make some money, I think. So he, knowing Robert, he decides to throw it out there as a, "I dare you to do this." So Robert,
Angel, that's a good point. Let me just interject for 1 second. That's a good point. They've now put out 4 albums, and other than The Forest, which was a top 40 hit, they really haven't had that giant hit. And really, outside of the UK and a little bit in Europe, they're not really known. They're not really well known in the United States. They're not hitting the airwaves in the States yet. And so that's I'm glad you brought that up. That's a great point to point out to folks.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, Perry has invested a lot of money, and I don't think I think he's making his money back, but he's not making money.
Money. Yeah, he's not making money.
So I think he knows Robert's psyche, and he knows that if he pisses Robert off enough, Robert will give him what he wants. So he says, I dare you to write just a pop single. And he finally gets under Robert's skin, and Robert and Lull are in the studio working with all this new stuff. And he has just written the ultimate dark fuck you album. And he says, really, at this point, I don't know how else to tell the world to fuck off, but to just, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. Like, I'm going to do the most ridiculous things I can possibly think about. So that's what he does. And he starts writing these, what he thinks of as, formulaic pop, like what does he think a pop song should sound like? And out comes, I think the first one that the first one they do is Let's Go to Bed. And they work with Tim Pope, who they've worked with before, to make, or no, I think Tim Pope, this is the first time they work with him, yes. And Tim Pope comes in to make a video because they haven't been happy with any of their other ones. And they make a video and it goes beautifully. Because what's happening with MTV right now is MTV is starting to really, really catch on. But they don't have enough new content to play every day. They're not
right.
They can't refresh fast enough. So basically, if you can get a decent video to them, they will put it on, and they'll put it on a lot.
You know what? I'm so glad you brought this up because this is my senior year in high school. This is wait a minute, 84. Yeah, May of 84. This is my senior year of high school. And I distinctly remember in 1983, which I believe was it 82 or 83 that MTV popped out.
Oh, that's a good question.
The Buggles might have been a little earlier than that. Will you look that up, Serge? The Buggles was the first video, and I can't remember what year that, like MTV, that was when that popped out.
81.
81. Okay, 81. So I remember very distinctly in 82 that was when I first could drive in 1982. I was a sophomore in high school. I was 16. And I remember distinctly going to a party that one of the kids at my school who was pretty rich. He had like the giant house, where we lived in the burbs in a small place. He lived in this sort of mansion-y place. And they had cable and they had MTV. And I remember distinctly in 82 seeing the Buggles video. But you're right. They had very few videos to play. They just recycled the same 50 video or 30 or 40 videos. They just played that shit over and over again. So if you got in early on this with a good video, that was what was going to break you.
And in fact, it did, right? All of a sudden they had a new audience in America that they'd never had before. And when they got to America to play, they found out that there were girls in the audience that they'd never had before. Their audience was like 99% men because they'd come up through the UK punk scene, even though they weren't punk, but that's how they'd come up. They never really had girls in the audience before. So when they get to the US, they've got this this hit with Let's Go to Bed and this video where they're like super cute. And then later on, they've got Love Cats after that, and they're playing with like stuffed cats. They were supposed to use real cats, but the cats were jerks. So they got taxidermied cats to play with instead. And
I don't think I've ever seen that.
What was that?
I don't think I've ever seen that video.
It's really funny. It's really cute. So the girls go crazy for them, and they get to California and they walk out and girls are going, ah, and they just had no idea that was going to happen. Lull remembers that as being like the super exciting moment when they knew they were going to break it, that they were going to, go to the top, and it was wonderful. And Robert remembers it as being, devastating and embarrassing. So how that went, I don't know. But yeah, so Japanese Whispers collected all these singles that they did during this time where they really weren't sure if the Cure existed anymore. So they were just sort of releasing one song at a time. We'll see what happens. One song, one video, one song, one video. And like you were saying, even at this time, record companies weren't that interested in, weren't so interested in an album as they were just, selling singles, making hits. And now all of a sudden the Cure was doing that, except there was technically no band, right? That was a little bit of a problem.
Right.
But they pulled it together, and like you said, they got really some session players. Andy was technically never in the Cure. Phil Thornley was never technically in the Cure. They toured after this. They toured with the Top, but they never technically joined. I didn't know that until I was doing research for this.
Well, I guess Andy Anderson got into some kind of confrontation with a hotel person. He trashed a hotel room and he got racial, and that's why they fired him after that. So I don't know if they were official members or if they were more, like you said, just touring members, I think.
Yeah, that happened twice. I mean, I think the first time he was racially profiled, so it wasn't his fault. Mm-hmm. The second time they weren't sure whether he was racially profiled, but there was more damage, and I think and he did end up in jail again, and they just said they couldn't deal with that.
Right.
Yeah. So he ended up leaving of the band's accord, but then I think, Phil left of his own accord because he had his own solo career going at the time, and they offered him a spot in the band, and he said no. So they were kind of shocked about that. But because he said no is why Simon came back.
Okay. All right.
That he said no, and Robert was in the middle of reconciling with Simon anyway, and that's how he got him back.
Yeah, and then I guess they fired Andy Anderson, and they brought in Boris Williams then, who was the long-standing drummer for a long time.
And he wasn't supposed to be. Actually, they brought in somebody else first, just as a fill-in, and then he just couldn't stay long, but he was a great fit. Then Boris was only supposed to be temporary because he was still active member of Thompson Twins.
Oh, that's right. He was in.
He was only on loan.
Right.
And they poached him. It's probably not very nice, but he ended up being so good. He was like my favorite. He was my favorite drummer until like last year.
He's a killer drummer too, man. Really, really good. So. Hey, real quick, just want to say one thing. The old man over here, or that way, I guess, he's worried we're going to be going till like 6 a.m. So I guess we'll have to move. I'll move things a little bit along. So why don't you get into the tracks here, and we'll just knock this. We'll get moving a little bit quicker. Now that Maddie's gone, I think we can streamline it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you and I could probably talk about this till like 9 a.m. tomorrow, probably.
Yes.
Since I took a 5-hour nap, drank a little bit of coffee, I'm pretty wired on caffeine. So, but the guy that has
for 14 hours, so we don't have to do that. But the Top, the Top has also at times been my favorite album. This album is close to my heart because it's not what it seems. Everything is not what it seems on this album, right? It's like the psychedelic, crazy world, right? Where you hear like what you're hearing in the music is not what you're hearing in the lyrics. If it sounds happy, the lyrics are brutal. If it sounds brutal, the lyrics are funny. There's something off everywhere. And there's just so much chaos on this album. I adore it. And there's a lot of power in places. There's lightness and airiness in places. I think it highlights all of the best that the Cure has to offer, and I think its most underrated album by a mile.
You guys are gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me.
My
review on this one is not. Angel's like, all right, fuck it, I'm out of here. I'm not sticking around anymore.
No. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. It's good shit, man.
I probably need to like get this one because I don't own this one, and I know this is one that they reissued in the
spend time with it.
Right.
This is definitely a spend time with this album, and I think you had mentioned earlier. I don't know if we were on yet, but you mentioned that you didn't like Blood Flowers, and Blood Flowers.
No, I like Blood Flowers. No, it's the last two that I struggle with.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
And Wild Mood.
I think is also one you have to spend time with.
Yeah, Wild Mood Swings. I hate that thing. That's terrible.
Okay, yeah, we'll get there, right? All right. So Shake Dog Shake, fantastic. I don't think you need to say too much about it, except it's just like super powerful. Bird Mad Girl, I think like Lil Tallest has a songwriter credit on that. So it's good to see him making a contribution there, because from here his contributions are going to be going down and down and down until we don't see him anymore after Disintegration. I'll just highlight the ones that really talk to me. I mean, Give Me It is a beautiful mess. I love Give Me It. It's one of my favorites. I think Porl might have done the sax on Give Me It. Yes, he did the sax on Give Me It. He also did some guitar on this. He's not officially in the band yet, but he did come into the studio and do a little bit now and then. But the reason why I showed you so much of this album when I held it up, like the inside and the outside, is because I think that this is really the pinnacle of the collaboration between his art studio and his work with The Cure. He had an art studio called Parched Art, who did a lot of The Cure's art, and the work that he did around the top, and also with Wish, is some of the best stuff I think they did together. I have the tattoo of the symbol for Porl's. I can't show it to you. There
we go. Oh, nice.
But if you look on some of the Cure's like wackier artwork, you'll see this little teacup on the bottom, and it refers to Porl's art company called Parched Art, and they did some beautiful collaborations, and there's so much beautiful art on the top. I had to show it to you.
Cool.
So it's nice to see him back at this point. The Caterpillar is a single from this album. Really fun piano line in this. It's very light. It's one of their most famous songs. Interesting bit about the Caterpillar is that it has this squeaking sound in it that sounds like a violin that's being played really poorly. And that's supposed to be the sound of the caterpillar's wings, like, but it's not. It's actually, it is not made from a string instrument. It is Andy playing his leather trousers with his hands.
Huh.
Oh.
Really?
I guess he had a knack for it. It's something that he always did. So they decided to put that on the track. And it kind of was an aha moment for me, because I've never been able to figure out why they could not accomplish that live. It never sounds good. And now I get it. Like, nobody has the right pants.
Aha.
So now I know.
Gitanos or Levi's? You choose, right?
I don't know. Or maybe they don't have the right hands. I don't know.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
So Banana Fish Bones, I think, is a lot of fun. And then the top is really... Then the top just gets bleak again, right? Like all of a sudden, like you've had this crazy, wacky psychedelic album, and then it ends on this super bleak note.
Yeah, it does.
But I love it. I feel like it's The Cure, like winking at you, right? Like we were just fucking with you the whole time, and like we're still here. You know who we are, and what do you think we're gonna do next? And I like that. So yeah, I love the top.
You rate this one pretty highly, then?
Yes.
The favorite of yours. Okay.
Smiley face for sure.
Nice. Serge, what do you got on this one? Curious. Is there going to be in between, or?
So first of all, I want to ask: does anybody know why it was called the top?
No.
I don't. I'm just asking.
No.
But one Angel mentioned that they did that one tour, like in a little circus big top thing. that made me think like this this is the album that should have been played on that tour.
Yeah, I don't know, and I didn't dig that deep into it.
Because this feels like a show, you know what I mean? There's a
like
lot
a circus,
going on
Big Top,
here.
like a circus.
Yeah.
This is the Cure circus.
It's kind of theatrical in a way, and you know, again, they expanded musically in terms of instrumentation. There's a lot more going on. So I don't know. It does feel like kind of a bit of a show. In terms of standouts for me, Wailing Wall was one. I love that kind of organ. Well, again, I don't know exactly what they're playing, but what sounds to me like organ for me.
Flute. There's flute on here.
Dressing Up was one. Is another one, right? Where they have organ and flute, pan flute, whatever it is. Banana Fish Bones is actually kind of a really fun track for me. There's a part of it that kind of makes me feel like B-52s, you know what I mean, in terms of vibe. And then yeah, it's like and then the top comes on. It's like, okay, the show's over. You know what I mean? That's kind of how this whole thing feels to me. So when Angel was describing that tour, I was like, this is that's how I imagine it. You know, it would be playing this album. So another thing, in Give Me It, I feel like, again, maybe that's just my interpretation, but there's a bit of like a proto like Nine Inch Nails feel in there. I almost feel like Trent could have listened.
Which song?
Give Me It.
And the lyrics are grotesque. I mean, to go with your circus, but it's grotesque. Give Me It.
Yeah, that one's the one that has more. That's probably the most punky sounding song on the album. It's got that frenetic sort of punk energy. I'll rip into this real quick so we can move along a little bit for Serge's sake. Shake Dog Shake, great opener, very heavy but less doomy and oppressive than prior stuff. But for The Cure, very, very heavy. Awesome. Okay? So it's not all bad, Angel. It's not all bad. Some of it gets a little bad for me. But Bird Mad Girl, pop with a weirdness, a quirkiness to it. Spanish guitar is so un-Cure-like, but again, another good track. Wailing Wall, reminiscent of Faith and Pornography. Psychedelic, the flute, man, I love flute in any, I'm a prog dude. So flute, I'm a sucker. I'm already in generally. So I really like that song. Give Me It. Man. Frenetic and unhinged. The punkish track on the album makes me feel seasick. That's what I'm saying. The droning. What the fuck? The atonal screeching of the guitar. Wasn't into that. It's a pop track, and it's not awful, but it's not my kind of thing so much. I wanted to note on Wailing Wall that it's kind of like Kashmir. It's like it's like the Cure's version of Kashmir, just weirder, and it's got like I said, Kashmir vibes on it. Dressing Up, I really like the music for Dressing Up. I really do. It's a really cool track. Beautiful synth guitar melodies that intertwine. It's poppy, but very pretty. It's pretty, and I like that. And Robert Smith does a really monster vocal on this, but those vocals bug me. The more I listen to it, I was like, man, those vocals are like irritating me. But I guess I got to work with it a little bit, because I must admit, this is the one Cure album of this era I missed. Like, I completely missed this album. So my first listening to it was virtually yesterday and the day before, where I gave it each album 2 listens. So I maybe need to work a little harder on this one. The Caterpillar violin is like a gnat buzzing at first. It just sounds like a gnat going, it's just very Latin feel on this one in tempo. Acoustic, it's an okay track. Piggy in the Mirror, another weird vocal and over-the-top orchestrated song. It's okay, except the Spanish. What do I say? Okay, except for the. Looks like it says spinach guitar. I don't think that's it. I think it's Spanish guitar. I think spinach guitar. The Empty World has a cool marshal beat. You know, like a marshal, as in like like a
It's marching drums. Yeah.
marching drums, marching. Yeah. This is more like a Faith era song, but the synths are more poppy. Better vocal by Smith on this one. Banana Fishbone, quirky and very bizarre, but kind of weirdly interesting from a creative standpoint. The top, then like you said, Angel, it just goes into mega Faith pornography drone, noisy, downbeat, and weird. Track goes on a little too long for me. How long is that track? Is that like 10 minutes? Am I wrong on that?
6
Yeah,
minutes
it's
50.
up there.
Almost 7 minutes.
7? Okay. Yeah, it just drags for me a little bit. It's a weird way to end the album. This for me is the weakest 80s album, but for you it's not, and for people in the chat it's not, which is interesting. So maybe I need to go back. I think the vocals were the thing that I struggle with. He just, I don't know. What I wrote here is filled with odd choices for sounds and styles. Weird at, oh, here it is. Vocals are grating at times and weird at others. Only 3 songs really, really stand out to me. I missed this one when it came out until our deep dive. Not sure why. I will grab this one, but I'm not going to lie to you. I don't think this one would get nearly the playing time that some of the ones we're going to talk about now, and Pornography and Faith, for sure. Those are ingrained in me. But I would grab this in a cutout bin, for $5 or $7. I'd grab it. I wouldn't go spend $20 on it. I just wouldn't, or whatever these CDs are going for, these double CDs. If I find one of these like under $10, I would grab it used. But if it's 20, I'll hold off because I'll run into it somewhere. This one is a 5 out of 10 for me. I know that's probably painful to hear, but it's just, that's where my ears take me with that one. So that, oh, by the way, that did go to number 10 in the chart. So it was much more successful than.
That surprises me. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
But I think
it's a lot for people. It's a lot.
Yeah. Go ahead, Serge.
No, keep in mind, I feel like chart position is often a trailing metric, which meaning it's often based on what
happened,
what people thought of the band prior to the album release. So either based on the previous album or just however the band is doing at the time.
That's a really really good point. I mean, and let's be honest, like in talking to some of the guests I've had on and that are real professional musicians like Craig LaCicero, and I talked to him, I'm like, do you know how many albums really sold? And he's like, not really, because they didn't back in '84. They didn't have SoundScan yet. They didn't have the barcode thing where you're running over and they can kind of keep a record. What they did was they based record sales on how much the distributor, whoever was the distributor, sent out to the retail stores, right? So if you shipped 1 million albums out to all these stores, that's what they started the basis for. A lot of times they finagled how much came back, overstock that never sold. Like just because it goes to a retail store doesn't mean you're going to sell it. It might sit on those shelves forever. The real metric, like Serge said, is once it's out of the distributor's hands, the manufacturer to the distributor to the retail to the consumer. You don't really know until it's crossed into the consumer's hands. So early album sales is kind of I'm suspicious when I hear things like, oh, that thing sold 1 million albums in its first week. It's like in the 80s in particular, even into kind of more or less the 90s, till they started developing SoundScan stuff. I just don't know that I believe all that. But anyway, let's get on to Head on the Door. We ready for that one?
Well,
you have a point?
I was looking ahead, and we still have 8 albums, and I did want to do a little bit of a preview of the upcoming album.
Mm-hmm.
And we've done about 8-ish somewhere, and we're 3 hours in. So would you like to maybe have a part 2 because
Yeah,
I'm loath to shortchange some of the albums we have coming up.
I think it feels to me more logical to split into 2 parts because that way
Well,
we can give all
here's
the
the problem with
material.
that. Here's the problem with that, and I'm going to be very blunt. Okay, and Serge knows this. I have a terminal illness. I don't know if you know that, Angel. You probably didn't know that. I am going to a neurologist on Wednesday. An autonomic. I've been sick for about 3.5, 4 years. Really, it started about 8 years ago with bizarre things that they could never pinpoint what was going on. I have a very, very, very deeply bad feeling that things are not going to be going well for me soon. I'm having a lot of trouble walking, having a lot of trouble digesting food. What's happening is I have something called autonomic neuropathy, and it's a disease that essentially all your autonomic systems, your normal digestion, your waste systems, breathing, your heart regulation of your heart, your heart rate, your blood pressure, those things start to act very bizarre, and they just get worse and worse and worse. I have all kinds of skin problems. I'm very concerned that I may not be
Yeah,
here
I
a lot
mean,
longer.
obviously that's the other problem, right?
So,
So I mean, it's
what time is it right now? 11?
11:13. Yeah.
I think we can knock this out by 1. Can you guys handle that?
No, I'm up for it. Yeah, for sure.
Serge, I know that's a little late for you, and I'm asking a lot of you, but I think we can knock this out in 2 hours or so.
Okay.
So I'll keep it moving because I we're not going to shortchange it, Angel. I want you to say what you need to say, but in your mind's eye, keep in mind that let's try to keep it rolling a little bit, and
Absolutely. Yeah.
and that's both you and me, because you and I are the ones that are the most knowledgeable and the most chatty, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so let's try. Do you have a problem with that? Because I got
Absolutely not.
I got a lot of stuff planned for next week, and really, next week could be my daughter. I haven't seen her in 2 years, except for the way we just saw each other now, and that is huge to me. I need to see my
Oh, of course.
my kids before whatever may happen. I'm very concerned that after Christmas and into January, I'm going to get really bad news prior to Christmas, and I've got a couple tests, and I'm the timeline thing is the thing for me now. So I'd prefer if we could move it. So Serge, can I just push you a little tonight? Serge,
Yeah.
you good?
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's do head on the door. I just showed, not to get bummed dealy with everybody in the stream, but they kind of know. A lot of guys know that I'm not healthy. Head on the door. There's the dual disc version. Again, these are mostly 2 discs till we get to Disintegration and Wish. Do you have that one in any format there that you want to show? Do you have the album?
Actually, I do.
Cool. Very nice. Very nice. Is that a gatefold? No, it's not. Okay. Now, is that an original? Did you get that back in the 80s or 90s? I mean,
I would have gotten it in the 90s. I don't know if it's a reprint or not. But it doesn't have any exciting art on the inside. But yeah, it's probably original.
Yeah, that I would think
probably just sat on the shelf for a long time.
Yeah. So real quick on this one, it came out August 30th, 1985 on Fiction, and now they've signed to Elektra in America because the top garnered a lot of success in the U.S. Or that was the first album that they started to see some movement in the U.S. finally. Not just, we're talking 1985. So this was recorded at, I believe it says Angel Recording Studios, actually. Co-production between Smith and David Allen on Fiction, and they signed to Elektra Records at this point. This is the album that really blows them up. They reach a wider audience with a surprisingly popular direction. After Pornography, Gallup returns on bass. Poor Old Thompson is added as the 5th member, and this is the first album that Smith composes all the songs with, and we've got now permanently, well, for a while anyways. Boris Williams on the drums. Yeah, Angel, go ahead, rip into this one.
This was my first favorite Cure album.
Awesome.
And anytime I think most Cure fans say that, there's an asterisk at the end that's the silent thing besides Disintegration, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Disintegration is like a whole separate thing.
It's a whole separate animal, yeah.
Yeah. In Between Days is one of the most famous Cure videos. Quick funny story about that. In Between Days, you might remember the glowing socks.
Yeah.
All over. And it's like, why the hell the socks?
Right.
Right. Well, apparently what I'm told is that that Tim Pope was trying out this new technique when he was, working on it. And he was throwing, like, they were basically just, he wanted to get like a weird color scheme going behind them. So he had added those to the film, and it was supposed to, they were supposed to blend into each other and create like a cool mood.
But it didn't
happen. It didn't. So it just ended up like looking like socks running around the screen, and they were just like, fuck it, and left it there.
Yeah, they're like, dude, we're over budget. We just got to roll with it, right?
Yep. So socks it is.
Yeah.
And I always thought that was a really funny story because they're so stupid. Kyoto Song, really pretty and different and lovely, and it just sounds like it comes from like literally spatially another place, like geographically another place. It's just a really nice song. Maddie talked about the blood and the flamenco sound again. The Hat on the Door is starting to show some of the influences. They have seen a little bit of the world now, and you're hearing some of those influences. The blood of Christ is not a sacrilegious reference. It is a type of wine that they were introduced to on tour and got drunk on, which is why they were paralyzed by the blood of Christ. 6 Different Ways. Yes, a very fun song. Not one of my favorites, but so I agree with you on that. Push is another one of those fan staple songs with our own little things that we do to it. And it's really cool because we've become such a part of that song that they actually they put the lights on in the audience and they film us and they put us on the scrim. So I always take pictures of the scrim in the back of the stage and put them online so that like people can tag themselves, like from being on the Cure show. It's like it's a very like that. It's another one of my favorite like being a Cure fan moments. So Push is close to my heart. Baby Screams, really cool song, and an odd kind of aggressive moment on this album. Close to Me, everybody's favorite song, not mine. A Night Like This, one of my first favorite songs. Really fun to dance to. Dark, but still has a really nice beat. It's a very well-rounded pop song. Screw and Siggy, neither of them particularly do a whole lot for me. But A Night Like This is really the standout for me on this album for sure, and Baby Screams. But I don't think. I don't have any. Oh, the only interesting notes that I have from this period of time is that they started off this tour playing some large festivals. One of them was the Rock in Athens '85 festival, where they played with Clash, Culture Club, and Depeche Mode. A riot started out during Depeche Mode. They had gone to watch them.
Oh, really?
And a big riot started because apparently somebody had counterfeited the tickets. So thousands of people who bought tickets couldn't get in. And they started throwing rocks at the security people. And then they started coming over, over the back into the backstage area, and like they were big chunks, so it was really dangerous. So the Cure and Depeche Mode ended up in the back of a like unmarked semi truck, like escaping through the crowd to like not get killed in this riot. And they had like met before, I guess, and their friendship was shored up that day. And then The Cure in Orange was filmed at the end of this tour. And if you've seen the film The Cure in Orange, it is absolutely breathtaking.
I've not seen that. Okay,
it is beautiful.
There's a lot of good live, stuff that they did. It was more professional, and then there's a lot of Cure stuff that's out there from fans that put stuff up. And I'm not the biggest live show guy. I like to be there and experience it.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just I don't really get the same. Some people are like, "Oh man, I got live bootlegs and blah 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 blah," and it's like I don't know if you know this, Serge, but somewhere I think here I have like 30 or 40 bootleg Pink Floyd shows going all the way back to the 60s, right? Do you remember Travis? Do you remember Travis from the old PT Trans? He sent me these, and I listened to maybe a handful of them. I never listened to any of them again. It's a weird thing with me. I just don't have this desire to go watch. I do have, a couple live things here. What do I have here? I have Show, and I think there's another live with in one of these multi-disc sets, but it's not like something I go out and buy. I'm never like, if a live album comes out, it's unusual. Go ahead.
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, somebody asked whether you guys have channels. And Angel, I think you said this is your first time on YouTube, so, but you're great at it. You're really good at it. I'm not lying that you're really good at it. So
thanks.
We're gonna have you back. Maybe if I'm still around for a while, maybe we'll have you back on another type of band that's in this.
I love that. This is fun.
Yeah. And Serge has a channel. His channel is called
Black Room Secrets.
Black Room Secrets. He's been kind of dormant for a while.
It's on hiatus, but yeah, I'll bring it back.
I will add,
it's been busy.
I will add that when he started that was a year ago, January, I think, right?
Maybe I honestly don't remember, but yeah.
Yeah, it was right after. Yeah, it was right after. I will say his first guest, that fucking guy rules. That dude is like the bomb. This guy right here. Anyway, and we get into some shit there. We talk a little bit about my health issues, and we talk about anxiety and dealing with depression and anxiety. It's a heavy episode, but it's very like me, very real, and we go into it deep. So, anyways, Serge, tell me about Head on the Door.
All right. So I'll just focus on the highlights. In between days is kind of like the poppy Cure that I like. Kyoto Song is really. I picture Kyoto Song as a like in a movie soundtrack kind of way. The Blood, like I love the guitar in it, the acoustic guitar riff and like the kind of mariachi part. Night Like This, I'd say if I could, I'd make that for my prom song. Love the sax too, and then my favorite track actually on the album is Sinking. Like the bass lines on there and like the piano atmosphere. So those were my highlights for me. So pretty cool album.
Yeah, this is just so Angel doesn't think I fully hate the poppier side of the Cure. This one ranks high for me. I In Between Days, great pop song, awesome. The acoustic guitars are really cool in it. The synths are super sweet. Smith's vocals are in their pop mode from the top, and they're great. Kyoto Song, cool song. Poppy as well. Probably might be the poppiest one on the album, and I'm assuming he's actually playing a real Kyoto, which is a Japanese stringed instrument. That's what it, or he could be using the MIDI to do it, the sampler. I don't know. The Blood That's one I really like. Almost has a Latin flavor with the tempo. Nylon string guitar on that one, which is really, really cool. Nice guitar solo on this one. I like that one a lot. 6 different ways, very poppy and quirky. Probably my least favorite song on the album, though. Push. Love those chimey guitars on the intro. Very 80s, very Cocteau Twins. If you know Cocteau Twins, that one has a very Cocteau Twins sound. I love the Cocteau Twins. Good Lord, I love the Cocteau Twins. Great 80s pop song and vibe. Baby screams, cool intro, synthy riff, cascading guitars. Gallop's bass is back. Another great earworm track. I like, when I hear songs that are like in my head that I can't forget, I call them earworms.
It's
And
very
that's,
catchy.
yeah, very catchy.
The bass is great on that song.
It is. Close to me, very poppy, and an early song that I recall from this. That's the one that I just recall hearing that before, or somebody playing it. That's the one I was like, oh, I remember this. Yeah, I can't read my writing. A Night Like This, I really love this song, man. It's so 80s, but I love it. Being an 80s kid, I have that kind of weird advantage over both of you guys. You were alive in the 80s, but you were kids. I was when this came out in 1985, I was already out of high school. I was in my freshman year at college. So I was an old dude at that point in time. I was actually I'd have been 19. I wouldn't have been able to drink legally yet. But let's see. I love that sax. The sax player, I have his name written. I can't read it. Is it Ron Howe? I think it's Ron Howe from Fool's Dance was the name of the band. I love this track. Just wistful. This is, I'll tell you what. This is a song that I would love to be driving around at night on a cool, crisp autumn evening with the windows down, not cold, just crisp, right? And you got this song cranking, man. This is a driving song. I love it. Which that's some of my favorite times of listening to music is at night when I'm driving on a road and I've got the window down and I can just crank it and I'm like, I can just lock in on the road and lock in on the music. And that's one of those songs. So I totally dig that. Screw, that snarling bass has some wickedly fun vocals by Robert. Great melodies. And did I mention that bass? Because the bass is all over. I love Simon Gallup's bass playing. He's one of my favorite elements of this. Sinking, brooding and atmospheric, the piano bass lines. Then those killer synth sounds come in and the super sexy verses on this track. I really like it. So this is the first big internationally successful album for them. This is the one that breaks them internationally, particularly in the U.S. I'll wrap up and I'll let you tie it up here, Angel. While this is a much poppier album, it shows the dynamic ability to craft great pop songs that still sound like The Cure's earlier aesthetic without being as dark and foreboding. And this went to number 7 on the charts in the UK. I didn't write down the US chart position. I probably should have. I do that going forward. I do that sometimes with my notes. I'll start adding something in and then not go back and forget to do it for the other albums.
Only 59 in the US. So.
59, okay. But still, that's breaking.
That's still their best so far at that point.
Right, and that's breaking that Billboard 200. And keep in mind, this is back in the day when album sales is the metric of how popular you're going to become. And so this is the first time that they are really popular in the U.S. Not that people didn't know about them back then. It was just much more difficult to hear about them without MTV. If you didn't have MTV, you really didn't hear these guys on the radio, unless it was college radio. You might hear them on college radio, but you're not going to hear them on standard radio until this album and this next album, which we're going to get into now. Angel, do you have any tie-ups for Head on the Door?
Nope.
Okay. Killer. Okay, so next one, again, the reissue from 2006 is Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. And Rick, by the way, Rick was in here. I don't know if he's still here. Rick, my buddy, my good buddy. I love that guy. Fucking like a brother. He's the guy that has done all my thumbnails and artwork stuff, and he's also been the most gracious guy I've ever met in my life. Last night we were talking about the fact that I'm doing this interview with Doug Pinnick on Monday, and I don't have the new King's X album. I have everything else, but I don't have the new King's X, and I don't have Prime shipping. And he's like, the next thing I know, he sends me a. This is at 4 a.m. by the way when we're talking. Rick has weird hours like me. He takes naps in the afternoon. He's up all night, but he sends me a confirmation of the order on Amazon. He bought the CD for me, so I would have it for my interview on Monday. That's like, yeah, heavy. Anyways, so Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me comes out. It is essentially a double album, but it actually didn't come out as a double album, but it essentially is. The Cure like to write a lot of music. Robert Smith likes to write a shit ton of fucking music, man. And I'm gonna tell you something. The amount of B-sides, we keep talking about this, so maybe there is a second episode down the road if I'm here. There's so much. This thing is packed with so much material that didn't go on the albums. B-sides, cover versions, live versions, just insane. And it goes from like 78 to 87, 87 to 92, 92 to 96, and 96 to 2001. Anybody that is a Cure fanatic has to own this. This is an essential thing, but we're not going to talk about it, unfortunately, tonight. Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me went to number 35 in the U.S., so you see we went from, what, 59, you said, Serge?
Yeah.
To 35 in the U.S. and number 6 in the U.K. And, yeah, so perfect mix. For me, it's a perfect mix of pop song and darker, gloomier tracks. It came out 5/26/87 on Elektra and Fiction. It's again Smith Allen on the production team, and you got Miraval. Here's where you know that they made that on the last album they made some money. They're now at Miraval and Compass Point. Compass Point is down in the Bahamas. They're recording at Compass Point now. Okay, that's where Iron Maiden recorded. That's I forget the guy that owned it. Somebody's probably going to know in the comments, but somebody very rich and famous. George Martin maybe owned Compass Point. Was it George Martin? Miraval in France, famous studio. Jethro Tull, lots of prog guys go there. So this is the first major successful U.S. album. Hit the U.S. top 40, went platinum, reached top 10 in many other countries. Roger O'Donnell now joins on keyboards. And poor old Thompson goes to guitars after this album. I don't remember, is Lowell still here with the band on this one? I don't have a note on that. He's still here, right?
Lowell's still here.
Right. Okay. He's doing, is he playing, what is he doing? Playing keyboards or is he playing drums? No. Boris is on drums.
Keys.
He's playing keyboards. Yeah, keys. Yeah. Let me see something real quick. I have one weird note I can't. I hate when I can't. I would be so happy when I use my phone. Okay, so Angel, go ahead and give me your notes and your impressions on this album.
Well, you mentioned, of course, the length of this album, and it's partly by design. Robert wanted everybody to contribute to this album. He wanted everybody to feel like they were a part of it. So he told everyone to bring demos. So they all sat down and listened to everything that everybody had to contribute. And even Jason brought his own drum lines in. So everyone listened to what everybody had to offer, and they rated them on a scale from 1 to 20. And then I sort of pick and chose what they were going to move forward with. Robert ended up writing lyrics for 23 songs, and then the album ended up, the double album ended up with 18 tracks. This is, I think, this is a period where I think their B-sides actually become really significant. This is where they could start making separate albums out of all of their B-sides. Through the next maybe 4 albums, their B-sides are stellar. So like you said, we can talk about it another time, but this is the beginning of the peak of their songwriting, that the B-sides were so good that it's a damn shame Like it's just
Yeah,
it's
it's weird. It's so weird. Some of their B-sides are better than some of the
better.
album tracks. It's
But
crazy.
you can kind of see like where they made decisions, but because
Mhm.
certain songs were a little similar in feel. So it's like, all right, they picked that one over that one. But
Well, and if they were doing it in a semi-democratic way, then that's how it happens. And Serge and I are, we met because of our fandom of Porcupine Tree. And how about it, Serge? Lots of B-sides, things like "Disappear" and "Cure for Optimism," and some of the B-sides blow away some of the album tracks. You're like, what the
I
the
know
fuck
it's
were they thinking?
heartbreaking
Like,
sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah, and this is where the B-sides can start getting real heartbreaking. But
even, I mean, look where the band started though. Like their first couple, big songs weren't even on an album. So
That's true.
That's just tracks, with the band's history.
Okay, go ahead, Angel. Sorry.
So let me see. The thing about this album is not just the length, but it's the range, right? And there's something literally for everybody. There's something for everybody. There are things here for everybody to love. There are things here for everybody to toss out. And it's going to be a different set of lists for everybody
Right.
that you ask, right? But I feel like that's why every single thing has to be here. Like it's just the Cure, like Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is the perfect album for the masses. Kiss Me is for everybody. It's for the world.
Mm-hmm.
And I think because of that, I never think of it as something that I want to listen to, because my brain just sort of washes over it as, oh well, that's the one with all the stuff. But then when I was preparing for this, and I'm looking at it, I'm going, God, that's good. That's good. Oh, but that's good. Oh, but that's really good.
Yeah.
I forget how. I mean, that for me, like what's highlights for me on this album are really fantastic highlights. It's just they're not the ones that I hear, so I forget that this is where it comes from at the same time. Like the Kiss. I mean, the opening song on this is just devastating.
Ah, it's killer.
God, this
not my favorite song, but it is killer.
And I did not get to see this tour. It was before my time, but this is a legendary opening. The way they opened this tour with the Kiss was something that fans still talk about, and fans still beg for them to play this song because it's so intense. It's got this boom, boom, like that those chords. It just you want to punch the air every time you hear it. It's power. And then it goes into the next song it goes into, like, literally starts with him humming, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, right? Their sense of humor is here. And then the song after that, he's being tortured. And then if only tonight we could sleep, a beautiful, beautiful song. I think one of the most beautiful songs they
one
did.
of my favorites. One of my favorite songs by them. Yep.
Oh, it's beautiful. Then one of their biggest singles of all time, "Why Can't I Be You," which apparently he wrote after a fan said that to him. And I think that makes perfect sense, and it could also be a bald-faced lie. I don't know, but not like it's one of the songs that I don't get excited about, but I understand why people like it. How Beautiful You Are tells a nice story. The Snake Pit, again, it's a creeper. It's not the first song people think about, but when you really listen to it, it's a really pretty song. It gives you a feeling of really being deep in a forest somewhere, and a certain discomfort when you're listening to it that I think is really, it's very Cure. It's very them.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, you, I think. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, with this album and the prior one, what they're really doing is kind of resetting the expectations of their audience. They're kind of really starting to say, hey, we're not just this doom and gloom band. I can write really good, catchy pop songs. And that started with, for me, maybe for you it was the top, but for me and my ears, that was more of an experimental album that's really kind of, I don't think Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me sound, or even Head sound like the top. I think the top had a lot of its weirdness, its own weird sort of little niche in their catalog. But where they really came into writing the pop side of The Cure, Robert Smith's pop side predominantly, was on Head, but it really achieved its apex with this album.
Yes, no, I actually really agree with you. I mean, I think the top was like them like breaking out of the mold and like sort of
Right.
fighting against it,
Right, exactly.
and then and sort of having fit, and then they sort of refine, and Kiss Me is like a refined pop album, and it really is, it's beautiful, and the perfect example is Just Like Heaven, which I offer up when you know, every now and then people be like, you know, what do you think is the perfect pop song, right? Like you see that online, and I always say Just Like Heaven. Just Like Heaven is a pristine pop song. I can't not smile when I hear this song. I think it's beautiful. There's something that just fills your heart when you hear it.
Oh, it's fucking perfection. Perfection. Yeah. Pop perfection.
There's not a wrong note, not a wrong step.
Nope. Agreed.
Everything's in place. Hot, Hot, Hot again, big single. Had some like fun influences that you're seeing in there. You know, some like Spanish influences. But again, I mean, I used to love it, but I think it's like I've gotten too much of it. I've overdosed on Hot, Hot, Hot. One More Time, again, a really beautiful, vulnerable song. I think his vocal performance on this is really vulnerable, and I feel like you believe him on this performance, and I like it. I think like Cockatoos is really beautiful. I like the mystery of the sound of icing sugar. It sounds there's something sneaky about it that I like.
It's smoky. It's got a jazzy, smoky vibe to it.
Yeah. It sounds like a lie, you know? Like I don't know. I really like it. 1,000 Hours, I think, is growing on me as it's starting to really climb in my rankings of favorite Cure songs. The more I hear it, it has really few words, but it's like exactly the right amount of words. It's it's like it says exactly what it wants to say in exactly the right amount of words, in exactly the right intonation, and it hurts, right? Like you feel you feel it right in the chest where you're supposed to feel it. And I might like lately I've been really wishing that he would play it because I'd like to see him belt that out some night. And I think it would be chilling. So I really like that song. And then the last two, they're good.
Nice. I mean, what we're setting up for here is, you know, the big reveal on the next album, obviously. But this album here, I must admit, I forgot how fucking good it is. I just forgot how incredibly good it is. So, Serge, what you got on this one, man?
I think it's almost unfair that there's too many good songs on this album.
Exactly.
Like it should be two albums. I don't know. It's really just a lot. But in terms of highlights for me, obviously the Kiss, you know, right off the bat. I really like the synth sound on Torture. I like that, that kind of slow and airy feel of If Only Tonight We Could Sleep. Love the bass on How Beautiful You Are. The Snake Pit, very cool song for me. Love the atmosphere there.
Dude, that fucking song rips.
I love how it uses guitar to build atmosphere.
Kind of shows what a good guitarist Robert Smith is and how he builds.
This goes out of focus occasionally.
No, you're good.
No, my camera's out of focus, so sometimes I have to like refocus. So I'm like,
oh, okay.
Something. I don't know why. I'm like, hello. It's like an oil filter on top of the. Let me just reset.
Yeah, it's weird. You're right. It's really making you look like you're Jesus Christ with makeup on.
Well, he's not.
I think he is. I think he always is. Every time Serge and I would go somewhere in New York, I'd be like, everybody be looking at him like he's Jesus Christ. It's funny.
Here, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna like pop more light on, so like it'll focus better. Maybe not.
I don't know. You look fine. I can see you fine on my end.
No, it's just all right. Anyway.
Yeah.
So where was I? All right. Just Like Heaven. Obviously, we talked. Just Like Heaven. All I Want are all timers for me. One More Time is flute again. We talked about flute. Icing Sugar. I love that like octave riff, and love the saxophone. And I actually kind of dug Fight. There's something about that song, that's that you can empathize with. So, yeah, like I said, it's a lot of good songs on this album.
It's killer.
It's I feel like it almost gets underlooked because there are too many.
Well, not at the time. I think it was pretty. I mean, it was pretty much everywhere. And of course, there's the that's such a perfect mix of chords and the way he's singing, and then you got the little, just so good, so damn good. I have a lot to say, and I'll rip through it quick. The Kiss, man, that long intro, that wah-wah drenched intro is so damn good. The synths are killer, very Smith-like howling, the howling of the vocals. Great opener. Catch for me is a nice little ballad. I like it. It's cool, but it doesn't do a whole lot for me. Torture. This is the Cure I dig right here. Drony, dark, melancholic, ugly. Cool washy guitars, usually single note things like on, Just Like Heaven, where you're hearing like one or two notes. You're not hearing a lot of arpeggios and crazy ass playing. It's effective for the song. It's not to be it's not wanking on their instruments. If Only I Could Sleep, man, I just fucking love this song. That sitar, the way Robert sings it, that plaintive, lonely, wailing sort of sound of his voice. That's when I love. At times, Robert's voice can grate on me, depending on how he's singing in the context of the song.
Yes, I can, yeah.
But this is a song where I love that way that he howls, if you will. It's just that plaintive howl. I love that song. Not my favorite song on the album, but it's pretty damn close. Great melodies, all that kind of stuff. Why Can't I Be You? Yeah, it's the pop song. Why can't I be you? Da, 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 da. The only thing I would say is that it's a little cheesy is that I'm 99% sure those are keyboard sampled horns and not real horns, but they could be.
No, I think they're sampled.
I have a saxophone listed here.
No, but
that's
a sax part.
Icing Sugar.
There's sax, but it's that part, where it's going. Da, 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 da,
Yeah.
da, da, da,
Yeah, I don't have a sax listed for Hot Hot Hot. You're right.
Yeah,
Why Can't I Be You?
It just sort of sounds like their synth parts. That's the only thing I'd add. That was a big thing in the 80s, sampling and using keyboards, MIDI keyboards to trigger samples of real instruments. And but I like it. It's catchy as hell, man. It's a catchy fucking song. You you can't deny stuff that gets in your head, and it's like there's a lot of songs out there that I never need to hear again, like Welcome to the Jungle and Stairway to Heaven and Hotel California. But every time they come on, man, every time I hear them somewhere, I'm like, fucking great song. It's just that's how I'm wired as a guitarist, singer, songwriter. I hear that stuff and it's like I hate hearing this song, but I love this song. And that's one of those. What's the next song that I can't read?
One more time.
How Beautiful You Are.
Oh.
Yeah, How Beautiful You Are. Very upbeat, poppy, acoustic baked, up tempo pop song, earworm. Decent song, not one of my favorites. Man, I love the Snake Pit. Fucking love that song. It's the darkest, nastiest, gnarliest song on the album. I love how fucking dank it is. Snarling, swirly, psychedelic, droning, hypnotic, dirge-like. This is more like Pornography and probably my favorite song on the album. Hey You, which was not originally on the album. When they put the album out, the original vinyl release, they couldn't fit it on. It didn't come until the CD version came out. Originally left off CDs, not released officially until 2006 reissue. This is the first time it showed up. I didn't know that until I read up on it. Good song, decent song with Drench. It's kind of a rockabilly song. It's not like a rockabilly vibe to my ears, which I'm not a big rockabilly guy. Just like Heaven. Amazing late 80s pop masterpiece. Hate on it all you want. It's a brilliant fucking pop song. Fuck you. It's great. All I Want, Sleeper, dark track. This is my sleeper track on the album. I fucking love this song, man. It's so good. Right up there almost with the Snake Pit. Amazing. What do I write here? Jangly, but still has a hooky pop vibe, yet it's still haunting and dark. And I'm all about the haunting dark shit, man, because I'm like fucked up in the head. Hot, hot, hot. Somewhat fun, but throwaway track for me. It's good, but I don't love it. Mostly due to the fact that the histrionic vocals on it. There's where Robert's vocals get me. Is he does that shit, and that's when he does that. I'm like, yeah, okay, tone it back, dude. Talk more about that in an album 2 coming up. One more time, dreary but shimmering ballad, very pretty, very solid track. Like Cockatoos, kind of a weird, noisy, acoustic bass track. It's a bit cluttered and unsure of what it wants to be. That's my interpretation. Icing Sugar, I love this one. Up-tempo, smoky, jazzy. 80s, driving, very Cure-like, very darkly foreboding. Love this one. That's another high one that ranks up there. It's a sleeper track for me. The Perfect Girl, groovy, pop track. I can't read that word. Robert being goofy vocally for me. Quirky, fun. I like it. Don't love it. 1,000 Hours. I know you like this one a lot, Angel. I maybe need to give that another shot. It's okay. It's kind of plotting to me. It kind of seems like it drags a little bit in the context of this album. Shiver and Shake. Pretty. God damn it. Pretty something, Pornography-like vibe to it, noisy in a good way. And I really like the last track, Fight. It's a good album closer. Dig this one a lot. Catchy, cool synths, guitars. This is an album. Okay, so this is an album that rocketed The Cure to large-scale global success. Most of it is very good. There are a few filler tracks on it. When I do my track by track, I'll write it down, give myself a line or two to write my notes on it. And then I star the ones that are really good, and I circle my favorite tracks. I've got 13 of these tracks starred out of 18. That's pretty damn good.
Right.
Does that mean all those others are filler? It just means no, that they're just not my thing. If you cut out 4 to 6 tracks on this, this would literally be a perfect album. For me, this is probably. Everybody talks about The Cure. There's that holy trilogy. There's Pornography. There's the next one we're about to talk about, Disintegration. and then kind of what you'd almost call the comeback album of Blood Flowers. I honestly would put this in over Blood Flowers. I really would. I like Blood Flowers. It's just and yes, it's kind of more in the Disintegration vein, but in a weird way, Blood Flowers tried to rip off the formula for Disintegration. That's why I'm not as big on that album. I like it. I used to love it, and then when I revisited it this time, I'm like, I think Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me is a better album overall. All right, so now we're on to the big Mahaf, the granddaddy of them all, to me anyways, and to most Cure fans, I think. Bum, 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 bum. This is the 3-disc version of the reissue that came out. It's got the hype sticker on it, actually. Cool. This came out, well, the hype sticker's covering the package. I think it was 06, I believe this came out. It's got the classic album on it, extras, 20 period rarities, and then it's got
I think
live.
that's actually 2010.
2010. Okay, thank you. It's actually got Entreat on here, which was a live album, but this is Entreat Plus because it's the full concert from. Do you know where that's from?
Oh,
Angel? Paris?
yeah, I think it was.
I didn't look that up. I think it might be Paris. I could be wrong. I'll look it up while you're talking about it. But real quick on the data on it, it came out again in May. Fucking weird. Like 7 of their albums come out in May. May 2nd, 1989. At Hook End Studios, recorded at Fiction Elektra labels, and it was again done by Smith and Allen. It went to number 3 in the UK and number 2 in the US. I'm sorry, wait, I goofed that up. Serge, look up what Disintegration came up to in the. I wrote the hashtag, but I didn't write the number down for US.
For US,
as the album.
12.
12, okay. So now we went from 59 to 35 to 12. So
Right.
we see a major upward trajectory going on. Love Song went to number 2 in the US, the single, and number 5, Lullaby to number 5 in the UK, or number 5 in the UK for Love Song, number 2 in the US. For me, this is a masterpiece. So that's where I'll set this up right now. Lots to say about this. It's a 9.99 for me. I lied. I said it was 11. It's a 9.99. I still have some issues with that damn 80s drum sound. But yeah, so Return to Gloom and Doom, but alluring because they became a stadium rock band here, despite Smith not really wanting that. I don't know if I believe that. I think that's I think he lies about that, about not wanting to be a rock star. I think he does enjoy it, and I'm sure he enjoys the money. Lowell Tallhorse was fired for alcohol and narcotic use. You can probably talk about that, Angel, better than me. Smith was struggling with the level of success by the end of this tour. And yeah, go ahead and rip into it, Angel.
Yeah, so I've sort of hinted up, or mentioned up to this point that Lowell's contributions have been declining. And it's because he has been really losing himself into alcoholism. So he's around the band, but he's not contributing in terms of writing. He's not contributing in terms of like actually picking up an instrument and making sounds on the records. And this is becoming an increasing problem because the Cure, the way the money is split up in the Cure from the very beginning.
Oh yeah,
has been equally amongst participants, all participants.
Okay, interesting to know that.
And now the money's getting bigger, and the
Huge.
shows are getting bigger.
Yep.
And as one person's participation is getting smaller,
right,
that's
people start to get pissed off. The other people in the band start getting pissed off. Yep.
So
give me my money, but I'm not going to do anything. So then it's like, yeah, that's not going to work.
Not anymore. So he literally spends the recording session, pretty much the entire session of Disintegration, on the couch in the studio.
Yeah.
And Porl tries to talk to him kind of in the beginning and towards the end, like, we won't mind if you want to go back to that hospital and give it another go. And
Had he been in rehab? Is that what you're saying?
he had given it a very short.
Okay.
He had made it to, like, before you go into rehab, I guess you have to go to a detox.
Oh, right.
He had left the detox and never actually made it to rehab. So they finish all the recording. Robert takes the recordings and does all of the mixing and things. And he calls everybody back together to listen to the final mixed album. Disintegration is going to be listened to for the first time by the band.
Mm-hmm.
So they sit down, listen to the album, and Lull, having taken no part in it, kind of freaks out because The Cure's been a huge part of his life, his whole life, and he's listening to this album that he has no connection to at all. He doesn't feel like he's connected to it. He doesn't feel connected to his bandmates anymore. And he goes, like, this doesn't sound like The Cure to me. This is shit. And yeah, and so the rest of his band members are like, you want to contribute now? Like,
yeah.
Eh. So he has credit on the album, but he doesn't ever participate.
He didn't really do anything. Yeah.
Yeah. So he gets rights for the songs,
Okay.
but he doesn't go on tour with them, and he never plays with them again until
right.
In 2011, I think.
Yeah, he did reform and play a few shows with them. He went back to play a few shows, right?
Yes, things are better now, so it's good. But he, this was not a good time. So, but they do release this album. Pearl was clearly wrong. It was not shit. It was an amazing album. It was a masterpiece. And I think every song on this album and every B-side from this album is gold.
Yep.
This should have been a double album. I really think.
I agree. Yep.
This, it makes me sad that two of the US tracks, Last Dance and Homesick, were bonus tracks. I couldn't tell if they were on the UK CDs or not, but I know they might have only been US tracks. And Homesick, as you might be able to tell from my old name on my YouTube thing on the other side, it's called A Homesick because Homesick has been my favorite song since 1989. I love that song more than any other song in the world. It is the most beautiful song to me. I feel like, I'm going to start here because Homesick is everything. I feel like if you listen to Homesick and you pick one word, you pick one instrument from the beginning and just follow it all the way through the song, and it's different. You get this beautiful journey that, when you pick a different one, you hear the way they play with each other the next time. The instruments in Homesick have a really precious, beautiful interaction that I am never going to get enough of. It's always the first time I've heard it. Every time.
Do they do this live? Have they done this a lot live?
Hell no.
Oh no. Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
I went to the Trilogy concerts in Germany,
right,
only to hear that song.
And they did do it.
Yeah, because they had to. They were doing Disintegration.
Yeah. See, the thing that should be mentioned about Homesick, and I believe it's Homesick and Untitled. I believe they were not actually on the vinyl version of this album. They were not. They didn't appear until the CD version came out, and then of course the what do I do with it? The 3-disc version that I show you here. And by the way, the live concert and Treat Plus is from Wembley, so just not France. But yeah, you have on here. You've got tons of home demos, but what you also have is you've got some of the songs that, like Delirious Night, Pirate Ships, Out of Mind, Babel is on here, that was like a B-side. You've got Too Late, which is an instrumental band demo. Esten, Esten, which I don't remember any of that. No Heart, that's another one. So there's again, and also on here you've got Babel, Out of Mind, Too Late, Fear of Ghosts. That's an outtake from this.
One of my favorites. Yep.
And then you've got I think that's it on here from Disintegration Sessions. Again, that's why you almost have to get this companion piece. And really, we're not talking about the EPs, but there's a lot of the EP stuff is on here, but the EPs also have a lot of tracks that are missing. So this would have been a 10-hour episode, and I don't want Serge to hate me. So, but yeah, go ahead, finish up on Disintegration. Sorry.
Well,
back to Homesick.
That's. I think I have honked the Homesick horn enough because I don't know how many people out there actually really love that song, but it is truly my favorite. It is a dirge, but I actually had a friend of mine make their own happy version of it for my wedding. That's how much I love that song.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Plain Song, to start off at the beginning. Plain Song, again, one of their most beautiful songs. It can't be understated how absolutely beautiful this song is to hear live. It is breathtaking. Robert kind of walks from, you can tell that he knows that this is his magnum opus. He knows that this is his masterpiece. And during the intro, which they extend for I think as long as he wants it to be, he walks all around the stage and it's like he tries to look at every single person.
Right.
He just soaks in what it's like to be a front man, which is interesting at this point in his life, right?
Right.
So it's a really special moment, and I find it really hard to get through. This is like my sobbing moment. It makes me sob every time. Pictures of You. I don't know how much you can really say about it. Everybody knows the song. Everybody loves it.
Fucking good.
It is so fucking good. I read an article reviewing one of the shows last week, or one of the shows earlier on this tour, and the reviewer said something like, referred to it as a song that had no business sounding as fresh as it does after 32 years or something like that. And I thought, what a great
Yeah, I hadn't listened to this in a long time, and my note on it is so melancholy yet so hopeful. It's sad but happy because it's wistful, but it just has this upbeat feeling. It makes you feel hope, like there's, and obviously it's the lyrics are, I think they're kind of universal. It's like, I'm looking at these pictures of you, and I want you, but it's okay to let go and be happy again. I don't have to stay here, but I can go back there and enjoy what we had, and then go over here where I'm going to be. You know what I mean? That's what I get out of that song. And it's just such a killer fucking song, man.
You could release it tomorrow exactly the way it was written in 1989 and tell somebody it was brand new and they will believe you.
Probably.
I think that's amazing.
Yep.
How many songs can you do that?
Not many. I mean, it's no doubt.
Close Down, one of their classic drum forward driven songs. Great song. Love Song, one of his most personal moments. Wrote it as a wedding gift for his wife. They got married in August of 1988. They met when they were 14.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, she married Poole, the love of his life. They've been together forever. In fact, she was dancing on the side of this, the next to the stage last weekend. So they are still going strong. Last Dance was, again, one of my early favorite songs. I think I love the beat to it. It's different. It's not straightforward. It's hard to dance to. I love songs that are difficult to dance to. Like, that's just kind of, I'm weird like that. Lullaby was a huge single in the UK. It was the first single off this album, and it was massive there. But it never made it that big here. I mean, it had a fantastic video, big budget, creepy. It's actually pretty cool, but I don't think it really got that high on the charts. Fascination Street, however, I talked about earlier, that's what turned me. Fascination Street is
damn
unbelievable kick-ass.
My favorite Cure song.
It is the only thing, it is on a very short list. Maybe there's 5 songs on this list that I would say I actually like the extended mix better than the real one. They have like a 10-minute extended mix.
Really?
On the that mixed up cassette that they
did.
It's
mixed up, yeah, which we're not going to get into, but that's
but their extended mix of Fascination Street is unbelievable. Because I mean, if 5 minutes and 15 seconds of Fascination Street is good, just imagine 10 minutes of it.
yeah.
Better.
And I should mention, I know this has been covered before, but if you go out and look on YouTube, there is a killer fucking version of Fascination Street by Chris Cornell. I can't remember whether it was Chris Cornell solo or whether it was Soundgarden. It might have been Chris Cornell solo. Man, does he fucking destroy this song. It's so, imagine Chris Cornell singing that song, man. So
yeah, no, I haven't heard it.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's cool. Prayers for Rain, unbelievably powerful.
Unreal.
Just power. Same Deep Water as You, 9 minutes of pain.
My second favorite Cure song.
The thunder sample, the rain sample in this, like, just cuts you right, like, you feel it in your chest.
Yeah, you do. Yep.
And I love that feeling. And it sort of becomes a theme with their later music. If you listen closely, the thunder from this track they use it over and over again for the rest of their career, and it always recalls this song, and it's kind of amazing. Then Disintegration. Disintegration, like, what a massive song.
Massive. That's what I got. I said another massively badass track.
It's huge.
So cool.
It's so many words, right? But it where he, like, you feel everything. You feel the falling apart of this relationship and the sort of lack of responsibility and it's just beautiful. I love it.
Yep.
It will never get old. I'll skip Homesick because I already did it. And Untitled, actually, if something had to go, I would pick it. It's probably the weakest on the album for me, but like I said, they're all good.
Killer. All right, Serge, you're up.
Man, what can I say about this? I mean, this is the album that made me fall in love with The Cure, and to me, this is like a desert island album.
It is.
It's
agreed.
I think unlike anything they've done, this is a complete album where I love every song. And yeah, if I had to, pick one, it would be Untitled, but it's still very good. And it's a rare album that you find where, every track is good and not just good, like
amazing,
like chills.
And effective. And I think another, for me, I don't know if you guys feel the same, but I think based on Angel's reactions and what you're saying here, this is an album that hits on every level. It hits you on the emotional level. It hits you on the physical level. It hits you on the spiritual level. It's kind of a human experience album that when you hear it, it's transformative for me. This is a transformative album. I couldn't say it's a top 3 or top 8 because I hate those lists because then I go, oh, but I forgot about that album. You know?
Yeah, and those things are impossible anyway. It's just,
But you nailed it. It's a desert island fucking
it's an
disc.
old time, yeah, desert island.
All time classic. Yeah.
A real quick story. It's funny that
Yeah.
you mentioned that Love Song was like a wedding gift. I when I was getting married to Ellie, I kind of wanted to do to play love song on bass, because first of all, that fucking bass line is
Bam, bam,
fucking
bam.
genius.
Yeah.
It's not complicated, but oh my god, it's so good. But and I just wanted to just be bass and sing it to her. But A, I'm a terrible singer, and B, I just can't sing and play at the same time. So despite
Not easy, man. It took me a lot of years
to do it, it just wasn't working. So I didn't want to f it up. So, but that it's a simple love song, and it's I don't know. Anyway, this album is just something else. I maybe it's cliche, the whole like South Park thing, but yeah.
So you don't want to give me a track or two that really jump out and kick your ass?
I don't know. They all do in different ways.
They all do. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Prayers for Rain and The Same Deep Water as You, I think, are like, those back to back. And obviously after like the, Lullaby and Fascination Street, I don't know. It's it's crazy. It's just, and just the way, the songwriting and they really perfect, the sound now sounds full. It sounds like there's no, there's not something missing, and there's not overwhelming, it's just right. So I don't know.
All right, man. I got a lot of saying. I'm gonna rip through it. Okay. Again, like we said, this is the return of the gloom and doom, but there's some element in this album that is it. While it has the gloom and doom of Pornography, it adds this element of beauty in it. There's some type of almost inexplicable, ethereal thing you can't reach out and grab. You know it when you hear it. You feel it with your body. You feel it with your soul, whatever, if there is a soul. You just feel it in this album. I feel it. And, man, I can't tell you how many times I've driven late at night home from New York, seeing a show with Serge or something, that this album's been in the car, and I just throw it in, and I fucking lose myself in this album. I can just forget everything. I become an amorphous part of the music with my head and my heart. Plain song, very lush, heavy synths, slow crawling melodies on guitar, melancholic vocals, gorgeous. Pictures of You. You know how I said I starred tracks? Well, every track here is starred with the exception of Untitled and Love Song. Doesn't mean I don't like those songs. I do. They're just the tracks for me at the bottom of the barrel. And I would be lying if I said, I don't love Song. It's the one I hear the most from the album. It's the one I want to hear the least, if that makes any sense. Pictures of You, man. Oh, God. Ooh. So melancholic, yet so hopeful. The sitar is fucking fantastic in this. Killer. Something wistful, yet reaches for hope. It's just a perfect Cure song. Love Song, the big hit besides Lullaby, almost doesn't belong on this album, but still, it's such a great song despite the positivity, and that's the reason I say it doesn't belong on this album. But Robert Smith talks about this in many interviews and says that was the whole point of putting this on there, was to open things up to say it's not just this siphon of gloom and doom, which I don't even think it is. Pictures of You is very hopeful too. But Last Dance, oh my God, come on. The way that song starts and that guitar, that bow now, it's just I can't do the actual
Yeah.
notes. I can't hit them, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just it's like I can reach out and fucking grab that sound.
Yeah.
No, I can reach out and grab those notes and pull them in. It's like so good. And as a guitar player, I can hear what's going on. He's got monster compression. He's got monster fucking chorus and delay on it. And it's just so fucking yummy, man. It's just a yummy guitar. When that arpeggio kicks in, it's super saturated. Chorus delay, so lush, so melancholy, so gorgeous. You're hearing the same words over and over. I get it. Close down. Oh, that drum rhythm and that thumping gallop bass, that synth line, so fragile and yet melancholic. The guitar is brittle and shimmering. Smith's vocals, perfect on Close Down. Lullaby. You know, it's a song I heard a lot. It's so infectious. Don't. It's like, it's so fucking good. It's an earworm. I don't care. I'm a fucking metalhead, man. I love dirty, vicious, old school death metal. But man, when I hear that song, I fucking love it, man. I just love it. Fascination Street. Banger. Sharp as a scalpel, foreboding, sinister, slashing, murderously beautiful. Just that song kicks me in the balls. I'm sorry, my apologies, Angel. It just kicks me in the balls, and I just can't wait to get kicked in the balls every time I hear it. It's the perfect Cure song. It's so goddamn good. Prayers for Rain opens with a very 80s guitar line reminiscent of the Chameleons. You guys know the Chameleons? Don't fall. It's got that kind of a little bit of a rip from that, but so good. Gets into a drony, washy rhythm that's, I think that says layered. The layers of synth lines on it are so good. I love that song, but it's not quite. It's one of the middle tracks for me. Sorry, my hair's going on my and I don't have this air on, so I look like Fabio. It's very warm in my room, so I have to have a fan running. Same Deep Water, probably my second favorite Cure song. I probably already said something else was, but it's just so killer. Evocative of drifting on the ocean without any reference points to land or hope. Smith's vocals, gorgeous on the song. I mean, I'm not lying. When I hear that song, I envision that I was in a shipwreck and I'm just floating on a piece of debris and I've got no hope of finding land and I'm going to die out here. I'm going to die, but I'm connecting with my universe that I'm in with that song. It's so fucking incredible. Disintegration. You nailed it, man. Another massively badass track. Those bass lines, the guitar lines, Robert's vocals, the synth wash is gorgeous, but the bass and drums really carry this track on Disintegration. Homesick. I don't want to upset you, Angel, but it's not one of my favorites. I like it. I love it, but it's kind of down in the lower. I know you're going to kick my ass. Plaintive piano ballad that steals a little bit from Last Dance. That song has a little bit of the Last Dance melody lines in it and feel and melody. Untitled. I'm always curious why bands do that. Put a song on an album that's called Untitled. Like, how fucking hard is it to name it something? Possibly the most upbeat song outside of Lullaby and Love Song. Gorgeous melodies on guitar, busy bass as usual. These were bonus tracks, not on the vinyl versions, on the CDs. What do I have here? Disintegration is fucking epic. The guitar is so good. For Prayers for Rain, killer, fucking massive. Oh, this is for Fascination Street. Killer, massively fucking badass. I put a 9.99. Initially, I had 11 out of 10. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. So I put 9.999, and that's only because I guess I can't give it a perfect 10, but I can give it a perfect. It's a perfect 10. Perfect 10. It's an amazing album. We wrapped up on that one, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to Wish. I do not own Wish. I don't know why I don't own Wish. I kind of forgot this album existed. Do you have that one, Angel?
Yes.
Show that one. I think we can move quicker now after this one. I think we can wrap this up fairly quick. There we go. That just came out in November in the reissue, right?
Yeah.
Just like November 22nd, I think it came out. So I got to get that on order. Rick, you need to order that. I'm just kidding, dude. I'm totally kidding. Do not buy me that. I'm joking around. But I do need to get the reissue of that. So real quick info on that one is came out on April 21st, 1992. And that's why it's coming out in 2002, because it's the, what, 30th or 40th? 92, 2002, 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
very good with the
they've been
math.
doing 30th, I think.
The
yeah.
maths are kind of hard for my brain. Came out on Fiction and Elektra, was recorded at the Manor in the UK, and it's Smith and Allen again on production. Number 1 in the UK, number 2 in the US. Sold 1.2 million copies its first week in the United States. Boris Williams leaves. I think he's out on this one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, far less synths on this one, which you had on the last one. Less textures and big guitar tracks and hooks on this one. It's wordy vocally. The songs are, especially on the longer songs. Poor old Thompson this is his last album for 16 years. They added a guy named Perry Bamonte as a multi-instrumentalist to replace. Was he replacing Poor or was he replacing O'Donnell?
Both.
Okay. Yeah, these guys are a lot of these guys are multi-instrumentalists, so they don't just always play the one thing, especially in the studio. Go ahead, Angel. I'm gonna be back, guys. I'm gonna get a drink, okay? So talk for a little bit.
See, of course, for this one, which oddly enough, if you look at my paper, somehow I messed up this one. I have nothing.
Really?
At all. It's the only one that I screwed up, and I have nothing.
Wow.
So memory.
What's your memory? Do you remember much or no?
I mean, I know the music and stuff. I was just gonna try to have something so that I could listen to the first couple seconds of things if I needed to. But I mean, overall, this is not my favorite album. From in terms of highlights, From the Edge of the Deep Green Sea is beautiful. It has a lot of power to it. It's a classic, 7+ minute Cure, epic, right? Tells a big story in a big way. A little
the love song, right?
What was that?
It's a love song, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I think maybe that's why it's polarizing, right? Maybe it's too literal for some fans. I mean, some people really love it, and some people really feel like they could throw it out the window.
Right.
I'm into it, so I like it. Friday I'm in Love, I cannot stand. I didn't like it the first time, and I don't like it the 8,000th time either. Not into it. High. I remember this. High's the first thing I heard when this, before this album came out, when I was like desperately thirsty for something after Disintegration. And it made me so happy to just hear something. And I remember really liking it. So it still has a warm place in my heart. But, and of all of their pop songs, like happy poppy songs, I guess High is good. One of my favorites, but that's just not my thing. I think Apart is just really sad for no particular reason.
I'm with you on this. I think it's kind of a weak track.
Right. Wendy Time I don't connect with. Doing the Unstuck I think is dreadful. Trust I think is really beautiful. Lovely. I love the long intro to it. There's a beautiful suspension where you get to take a breath before the music goes on and the lyrics start, and it's just lovely. I love Trust. A Letter to Elise, I loved when I was a lovelorn teenager. I don't know that I connect with it that much as an adult. Cut, I don't even remember. To Wish Impossible Things is really beautiful. And end, I think, is not so bad, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I got some notes on this one. I'll grab a drink in a minute. Here. Oh shit! I just kicked
Bye,
Serge
Serge.
out. I kicked Serge out. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have to
All
worry about
right,
it.
I'm going to bed.
Who needs him?
All right, man. Give me some thoughts on Wish here for us.
This is kind of like up and down album for me.
Agree.
There's kind of an alt rock feel to it, which I'm not necessarily a big fan of. I mean, there's some songs I liked. Trust I like, again, because I tend to like songs with more atmosphere. A Letter to Elise I actually do like. As you know, I like some chill pop, I guess. To Wish Impossible Things is my favorite track on here.
That's a good one.
It's it's very pretty to me. I like the violin at the end. Yeah. Besides that, I mean, there's some parts of other songs that I like, but weirdly enough, I used to hate Friday. It's just totally not what I like Cure for. But on the re-listen, I'm like, I don't know. It's
Great pop song.
It's
Great
still
pop song.
stupidly catchy. So,
Yeah, it is.
I
It's
have
like why can't I be like you? You want to hate it, but you can't. It's just too good.
yeah. So that's what I would say.
Where would you rank this? Somewhere in the middle of the catalog? Then is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and maybe towards the like third quarter. Something is how I'd put it. Something like that.
I have to laugh at James here. He keeps saying, "This is my favorite album." Then he says a little bit later, he says, "This is my favorite album." James, how much have you had to drink tonight before you popped into the chat? Just kidding. Someone else said there was another comment here I wanted to quick address. What the fuck? Where is it? I'll find it at the end so we can keep rolling. There was a comment that I did see that I kind of want. Oh wait, is it right above there? Yeah, I might have lost it. There was, guys. The one thing that I can't wait to get a laptop to get back on is because when you're on your phone, the comments disappear off the screen. And I can't get back at them. So the other thing is, it's very hard when you're talking to if I can type, I can actually click on something and address it, but it's very hard to pull these up and then address them, especially with the amount of albums we had to get through and Serge wanting to kill me by being up till 2 a.m. So I'm going to move on real quick here. These are more vocally layered songs. That's what I was saying. Open, very cool opener, kind of heavy, saturated guitars, dark, mystical, dreamy guitar lines, slashing yet melodic. High, kind of love song, lullaby crossed together. Okay, but kind of weak.
Yeah, but not as good as the other one.
Yeah, kind of weak, comparatively speaking. Very moody. Let's just say very moody, but less effective for me than those two other songs. What's the next song there? Is it called Apart?
Yeah.
Yeah. Downbeat, mellow, close your eyes and drift song. Not bad. I like that one, actually. Very moody. From the Edge of the Deep Sea. I like it, but a lot of people rave about this song that are Cure fans, and I don't get it. It's not on the same wavelength as Prayer for Rain or the same Deep Water as You. It's just not there. It's good. I like it. But I don't love it. Wendy Time, clearly written to get a something radio hit. Not my thing. My least favorite track on the album. Doing the Unstuck sounds like it comes from Disintegration. Has the massive production, mostly acoustic. I kind of dig that one. It's okay. It says okay next to it. Friday in Love, killer pop song. The music, vocals, and even the lyrics are sappy as hell, but hard to not like it. Just hard not to like it. Trust, cool piano, chill time. I like that one. I like A Letter to Elise too. It's cool. It's an acoustic based song. It has a bit of a Just Like Heaven vibe to it. There's no question you can hear the melodies when he's talking. You can hear it in there. What's this say? What's the next song on there? Is it called Cut?
Cut. Yeah.
Okay. Wah wah heavy rocker, upbeat, nothing exceptional. To wish impossible things. Very pictures of you, very pictures disintegration like lush, dig the violin, very slow burn ballad, Smith's vocals, 2 thumbs up. That's also one like you, Serge. I think that's good. But my favorite track on the album is the last song, and that's a burner. That's easily the best song for me. For me, not even close to as good as Disintegration, Pornography, or Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. Solid, but this is a 7.5, a 7.5 out of 10. It just doesn't knock me out of the park. All right, now we can get into the ones where we can move a lot quicker. We've got one, one, two,
4.
3, 4, right?
Yeah.
All right, we should be able to knock this out in a half an hour. Wild Mood Swings. Does any of you own that one? I do not, and I probably never will.
Oh, it's not that bad.
It's bad.
Yeah.
For me, it's pretty bad.
The art, I've got to say, they don't have parched art happening here anymore, and I don't know what the hell that is, but
Well, I'm going to say something about that. I'm glad you brought that up real quickly. For the kind of art budgets they probably had on some of these albums, I don't know, man. That's the one aspect of their albums I just don't quite get. Maybe there's something Robert could enlighten me to, but that album cover right there is just absolute shit. It's garbage.
they have access to, well, Pearl, because Pearl Thompson is now Pearl Thompson, and she's still doing amazing, beautiful art. And I don't know why she's not doing it for them anymore. I don't know what their relationship is like or what the problem is, but they're not using her anymore. And she created such a specific look for them for so long, and I will always miss her. But anyway, Wild Mood Swings, Want. I love Want. I agree that this is not their strongest album, but I do think Want is up there.
Killer
Want
track.
is a great song. That verse, I want the sky to fall in, I want lightning and thunder. I love it. I feel like that verse right there might be one of my favorite verses of their entire canon. Like, it's just because it's so powerful. I love yelling it to the sky because I mean it every time.
Mm-hmm.
That is like when I need to yell that, I really fucking need to yell that, and it feels really good. So, Want, yay. Club America has never been one of my favorites. I think I take it personally.
What's it about?
It's kind of like a snarky look at American culture. And I don't know. It's not very nice. And it's not like Merca culture, because like it gets specifically about I don't know, I guess I felt like called out as a club goer in
got ya.
Yeah, at the time. This Is a Lie is a little cute for me. There's it's a waltz, and I want to like it for like sort of a different, like for being different. And I don't know, I guess what I think happened here is that they made a shit ton of money, like you mentioned had happened earlier, right? And they've started to expand, right? But now Disintegration has like brought them way over the top, and they have more money than they know what to do with. And if you look at the credits, like this is,
oh wow,
these are the credits per song, right? This is like the amount of people that they paid on this album, it was like, this is an example of like, just because you can doesn't mean that you should.
You should. Yeah. Very, very good point.
And I think that that's what happened here. It was like, well, why not? And well, this is why not. And I think this is the lie kind of didn't really work. Although there's a lot going on in the 13th, and it's fantastic. I love the 13th.
I fucking hate that track.
Oh, really?
I fucking hate it. I couldn't get through it.
I love it.
I have one thing written. I have 3 things written here. Cool trumpet opening, and then after that, 3 letters. UGH.
Oh, I think it's hilarious. I love dancing to it.
We all hear things differently, right?
Yeah, I think everything about it is funny. I mean, maybe that's the difference, is because like I feel like it's intended to be funny, so I want like maybe you're listening to it in a more serious way. I think if I took it seriously, I'd probably hate it. But yeah, I think it's really funny. Strange Attraction is, I don't see anything special here. Mint Car was one of their biggest hits of all time in the United States, and I still, to this day, when I look at the title, cannot think of how it goes. I don't know. I literally don't know. So I'm assuming it's not good. Jupiter Crash, on the other hand,
only good song on the album for me.
Beautiful.
Other than the first 2.
Yeah, beautiful song.
Killer song. Yep.
Round and Round and Round is so stupid. My friends and I, my friend and I used to like skip around each other whenever they played it, just to like be stupid because it's dumb. Gone, I don't remember anything about.
Ugh.
Yeah, I probably don't need to. Numb, I actually
don't. That one's not a bad track. That was
I feel like it's probably sad because it sounds sad.
Mm-hmm.
Return, again, like it's all like one word titles here at this point.
Yeah.
At that point, they all start like, I forget which one is which.
Just getting lazy.
Yeah. Return, Trap, I have no idea what those are. Treasure, though, I remember being kind of, I don't know, maybe pretty, but I don't know if I'd like it now. Bear, I don't know.
I have lame ballad.
Yeah, I don't know. And yeah, none of these stand out to me at all.
All right, Serge, what you got on this one here? I mean, there's not much more to be said about this album. I think we're all gonna be shitting on it pretty hard.
Yeah, like the opening track, I kind of dig this same song.
Oh, it's great.
And after that, it just, every song is kind of just like either just feels or there's something that annoys me, like the 13th. I just can't deal with the vocals on it.
See, we got power here.
You guys suck. Oh,
But again, yeah, I don't necessarily have the context for the song, like as you said.
I don't think for me, I don't think you need the context. It's a mess, but I get it, Angel. I'm not shitting on it. Like I said, we all hear it differently. To me, that's just a mess of a track.
The other 2 songs I was okay with is Numb and Bear.
Numb and what?
Bear, the last one.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, outside of that,
it's too long. That last track's too long, man. Goes on and on and on. Let's see if you guys agree with this. Here's what I wrote down. See if you agree with me. What made me think this album could be very special? Even Club America was solid. Then it all went to shit. Except Numb and Jupiter Crash, 4 out of 14 tracks is not a good indication of a solid album. There's also some very terrible sounding samples and synth sounds on this thing. And then I wrote, this album pretty much blows.
Having gone back over it, okay, See, it front loaded. All right. So there's some decent stuff in the beginning, and then it just kind of goes to shit. So,
And I'll rip through mine quick. Dig this intro slide guitar. This is a killer opener, very lush but also very heavy sounding. Club America, weird vocal by Smith, cool heavy guitars, sitar-ish stringed figure that is melodic but heavy. So I didn't really listen to what the words were about on the song, because I'm going to be honest with you, this is my first exposure to this album. I think I read somewhere after Wish, everyone was like, stay the hell away from this album, it's trash. So we internalize that stuff. When we read reviews or people are talking about it online, and somebody comes by and watches this and get this far in, they're going to be like, oh, that album sucks, according to most of them. So they're not going to go get it, right? Probably. And I will tell you, if I saw this in a cutout bin, if it's more than $2, I'm not picking it up. I would pick it up at that cost just to add it to the collection to collect dust, because I'd maybe to listen to the first track. 13th, cool trumpet opening. Ugh. What did I miss here? This is a lie. Strings are weak. I can't read that first word. Weak track, not for me. Strange attraction. Was Robert on a high dose of Wellbutrin for the rest of this album? Something ain't right. And I'm not in any way, trigger warning, I'm not saying because you take Wellbutrin or any medications, you're fucked up. There's just something about this album that's just off for me entirely with the writing. Mint Car, meh. Okay, but a weak single. Again, I hear a bit of Just Like Heaven in that. Jupiter Crash, pretty solid, interesting track. Dig it, mostly acoustic. Round and round and round and round and round, round and round. Love will follow. Oh no, wrong round and round. See, I finally sang. Everybody's waiting for me to sing. I finally sang. Nah, not The Cure. I dig. Not for me. Not terrible, but not very good either. Gone. Ugh. Again, worst track. Worst tracks were picked as singles on this album. They were. The worst tracks on this album were picked as singles. No, Middle Eastern violin or saz. Do you know what a saz is? It's a Middle Eastern stringed instrument. It sounds like a saz. And Acoustic Coolness, very solid track. I do like Numb. So that's 4 tracks on the album I like. Return. I hear Just Like Heaven in there. Again, phrasing in the vocal lines. Trap, kind of like a mediocre Kiss Me track. Lame Ballad on Treasure, Lame Ballad. Last song, Bear. Okay, but not exceptional, way too long. And as I said, if you're hearing the first 2 tracks, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a killer album I missed. And boy, after that, I was like, and I listened. I made myself listen to all the tracks. I didn't skip. 2 thumbs down. Anybody else want to add to that?
Somebody in the comments asked, is it the most like Top? I would say absolutely not.
No, it's not. And the reason I say is that at least the Top has a lot of listenable songs. They're not, I need to revisit that one and give it a little more attention, according to Angel, and just on my own thoughts here. But no, it's not. It's just, it's a bag of shit for the most part, just being honest. I don't know, maybe Robert was just, I don't know. I mean, he's coming off of Wish, which was number 1 and number 2 globally in the 2 biggest markets, and yet he puts this thing out. I don't know, man.
Look, it's hard putting out good material.
Yeah, it is.
It's really
It could have been where he was at mentally, emotionally, physically. He's now a multi-millionaire, I would assume. I would think he's a multi-millionaire based on the sales of Kiss Me and Disintegration. And maybe that just didn't motivate him to be maybe his muse was lost for this album. It does pick up and get better for the next one, Blood Flowers, which I have here. And I remember seeing this in the store thinking, oh, because let me look back at this. When was this one? Shit. Hold on. So, Wild Mood Swings came out in 96. So So we're talking 4-year gap here. And I'm thinking, I see this, and I remember reading that while Mood Swings wasn't very good, and I'm thinking, oh, man, do I really want to buy this? Well, I was at a Kmart of all places, and I saw this. I think it was like $9.99. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to get it. And I was relieved, very relieved. Do you want to go jump in that one, Angel?
Blood Flowers, I guess I liked it from the start, but I wasn't like, I didn't love it. It was easy for me to put down and then not pick back up. Like after, usually when I get a new Cure album, I make myself listen to it a few times to see if it's going to grow on me. And then sometimes I'll just only listen to that for like months. And then once I put it down, I might not hear it again for a while. Well, with Blood Flowers, I really had put it down for quite some time until they ended up doing the trilogy show. I really had kind of forgotten about it. And I was surprised, like you said, that they made that the third album in the trilogy. I was like, really? But when I heard it together like that, I was like, oh, it fit. It's like it fit with Pornography and Disintegration in a way that I didn't expect. And it sort of became canon for me in a way that I didn't expect. So songs like, especially songs like 39 and Blood Flowers itself. Watching Me Fall, great song. There are some songs on here that I don't need to hear. Again, there are things that I think there are weak points. I think maybe Someday is good. Like as a single, I think it's good. But I think The Loudest Sound is a little weak.
Yes, agree.
I think There Is No If is weak.
Yep.
And even The Last Day of Summer, people love it. But I think in comparison with the rest of the album, I don't think it's particularly strong. And Out of This World actually is, I think, one of Robert's favorites on this album, you know, judging by what he decides to play. And it's not one of mine. But 39, Blood Flowers, and Watching Me Fall are songs that I think are really frozen in classic Cure canon.
Well, don't they play Watching Me Fall a lot?
Yeah.
I mean, no, we'll get into it, but that's for me, that's the standout track, but it is a little long at 11 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know that it needs to be that long.
He could have very effectively said what he wanted with that one inside of 7 or 6 or 7 minutes.
He could have fallen faster.
There's great guitar work on it and great vocals on it too. So, Serge, what do you got? What do you got on this one?
This one I really liked for the most part.
I don't think I gave historical data, did I? I'll do it when I do it. Go ahead, sorry, man.
It's kind of like a chill album for me. There's a bunch of tracks that kind of have that more relaxed feel. Out of This World, I really like, and I do like The Last Day of Summer. Again, I don't know, I just find it kind of relaxing. Just same with The Loudest Sound. 39 and Blood Flowers are my favorite tracks. Especially 39. I wrote driving music because I don't know. I feel like that's a song I want to listen to in the car, and I really love the atmosphere in Blood Flowers.
So beautiful.
It's an emotional song for me. The songs, Where the Birds Always Sing, Maybe Someday, and There Is No If are, let's say, cromulent songs, but not my highlights. But for the most part, the majority of the album I really like. So this is one of this is a pretty good one for me.
When I listened to it, when I first heard it, I was like, okay, whew. But I really did hear the similarity to Disintegration with the production, with the song length and stuff like that. And by the way, this came out February 14th. Oh, February 14th, 2000. But it actually preceded in Japan. It came out on February 2nd in Japan. Went to number 14 in the UK, number 16 in the US. Recorded at Catherine's Court and RAK Studios, and out on Fiction and Polydor. And again, Smith. And this time now it's Paul Crockett, I think. Crockett or Corkett? I can't read my damn writing. Sorry, Paul, if you're watching. Yeah, often this is by this album, often thought by fans and Smith to be part of The Cure's trilogy of best works in light of Wild Mood Swings. It's a master. In light of, is what I wrote. In light of Wild, in comparison to Wild Mood Swings, this is a masterpiece. But you can tell Smith was trying to recapture the magic of Disintegration, but this one kind of pales in comparison to Disintegration. I'm sorry, it just does to me. It's pretty solid, but a bit of a one-trick pony. And the reason I say that is a lot of the tracks are all mid-tempo, and they all kind of stay in that same. There's not a lot of up and down.
Yeah, and no, it's true, and that's why I said like it's
yeah,
what
very
I call chill Cure. It's just
that's a good way of putting it. But I will say that some of Smith's best vocals are on this album. He sounds great on this album. His melodies. When this album came out, I grabbed it, hoping it wasn't worse than Wish, or hoping it wasn't worse. Wish, but it's a bit, man, goddamn it, it's a bit samey. This is, to me, in a weird way, this is Cure playing it safe. Maybe because of the lack of success with Wild Mood Swings. Real quick on the tracks: Out of This World, floaty, lazy acoustic with electric fills, melodic, pretty, pretty in parentheses, gauzy, very hypnotic. I like that track. Probably my favorite track on the album, Watching Me Fall. This one is long, droning, vicious guitar snarling, but I really dig this one. It could be a little shorter.
This is Prog Cure.
What's it say?
Prog Cure.
Prog Cure?
Yeah.
Meaning
like progressive Cure.
Oh, Prog Cure. Yeah. I wasn't, but yeah, exactly. With a little bit of a snarling rock and roll edge to it, heavy rock edge. Watching Me, or Out of This World. Oh no, we already did that. Where the Birds Sing, drony acoustic, nice riff. Again, same old mid-tempo stuff. Vocals are cool for this one. Maybe Someday. That's the single. It's boring to me. Last Days of Summer, a solid but uneventful mid-tempo song. There Is No If. Mid-tempo, a few guitar motifs that are cool, but samey. The Loudest Sound, very like the opening track. 39, trippy, glitchy synths. Open It, spacey, funky, noisy guitars. That one's not bad. I like that one. And I do like Blood Flowers. Solid closer is what I say on there. So I'm going to give this a 7 out of 10. And I don't know. Oh, I didn't give you my Wild Mood Swings, did I? You guys want to hear that one?
Sure.
3 out of 10.
Okay.
And they're lucky they got 3 on that one. Blood Flowers, 7 out of 10. All right, guys, we got 2 more to do. We'll rip through them quick here. The Cure, which I do not own these albums. Angel, do you have them?
Yeah.
Okay, so The Cure, eponymous named, came out June 24th, 1904. June 24th, 2004. On Geffen. Now they moved to Geffen, who was the big giant label at that point in time. So lots of money behind them here. Smith and Ross Robinson produced, and Ross Robinson's a fucking metal producer, which is bizarre. Olympic Studios in UK, and when it came out, went to number 8 in the US. Number 8 in the UK, number 7 in the US. Go ahead, April. We'll rip into her.
Angel, you told me to yell at you.
Oh, I said April. I finally did it.
You've done great the whole night.
Finally
that was
did it.
the
You're
first
doing
time.
so good.
I'm getting tired too. I apologize. I need some liquid. Do you have a lot to say on this one or not much?
Well, Lost is one of the worst songs I've ever heard. And opening the album with it was genius because it lowers
Set expectations.
Yeah.
Lowers your expectations. Good point. Yeah, I've got what do I got here? Doesn't work for me. Very atonal and noisy.
And they actually played it live.
Ugh.
Oh my god, I almost died.
Yeah. Weird.
Labyrinth actually is probably my favorite on the album if I had to pick one. I
agree.
It's actually not that bad.
The guitar on that's really killer.
Before 3 is unremarkable. The End of the World is one of Robert Smith's favorites.
It's the end of the world. Oh no, wrong song.
Yeah, right. But it's I find it very trite.
Yeah, I agree. Agree with you.
Anniversary is I wrote cacophonous epic. Not bad, but doesn't really go anywhere. No texture. Us or Them, as literally political as Robert Smith has ever been, but not the best song ever. I appreciate the sentiment, but huge Jason vehicle, though. He sounds badass like he's playing for Metallica, which was kind of the problem.
Yeah, that is kind of the problem. You're right.
Alt.N, another Robert Smith favorite. It's not mine. I don't know what's going on. Super overproduced, doesn't make up for the lack of lyrical content. Robert sounds lost and out of his element. Taking Off is overproduced filler. No intro. Robert sounds like, it makes him sound like a creeper. She wants so much to please me every day and every night. Super strange. But then it ends with actually a good song. The Promise is a proper 10-minute Cure wailer, so that's not bad. But I had to wait a long time for that.
Did you see that, Angel?
What?
Phil's asking about, can you suggest a track or two off of Wild Mood Swings? Not
sure
much.
Can.
There's only one or two that are worth listening to. Jupiter. For me, it's Jupiter. The first song, the opening 2 tracks.
That's what Want is on, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Want for
okay.
Sure.
Serge, rip into it.
Yeah. You mentioned the whole metal producer, and I saw a quote from Smith saying, this is not new metal heavy, but it's Cure heavy, which I don't know if that's necessarily their best aspect. Labyrinth was, as far as where they tried to be a little bit heavier. Labyrinth and Us or Them are decent, I guess. I did like the Simpson Anniversary, but the Promise was the only one that I think really liked on this album. Everything else I could just skip personally.
Wait, what'd you say there? You just get what?
Huh?
You said everything else I just what?
No, everything else I could just skip.
Oh, you could skip. Okay. Yeah. I'll rip this one out quick and we'll wrap up very fast here. Lost. Oh, it says Ross Robinson, producer, signed with Geffen. This album had a lot of weird sequencing changes all throughout. In fact, when it was released, there were like different versions. Oh shit! Hold on. There were different versions of this released all over the place. They're all over the map. Like there's songs that were on the European release that weren't on the U.S. release, and very bizarre. I can't read. Stephen, I apologize if you ever see this. I'm trying to give you credit. Stefan Erlenwire said, this is a CD for diehards. that sits on the shelf and collects dust. I'd only buy this if it was cheap in a cutout bin. This is me. It's a weird album. Smith is pissed off, and much of this music is all about the place and is all about place and time, and seems to be purposefully difficult to enjoy. That's the way I interpreted this album. There were 30 songs recorded for this. Are you fucking kidding me? 30 songs recorded for this. The darker ones were left off because Ross Robinson said to leave them off. You know, they argued about it. Robert Hammond argued about it, and he went with Ross Robinson. But there is an album allegedly of darker songs from this period that Robert's been threatening to put out for 16 years, 17 years. It was supposed to come out 7 or 8 years ago. It never did. Lost. Very atonal, noisy. Labyrinth. This one's cool. The guitar work is sweet. Probably one of the tracks I do like on the album. What's the next one there? Something 3? What's
before
that say?
3. Before
3. Smith's vocals are shouty. Not a favorite. Truth, beauty, good. Anyway, I'm probably out of sequence, am I? I think I wrote these down out of sequence. Truth, beauty, goodness. Not on CD. Not very good. The End of the World single. Not doing much for me. The vocals are really lame and annoying. Us or Them. I like that one. That one's weirdly drony, shouty, but I kind of like this song. Anniversary. I don't like his vocals on this whole album. His vocals irritate the shit out of me. On this particular track, very annoying, but the music's really cool. Spacey, ethereal, alt ending.
Alt end, yeah.
Alt end. You know what? I didn't even make a note on that one, so I don't know what I thought on that. I don't know what's going on. Man, the here's what I wrote for that song. You might find this funny, April. Goddamn Angel. I don't know what's going on. Man, these vocals, Bob, what the fuck? That's my notes on it. Mm-hmm. Annoying chorus. Taking off? Is that what it is?
Yeah, taking off.
Rob whining and shouting again. Never. Good rocker, solid song. The Promise. Solid, but sort of drony. That wah-wah mid-tempo track, it's okay. So there you go. I got 3 stars on this album, and this is a 4 out of 10 for me. So it's just, I didn't understand it, and I probably, again, would only buy that if it was in some sort of a cutout bin or something like that. And we arrive at the last one, and then Angel's going to tell us a little bit about some stuff she knows from her concert experiences, and then we'll wrap up here. This is, what do they call it, 413 Dream? Like a time, 413?
I call it 413.
What's that?
I call it 413 Nightmare.
Uh-oh, okay. 10/25/08 it comes out. Smith and Kretz Uden are the or Keith Uden is the producer, and I believe Uden becomes a member of the band, sort of, kind of as a touring musician, which I wasn't aware of. This went to number 4 in the UK and number 6 in the US. This will be a bargain bin grab for me. Oh, I'm reading my notes. Marginally better than The Cure, but still mostly forgettable. Porl Thompson's back on guitars for this one, and okay, Angel, let her rip on this. Did you show this one? You have this one?
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
I do. Yeah, I don't know where though.
That's fine.
All right.
Again, the artwork is not gripping like the last one. The artwork is just, I know it was kids or nephews or something. Is that what it was? His nephews did the artwork?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, as much as I hate this album, the first song on this album is one, like, it's again a canon song. Underneath the Stars is an absolutely gorgeous song.
Yes, agreed.
It is up there with the best of the best. It's flawless. It's lovely. And it's bizarre that it's on this album. I will never quite understand it because everything else here has a fatal flaw. And it's always different. And so I'm going to talk about these songs as a group because the issue for me about the frustration I think that I have with this album is that every song could have been good, right? I think there's elements that's really kind of interesting or even fascinating in each of the songs, but I feel like they were all destroyed, it almost purposefully. There's it's befuddling what happened to some of these songs. Yeah, I just I that's all I can say.
Serge, you're looking ravishing according to Nick, and
Why
you know how that carries weight. Nick has a lot of subs, so if he says you're ravishing, my friend. So this is really, you really dislike this album.
Are you asking me or Angel?
Angel.
Oh, sorry. Say it again.
You really don't like this album very much.
No, not so much. I can't tell you the last time that I have listened to it. That's why I don't know where it is. I guess I thought I had everything here, and I guess I don't. I must have it blacked out.
You stuck it in a drawer somewhere, never to be seen again, or something like that, right?
Ran over it with my car.
All right, Serge, what you got on this one?
Yeah, I feel very. What's the word? Like I love the first track, and it's such a disappointment to hear the rest of the album because, after it's like, ooh, you listen to Underneath the Stars, like a cool atmosphere, and then everything else is just confusingly not good. Yeah. As Angel said, there's maybe some songs that have some cool elements, like I like the bass line and Sleep When I'm Dead, but that's really the best I can say for the rest of this album. I like the first track, and that's it.
That's it, huh? Nothing else. That's it.
Yeah. As far as what I would choose to listen to.
I'm a little surprised. I actually like this one better than you guys, it sounds like, and I'll tell you why. Underneath the Stars is amazing. Big, heavy guitars, chimey, ringing, swirling, ethereal vocals. Kind of a cool track. I don't mind the only one too. The second song, the lyrics are super cringy though. Man, the lyrics are just so cringy. But it's a cool song. The melodies are good. But then, man, the reasons why. Okay track, but a bit shouty, sparse, overblown. But yeah, sparse and overblown. Freak Show, very bizarre track. Can't say I like it. Can't say I hate it either. Siren Song, kind of dig the slide intro on this. Cheesy synths, but an okay ballad. The real Snow White, The Hungry Ghost, not a bad ballad. Switch, a rocker, cool with wah wah, speedy, thumping song, dig it. Let's see what I got here. The Perfect Boy, okay track, nothing special. The Here and Now with You, quirky but likable. Sleep When I'm Dead, okay, kiss me type song, catchy chorus. The Scream, I think it's The Scream, interesting track with the way the time is kept. It gets too frenetic and noisy towards the end. When Smith does that scream at the end of the song, it's kind of and then It's Over. This song pretty much cooks solid. So I got like 5 tracks there that I actually dug on that album, strangely enough. Weird. Angel, tell us about some of your big concert highlights quick, and then we'll call it a night. But I think what we can say in summation is, the one thing I will say quickly here about these last couple of albums, Blood Flowers kind of is the exception. the last 4 albums that the Cure has put out, I do sometimes wonder if Smith has lost his creative edge. And maybe, Angel, you can talk to this because you've seen the live shows, and I think you know a little bit about the forthcoming album, which I think is coming out in 23, right?
Who knows?
Oh,
But
what's the name of the album? There is a name. Something about the end of the
Songs
world.
of the Lost World.
That's it. Songs of the Lost World.
I don't know when it's going to come out because nobody does. But what I can tell you is that when it does, it is going to blow your fucking mind.
Really?
Yes. And I am so excited to be able
And
to
you're
do that.
and you're saying that because you've heard advanced
Because-
tracks, or you saw stuff on the live show?
Because we have heard 5 tracks so far, which is a significant portion of the album.
And that's from the live show or
From the live shows,
Okay.
and they
All
played
right.
them repeatedly. So, we've heard them develop, and but they're pretty set. From
But
what
we're talking 14 years. We're talking 14 years since the last album. So that's a lot of time to put some good material together. So that's a good sign.
Well, what's interesting though is that before the pandemic, when they did their little, like the last time they did a little mini tour, they had a couple of new songs that they sort of teased as proof that a new album was imminent. And Robert Smith's mother had just died, and one of those songs was about his experience of that. And I can't remember what the other song was about. It's like his first Christmas without his mother, and it was very heartbreaking. Can't remember what the other one was about. But of these 5 songs, neither, like those 2 are not in this collection. So I feel like whatever he was doing before the pandemic is a whole separate thing from what he's been doing. Like what he seems to be doing right now is actually like kind of scaring the shit out of us as hardcore fans, because it's very much a taking stock of himself as an older, as an aging individual. And I think really trying to decide whether this is something that he can continue to do, and not in that like, should I or shouldn't I, but in a, how long can I like physically do this?
Mhm.
And like, where the hell did my life go? And it's a really difficult thing to listen to and to hear him process in a very blunt way. But the songs are unbelievable. I'm about ready to replace my favorite song.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a song on YouTube called End Song that you need to listen to like right away as soon as you get off.
Okay.
And
What's it called again? End song?
End Song, one
Okay.
word. And it will give you a preview of a view of like the size and scope of what they're doing right now. It is mind-blowing, and you will love it.
Cool. I actually purposely did not go listen to any of the live stuff because I wanted to hear what you had to say about it, because I didn't want to listen to it and go, oh God, more of the same crap, because I'm just going to be honest with you. I think Mood Swings, The Cure, and 413 are bloated albums that could have been much better with a lot more exercise of self-control in the songwriting thing. Not everything you write, like you said earlier, not just because you can do it doesn't mean you should sometimes. And like in this case, some of those albums they don't hold up to the earlier period where, everything from even Three Imaginary Boys, but mostly Fate, 17 Seconds up through Disintegration. Most all that stuff, with maybe the exception of Top, for me, is incredible material. And I was kind of like, man, if I put this on, it sucks. It's going to put me in a bad mood for the rest of the night to do this. But that's great to hear. Well, real quick, tell us like your top 3 Cure shows you saw date wise and where you were at?
The third Reflection show at the Beacon Theater. It was a Sunday night. It was unbelievable. Reflections was Three Imaginary Boys, 17 Seconds in Faith. That was just out of this world.
They did all those albums.
Yeah, back to back, and then an encore on top of it.
Wow.
Next would have been the second trilogy concert that I saw, which was the Pornography, Disintegration, and Blood Flowers, again with a encore on top of that. That was a 4.5-hour show.
You know, I'm glad you just said that, because man, the Cure, when you go see them, it's a
you get your money's worth.
It's a night. You get your whole, you know, they put on crazy. They're like a throwback to like Led Zeppelin or these 70s bands that would do 3 or 4 hour shows. That's great. Do they take a break in between, right?
No, I mean, it's just like they play a set, like they have encores at the end, but
but like in between the albums, do they don't go back and take a piss, or I mean?
Oh yeah, it's like a piss, and then they come back on, because they don't. It's not like an intermission or anything.
No, I got you. Yeah,
that's
killer,
like we all have piss songs. Like we all have our song. Yeah, like
No, I got you. No, I meant the band. I meant the band, because you can't be up there for 4 hours without going and taking a piss.
Yeah, it's just a quick encore. They have the fortune of being men. So
well, it's true that you know. But let me ask you this: where did you see the second trilogy show? You mentioned it, but I forgot.
That was in Berlin.
Oh my God, you've traveled everywhere to see his band, haven't you?
I've been to a good handful of places. Yeah, the first show on this tour was in Riga, Latvia. That was a place I never would have expected to go.
Latvia, wow!
And it was pretty amazing, actually. I really want to go back there. I never would have checked it out, and now I really would love to go back and vacation there. So,
do you go alone, or you go with your partner, or what do you?
I had a travel partner for a long time, like a Cure travel partner, but we don't travel anymore. My husband went to the beginning, but I travel myself. Because I know everybody when I get there. So
yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
You have destination friends at these shows, right? Yeah, those are so cool. We had Serge and I had that in the Porcupine Tree community. We built up a lot of friends, so we traveled out west. I've never done like crazy traveling like you. You're on another level. My travel is drive to Chicago or fly out to LA or something. But like our friend John, he's traveled to see Opeth overseas, and it's crazy. Okay, you got one more show that you can tell us about?
I saw a show on my birthday years ago in San Diego, and the crowd was just really happy and into it that night, and having people around that are as exciting as you and not annoying, like it's just like they're into it, can really make or break a show. And it was just like a perfect night, perfect weather, perfect everything.
Plus killer energy. Yeah. How many? So you don't really know how many shows for sure you have seen?
No, I don't, because I didn't start out counting, and I don't know. I sort of estimate. I try to think about the amount of tours I've seen, and then I try to do about 10 shows a tour, and then they do like mini tours, and then like the destination shows, and if like it sort of all adds up.
Yeah. That's insane, girl.
We finally found somebody
that's nuttier than you and I.
Yeah.
She's crazier than you and I, dude.
I'm not, like.
Well, that's true. You never did the crazy traveling I did. Yeah. I mean, with Porcupine Tree, I woke up one day, they were shooting a DVD out in Park West in Chicago, and I wasn't gonna go, and then I woke up one day, I'm like, next thing I knew, I found myself in my car driving west, and I'm like calling. I don't know if I called you, Serge. I think I did, and I'm like, dude, I'm fucking heading to Chicago. And you're like,
I don't know how many times I've done that. Like I've woken up in the morning and just been like, there was one day that I even got up like back in the LJ days. I remember I got up and I sat down first thing and I wrote on LJ, I'm not going to the Cure show today. I will not go to New Jersey. I will not go to New Jersey. And then I posted traffic in the car. I'm in the
Boom.
car on the way to New Jersey, and
That's crazy.
yeah, made it in time to see him. So
Well, listen, I want to wrap to get Serge out of here because he's probably fucking livid at me right now. But first of all, I can't thank you enough, Angel, and I apologize for calling you April twice.
oh please, I had so much fun. Thank you so much for having me.
I did good though. I think I did pretty fucking
You
good.
did
actually.
great.
And you know, I really want to thank you because your insight into this was super exciting because you were excited like me. Serge is excited, but you never can tell when he's excited. It's just kind of like, you know, he's like catatonic excited, right? But I appreciate you guys doing this with me. Maybe we'll, depending on my health, which I wish I could say I felt that was going in the right direction, but it's not trending in the right direction. What you see here is not what I am every day. It's hard to talk about. But I want to thank you so much, both you guys, for being here. And I want to thank my rock star daughter, who I love with all my heart.
She was fantastic and so much fun. So beautiful.
She was here, and that was beautiful. And I thank the cosmos and the universe for that. And I want to thank all you guys that were in the chat. And you know, a lot of participation, mainly from a couple different people. We'll get a fair amount of views on this. But Serge and I have done, you know, we've done Skinny Puppy deep dive, and we did. You maybe saw some of these, Angels. You said you looked at some of this stuff. We did a frontline one, and I'm trying desperately to get some of those guys in the bands to come on and talk to me, but not being successful in that, right? But they don't get the views that the metal stuff and maybe the more mainstream sort of bands do. But I think The Cure is kind of for metal fans, it's an adjacent band that a lot of metalheads kind of dig because of the vibe and the look and the, you know, the darkness and all that stuff. So I'm hoping that we get a fair amount of views. And seriously, if you're in touch with Lal in any way, shape, or form, and he's not charging to come on, because I can't afford that, if he'd want to pop in for a future episode where we could go over EPs and the shit that we didn't get into, if I have time left for me, I'd definitely love to do that. So think about that. And I don't know what other bands you're really into that might be adjacent to what, and you could tell Serge, so we could have you back on to do another one. Because I like a lot, you know, I love my metal, I love my fucking pop, I love my weird shit like dark ambient, droney, strange shit like Andrew Lyles. We're gonna be talking about this soon.
Have you guys done Tool yet?
I have not done Tool, and I know Serge is a massive fan. I'm a fan, so that would be one to definitely consider. And it's not like they got a million albums. We wouldn't be here all night.
That's a lot shorter of a.
What we could do is we could get like the first 2 hours, and then we could take like a 7 or 8 year break and come back and do the last album. You get my joke there?
17.
Yeah. So that would be a good one. Let's consider and think about that one. Quick notes again for the people that are still hanging out. Guys, Monday at 4 o'clock, Doug Pinnock from King's X is coming on with me. Tuesday, Johnny Jueli from Hardline, Axel Rudy Pell, Crush 40, Enemy Eyes, Solo is coming on. My buddy from high school is coming on. And Thursday is Jason Beeler from Saigon Kick. And I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to make this happen now because I'm going to throw it out there. Serge is going to talk to the infamous Das Christoph from our Skinny Puppy deep dive. And you probably know him, Angel, I'm guessing.
He's great. Yeah.
Fucking genius at
Yeah.
this stuff. And I want to do a Origins of Industrial Music episode, and nobody will watch it. I don't give a fuck because that's not what I'm all about. I'm about doing stuff that I and my friends want to talk about. So you're welcome.
Give you the education.
Well, and you're welcome to join us for that one.
Literally an academic lecture. Yeah.
What's that?
Literally an academic lecture.
Yeah, I'm down for it. So Serge, you got to get on that shit and get it moving, and because of the timing effort, and you got to let him know what's going on there. But yeah, man, this is so cool. Just a great band that I hope according to what Angel is saying, it sounds like the muse is back. And it sounds like we're going to get some really good material maybe in 23. I think I thought I read somewhere that that's the projected drop.
I mean, it was supposed to have already been out. That's the
Yeah.
problem. So you never know. But
pandemic.
We're praying because I cannot wait to hear studio versions of these songs. I'm telling you, it's shocking how good they are.
I have one question, though, about the concert experience with Robert Smith. Because I think a lot of people, you know, they see interviews with Robert, and he can be a little bit obtuse, I guess is the word, maybe. And I don't know whether it's just because he just doesn't suffer the music critics, you know, people like us very well because he's an artist, and it's just like, oh, I'm so beyond that shit. But it seems like when he's on stage, he does look to and appears to be having a lot of fun.
More and more as the years go on. And I mean, this last tour, we've never seen him so engaged, never seen him so chatty.
Right.
You know, like usually, like I and then like that's it. That's what you would hear throughout the night, and then thank you at the end of the song, and then but like he's like he talks and talks and talks and talks, and he tells stories, and never before. So it's a really neat place. It's a different dynamic right now. So I'm like, I think we're all on tenterhooks to see where they're going, like both in really positive ways and in really nervous ways too, because we're all like so attached to them. Like they're such a part of our everyday lives that, like, you know, where they're going is where we're going, and we're just on tenterhooks.
Well, you guys, let's talk about doing that Tool thing. I know Serge would really enjoy that. I would probably be the guy that would be. I have a lot of thoughts on some of those albums, but like the Giant Gap did sort of temper my enthusiasm. And when I heard the new album, I was kind of like, and now it's not even a new album. Now, what is it? Fuck, how old is it?
It's a few years.
4 years, 3 years, 4 years.
No,
5?
Really?
When did?
Oh my God, you're probably right.
Yeah, when did hybrid? What's it called? Fear Inoculum.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it was 18, right?
Feels like only yesterday.
It was definitely before the pandemic.
Oh yeah, it was, because we were going to go to the Philly show, and the fucking things was all but sold out, but the nosebleeds in like
2019. So
it was 19.
Yeah, 3 years.
Okay, 3 years. I would definitely be down for that, because we wouldn't, you know, that would be a fairly shorter one.
Much easier to do,
yeah. Yeah, much more manageable. This was a tough one. Thankfully, towards the end, you could say, well, we short shrifted these albums. I don't really think we did. I hate to say it. They're not that great.
I want to apologize to any of the people that are watching who like really love these albums, and like I don't want to be mean and dismissive to any like that, but we were trying to be quick and
and again, music is subjective, right? Like
it is.
We're just you know, sharing
we're
our
not,
opinions,
this
right?
is just our opinions.
This is not a definitive,
of course.
you know, gatekeeping kind of thing where
nope.
This is, you know, this is what you have to like, and this is, you know, what you don't.
No. You know, if you love while mute swings, like for all, go for it. But I mean, you know, to me, it's just not a good album. Neither are the last. I actually like better than you guys, I think, the last album more than I thought I would, but the one before that, not very good. And you know, like things like Wish and The Top, that they just didn't grab me like I kind of hoped they would. But you know, when everything is kind of compared to that career defining album like Disintegration, it's so hard to come back and do something that is, and you got to know that when you're writing an album as an artist like that, you're like, this is my magnum opus. And afterwards, you're probably like, oh, fuck, now what do I do? Like, how do I follow that up?
It's hard.
How does Led Zeppelin follow up Led Zeppelin 4? How does Tool? That was actually an accident.
Oh my God, I want to start a cover band.
I swear that was an accident.
A cover band somewhere named.
I'm sure there's got to be a cover band called Stool out there. But how does Tool follow up. Help me out. The black one. I had it. Now it's gone. Parabolas on it.
Oh, was that Lateralis?
Lateralis.
That
Thank
was
you. Yeah,
Lateralis.
I had it, and then it was gone there for a minute. You know, it's just how do bands do that? Some bands do, though. You know, like my favorite band, Rush, puts out 2112, and then they follow it. They're better. They got better and better and better, and then they didn't. You know, so it's just one of those things, man. It's like Maddie must have been. Maddie's watching. She just texted me and said "stool" with a big smiley face on it. I swear that was an accident, but. So real quick, yeah. So Serge, we're gonna work on that with Angel. We'll talk about doing Tool, and we'll talk about Das Cree stuff. And I think, last thing is that on the 7th of January, we're going to do this roundtable discussion on Rick's channel. Of Nick's going to be there, Rick's going to be there, Serge's going to be there. Gatekeeping and metal elitism. We're going to do that on the channel. It's going to be a big involved thing that everybody's pissed off at me about because it's like, why do we have so many people? Well, want to get a lot of opinions. Anything else? Serge, you got anything going on? You're going to recharge the batteries on?
Yeah, I'll, I gotta just start hounding people again, and I'll get some people on.
Got to have Angel on now. She's got to do it.
Well, that's actually, I mentioned again, Angel used to run a legendary Goth night, and one of the, not too many people know more about the New York Goth scene than Angel. So,
well, let me ask you real quick, Angel. What are some of your other favorite Goth bands? I'd imagine Depeche Mode.
Gosh, it's been. I live in Maine now. I don't really go out that much anymore. And I've been, like I said, I've been in this care bubble for so long that I'm like blanking out. When I listen to I like Susie. Who doesn't love Susie? I like Peter Murphy more than Bauhaus.
Oh.
Like, Bauhaus is fine, but Peter Murphy is the shit, right?
Hey,
what?
You just nailed it. That's what we're doing. We're doing Peter Murphy. Because I fucking love Peter Murphy. Man, Deep is one of my favorite albums of all time.
Yeah.
And I have 99% sure I have everything, unless he's put a bunch of albums out in the recent years, like last couple of years, which I don't think he has that I'm aware of. I'll have to look, but there's another one we got to discuss because huge Peter Murphy fan. Saw him live, one of the best concerts I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, he is fantastic, and he's still out there, and he's not a spring chicken either.
Well, no, I know he had the heart attack a while back.
That was terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
But I don't know. Let me look at what albums he has, because I'm 99% sure I have most everything, and I tend to like to own most of the catalog. This was a weird one with The Cure. I kind of cheated a little bit because I knew you'd probably have everything. But I generally like to own most of the catalog, so I can. I'm not just going, oh yeah, I listen to it on Spotify. I want to do artists that I'm invested in their catalogs, and so so Nick and Rick and you guys, I don't know if you want to do an after stream. Serge is definitely out. He's probably fading fast. If you guys want to do an after stream, hit me up on Instagram and let me know. I think I'd prefer you guys do it on one of your channels. But we could do it on mine. It doesn't matter. So, Angel, awesome to meet you. So cool. Thanks for treating my daughter great. She was really vibing on you, which is awesome.
Awesome. And yeah, awesome.
Serge, you rule. Anything in closing, guys?
I just want to thank Angel again.
Thank you so much for thinking of me, Serge, and thanks for having me. And I can't wait to do it again. Super fun.
Start thinking about Peter Murphy. I'm not kidding. I really am serious about that. That's one. Again, Tool's cool, and I don't have a problem doing Tool. You see what I did there? Tool's cool.
Yeah.
But I don't have a problem doing Tool, but everybody does Tool.
Yep.
And so my thing with my channel is I really try to do things that not everybody does. And Peter Murphy, even because I don't really care how many people are watching it, I want to see how many people I turn on to that stuff. So I mean, you know, like an album like Deep, man. If somebody listened to this and said, "Oh my God, I fucking love that album you recommended, Deep," I'd be like, "Yeah, oh yeah," because that's the shit that matters, you know.
Yeah.
Tool's got their arm, they've got their tentacles everywhere. I'm not saying Tool isn't cool. I do like them, but I mean, it's just they don't need my help to be visible out there. But Peter Murphy, yes, he's very famous, but he's not on everybody's tip of their tongue, you know.
Absolutely.
And I mean, stuff like even like Cascade with, you know, songs like Build, what's it called? Build a Subway. Fucking love that tune. And
Keep Me From Harm and
oh yeah, and
great
fucking
stuff.
Gliding Like a Whale. There's so many Wild Birds, you know, there's so many good songs that he does that a lot of people don't really know about, you know. And so that's what I want to do. I really dig doing that. So all right, guys.
All right.
Thank you, everybody in the
Thanks,
comments
everybody.
for all your support. Thank you so much. This has been a new adventure for me, and I really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's just super cool, and I really appreciated your input. And thanks to everybody that was in here. And yeah, man, you guys rule. Love you. And gas mask and hand grenades out. Hang on, guys, just for a sec, okay?